drop the beat.
I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. 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 I'm a never Trump guy.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are you? Son Patty, good to see you. Everyone else, I'm assuming, is coming in. We almost to Friday. Are we? Are we? I haven't done anything yet. I still have so much to do. Oh, what a rough way to find out that I haven't done anything yet this week. Son Patty says that debate last night was wild. Yeah, that's part of my frustration. I'm not going to lie. I kind of wanted to talk about it a little bit. I understand I'm going to need your guys' help to get back into other content because I'm still psychologically stuck in the debate last night. So for those of you who are watching this VOD for the first time, you have no idea what we're talking about. You don't even know what this show is. So I have been in Twitch and YouTube politics for 4 or 5 years. I've been debating it as a hobby. Since April, I've been doing this kind of full time. And there's a lot of characters in the debate scene, including a couple of characters that I debated last night. Econoboy is a socialist, economical commentary guy. Pisco is a progressive lawyer. And then Destiny is like the king of the liberal debate bros. And so I'm friendly with all of them. But last night's combo was effectively like, should liberals cater to the far left? And instead of having, instead of defining the far left, which I could have easily done as socialists and communists, and when you ask me who the far, like what are those definitions? For socialists, it's the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. And then for communists, it's a moneyless, stateless, classless society being the end goal. Those would be the far left that I would not cater to whatsoever. Instead, we just had Econoboy and Pisco say, oh, well, if you want to refer to the far left as that, that's fine. But realistically, 90% of the people who call them socialists are actually social democrats in our verbiage. Therefore, the problem that you're stating doesn't exist. And then my retort to that was, okay, but I think that socialists are claiming social democratic and capitalist policies as their own so they can expand the language base to include them, but they're fucking wolves in sheep's clothing and they're pieces of shit and they should be soundly rejected. And I think you guys are sweeping for socialists. And then they swept for socialists for 2 hours. In my opinion, that's what happened. And then it seems like Steven kind of half showed up, half didn't. But he, when he did show up, he was able to throw some really sharp elbows and get some nice dunkable moments. And then it also seemed like Pisco jumped really aggressively on 2 or 3 things that ended up being rakes that just smashed him in the fucking face, which was funny. It was funny, but it also was like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you jumping into rakes, smashing and breaking your fucking nose, and then claiming victory? So, Dude Man Sue says the Erin I am a commie moment was peak. It was peak from an emotional standpoint, but I don't even know if Steven really got that good of a point. That's the weird thing about this is, in my opinion, the massive rake that Pisco jumped into in reference to arguing with me was the food thing, where he's like, well, isn't healthcare a basic human need? And I'm like, well, it sounds like you're doing what I'm accusing you of doing, which is expanding social democratic policies into socialist policies. He's like, yeah, well, isn't healthcare a basic human need? And I'm like, yeah, but I would say that in the traditional sense of socialism, food, water, shelter was more the things they were talking about. And then he's like, are you saying that food is more important than healthcare? And I'm like, yes. And then he's like, well, I think you're a fucking idiot. I was like, why? Like there's you've logic brained yourself into claiming that social democratic policies, because plenty of social democracies, plenty of capitalist countries have universal health care. You're now claiming that those are socialist policies, meaning that you're including them in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. And then you're just asking an incorrect question, which is, I don't need healthcare every day. I don't need healthcare every day. I just fucking don't. I need food every day. I need food every day. I need food 3 to 5 times per day. So I was just like, I was borderline shocked that he was like, watch this. And then he's like, rake, smash into the face. And I was like, you could say you misspoke. You could walk it back. And he's like, no, I don't need to walk it back. And I'm like, you could walk it back if you wanted to. And he's like, no, triple down. Like, didn't need to triple down on that one. Didn't need to triple down on that one. That was tripling down on a losing hand. Now, the one thing that I do want to review, though, so in my opinion, basically we accused liberals of being useful idiots sweeping for socialists, and then Pisco and Econo Boy were like, lol, I'm going to sweep even harder, which was very frustrating because we didn't even have the conversation that I wanted to have. And then trying to think of what else, but basically like the food. The food thing was like a massive rake. And then I know that everybody said that the communist moment was the thing that was kind of like the slam dunk for Destiny, but I want to point out why it's not, or at least why I don't think it is. Anyways, let me read chat because I parasocially love you. Sen Patty says good morning. Hello. Sten Franklin says good morning. Good morning. Sen Patty says that debate was wild. True. Jonazilla says good morning. Hergeberg, hello. Sen Patty says Wednesday is like close to Friday. Okay, listen, for the wage cage, Sen Patty, I totally understand the fact that you want it to be closer to Friday. I totally get it, and I'm not trying to take away from your momentum. Enjoy your weekly momentum. If you feel like you're blazing through the week, you're blazing through the week. The only reason why that makes me panic is because I went to go see Steven this past weekend. I didn't do a sci-fi and Star Wars episode. So I need to script a new sci-fi and Star Wars episode. I need to, my LLC came back, so I need to file an EIN. I need to file the EIN. I need to open a checking account. I need to get that checking account information over to the people who want to sponsor the Star Wars channel and the sci-fi channel. Then I need to create the Star Wars and the whatever content, and I need to do Warhammer content today. Today I need to decide between 2 pieces of content. I need to script, shoot, and pass it off to the editor today, which is like another 5 hours worth of work on top of the stream. So yeah, so it was, so I have like 20 hours worth. I have like 15 hours worth of work that was supposed to be done on Sunday, and it's not done. So that's why I'm having a panic attack with you saying that it's midnight. Matt O'Pine says up till 2 a.m. watching that shit post last night. Yeah. That was a bananas stream. Hergeberg says, Connor, you get a big old gold star for trying. Thanks. People are like, oh, Connor was yelling. And it's like, yeah, but I feel like what I was yelling actually made sense and was relevant to the original topic. Just because you didn't understand it doesn't mean that, that's one of my frustrations where people are like, Connor was just yelling and I had no idea what he was talking about. Well, listen to the words. The words will often tell you what I'm talking about. And what I'm talking about was more relevant than all the bullshit that they were fucking talking about. Oh, Sen Patty says, Connor, you were definitely not given the time you deserve. We knew. I wasn't trying to complain too much, but like we knew going into it that it was going to be the Pisco Destiny show. We knew it was going to be because for those of you who don't know, Destiny was, I'll just say it. He's my friend. I consider him my friend. He was a sexual degenerate easily through 2023, and it's arguable he's even a sexual degenerate through this day because he is effectively constantly single, always tries to date multiple people. He was trying to be in a polyamorous relationship with this girl named Melina. And then he cheated, which, you know, cheating is a weird word in an open relationship. But basically, he hooked up with another gal and then minimized the emotional and physical depth of the relationship to Melina so she wouldn't freak out about it. Then she found out. Then she freaked out. And then while he was doing that, he was sexting like half a dozen people all at the same time. And so it all blew up in his face. Well, a subcomponent of that sexual degeneracy back in 2023 was sending sexual photos and videos to multiple people at one time. Well, what ended up happening was one of those people ended up leaking the photos and videos, but they were photos and videos of previous encounters. And so they affected previous parties. So when it was found out that Stephen had sent video recordings that were created with consent, but were not sent with the consent of the original people. And then also allegedly, I'll say allegedly, he audio recorded some encounters and then didn't tell the people that they were being audio recorded. And that was part of his sexual treasure trove. And that was sent as well without consent. Allegedly. The whole thing blew up, and then Pisco like ran away screaming. He was like, oh, this violates my principles, and I can't hang out with them, and I can't talk to him anymore on a friendly basis, and you know, our collaborative project is dead, and blah 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 blah. And you know, you can say, like, Pisco could say what he said, and he wasn't as mean as he could have been, but I'm sure that Stephen viewed Pisco as a friend. And so as a result, it felt like your friend saw that you fucked something up and then immediately disavowed you and abandoned you, right? And so there's some bad blood there. And from Pisco's perspective, Stephen probably fucked up a professional project that they were working on together and then fucked up personally and didn't own it the way that he wanted him to. And so there's bad blood on Pisco's side as well. And so the whole debate is like colored by this. The topic was the topic, but it was colored by this interpersonal shit. And so as a result, we knew that Pisco was going to come in swinging, and we knew that Stephen's not going to take that line down. Right? He who must not be named says, how's my favorite conservative today? Pretty good. Dustin Babala said, just do the debate. It's a big topic now, and I think a center-left guy, your view needs more eyes. What, like you want me to do a debate review? I mean, I could. I just don't know if I want to watch the whole thing. I guess we could. It's 3 hours. If you haven't, then y'all need to go watch the debate, then come back. Yeah. Dude Man Sue says Econo Boy equals socialist cuckold. Listen, I agree with you, even if I like Econo Boy. By the way, he's wrong about Norway. Yeah, I know. Don't worry, I know. Jonah Zilla says, I just remember it being Pisco versus Destiny hour. Yeah, try the Pisco versus Destiny 3 hours, right? Hergerberg says there was a whole lot of animosity from the last 8 months built up between Pisco and Destiny, so it was bound to be a shit show. Yeah, we knew that going in, by the way. Dude Man Sue says, I so called them saying Norway was a socialist country. They're so predictable. Yeah, dude, they ignored the definitions. They claimed social democracy as socialism. And then they obfuscated, in my opinion, they obfuscated the definitions intentionally. And then they ignored the definitions that were proffered. And then they effectively swept for socialists for 2 hours, which is funny because like the whole accusation is that liberals are being useful idiots for socialists by allowing them to claim more than is actually rooted in their philosophy. And then they did it. Instead of arguing the point, they did the thing. So actually not a person says, wow, that Econo Boy kept crazy making you without any substantial definition of his own. I thought him saying like, Cotter is wildly ignorant of the history. And then I'm like, here's all the parallel history. And he's like, yeah, but you're still wildly ignorant of the history. I thought that was fucking bullshit. Bullshit. If you're going to say that I'm wildly ignorant, you need to say something that I don't know or something that contradicts something previously said. You can't just say you don't know shit and then not present any new information or any contradictory information. His whole contradictory information, by the way, which is total bullshit, is I said that like socialism has this like nefarious history within the early 20th century. Here's actually how it developed, where they were trying to decommodify basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Here's where they actually did these command economy things that totally fucked up and killed millions, if not tens of millions of people. Here's the authoritarian dystopian things that they created. And then Econoboy comes back and he's like, yeah, well, you're wildly ignorant of the history of the fact that there are Western socialist parties like Labour in the United Kingdom and whatever cringe shit is in Australia, and they got elected into power, but then they gave up power within their democracies. So actually socialists are based. And I was like, no, that actually doesn't contradict what I've said at fucking all. And not only that, I did my cat analogy. I don't know if anybody appreciated it, but for those of you who don't know, they've done psychological studies on cats. And house cats, if they had the capacity to eat their owners, they would. Like they've done like the brain studies where they've like analyzed cat brains and the way that they act and their body language and all this bullshit in order to figure out that like cats love their owners and cats will happily take food and attention and all that kind of bullshit. But they're also still have enough wild genes that they don't view humans as the same things as cats. And so a substantive amount of cats, if possible, if they were big enough, they would actually just eat their fucking owners. And so socialists in Western democracies and Western governments, in my opinion, they're house cats. They're not capable of eating their owners, which is the liberal democracies of which they are a part. Whereas socialists who came up in like kind of feudal societies like Japan and the Soviet Union, they got big enough that they were fucking panthers. They were leopards. And so they were the leopards who ate the faces of the people who wanted the leopard face eating party, right? So Econoboy said fucking nothing, in my opinion, that contradicts anything I said. Oh, bless you, T. Bless you, colonialism, the power that has gone to foreign countries and cultivated tea and brought it to my Western colonial shores. God bless you. DJ says, did you enjoy Pisco getting gaped on Hassan? No, I didn't, because we did a research stream yesterday where I got actually like 24 talking points evidencing how big of a fucking piece of shit Hassan is, and I didn't get to use any of it because, you know, they were like, I don't even know if we're really talking about Hassan. And I was like, okay, well, when we talk about Hassan, I have like 24 points for why he's such a fucking piece of shit and you shouldn't sweep for him. Sten Franklin says, Pisco failing to understand socialism was mental torment. I actually defined it 3 or 4 times and everybody ignored it. Pissed me the fuck off. Sen Patty says, literally sweeping for Hassan. I don't even know if we got to Hassan, which is crazy because I thought that was going to be the crux of the conversation. Matt O'Pine says, I think there are 2 conversations trying to happen at the same time. Sure, I was trying to have the conversation related to the topic. Kay says, Pisco went on stream with Avi and wondered aloud why he got no charity from Destiny. Well, probably because you ran away from him like a rapist when he leaked consensually created sexual material. Dude Man Sue says the Erin I am a commie moment was peak. But Dude Man Sue, I don't even know if that moment is really that good of an argumentation. Like I feel like this is the thing. And I'm not trying to dog on my own audience. I love you guys. Yeah, as you know, you all have 3,000 IQ. You're well endowed, et cetera, et cetera. I don't even think the argument being proffered was Erin is not a communist. I think the argument being proffered was that Erin is not a violent revolutionary Marxist-Leninist. So her saying that she's a communist or whatever, I don't think that's the dunk that everybody thought it was. So that's where I was actually like, I felt the emotional momentum, but truth be told, the audio on Erin's stream was kind of quiet. That's actually why I was repeating it, by the way. It sounded like I was just saying what she was saying to be annoying. I was saying what she was saying because I could barely hear it and I wanted the audience to hear it. But I don't think that moment was that good of an own, truth be told, even though it's the clip that's going to get spread out of it. Son Patty says, dude, you own the fuck out of Pisco with the food versus healthcare part. Well, that's why I wanted to own as many things as possible. Like Stephen did this thing where, what was it? Pisco was like, well, doesn't capitalism require violence? And Stephen was like, well, I don't know. I don't know. And he just wouldn't own it because I think that he thought that he was getting set up for a trap. But the obvious answer is yes, capitalism requires violence, but capitalism requires violence in order to protect private property, meaning that I have property, and if somebody comes in and takes my shit without my consent, then I can call the cops and the cops will come beat the fuck out of that guy, right? That's the violence that's required within capitalism. Whereas within socialism, with the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and then also within communism, a moneyless, stateless classless society, which by the way hasn't existed yet, what happens is I have to produce things in order for the society to work. Like as a worker, I have to make the food. I have to make the water. I have to clean the water. I have to participate in industry. And if I don't, then a guy is going to show up and beat the fuck out of me, right? That's how all the dystopian, authoritarian, communist societies work. Then, not only do I get the shit kicked out of me, but I am provided a small slice of what I was generated because we're within an egalitarian society. And then the remainder of what I produced gets redistributed to every other citizen. And if I object to my production being redistributed without my consent, then I get the shit kicked out of me again. It's necessary that, like, within capitalism, there's some degree of voluntarism where I can engage in voluntary economic activity without the state interceding in my life whatsoever. Whereas, unless I'm a communist or socialist dick sucker, like 70 to 80% of the activity within a socialist society could just as well not even be voluntary, but the state would enforce that activity anyways. That's the difference. Anybody with a fucking brain, like anybody with an IQ higher than 90 should understand that. And but Stephen didn't want to jump on it, and then I did. And then Stephen's like, no, that's not what I was going to say. And then he listened to me finish explaining it. And then he was like, okay, that was what I was going to say. That was the funniest part of the debate for me. Okay. The funniest part of the debate for me was Stephen always being reticent to jump on things. And then me being like, I want to have a conversation. Let's go. And then that manifesting in the moment where I explained something that Stephen was hesitant on, and then him freaking out and saying, Connor, you don't speak for me. And then hearing what I have to say and being like, no. Actually, that's totally correct. That was fucking awesome. That was my favorite moment. Holy shit. Black tea lattes are fucking amazing. Oh, Sen Patty says that was gold. You're cooked for agreeing with each other. I don't even think he agreed with me. I think that Pisco got hoisted by his own petard. I think he had to walk that back mentally almost immediately. Sonia Perry says, yeah, she sounds like Hassan using the mask on shit. Agreed, but we have to prove that, right? Parody of Language says, do you think Destiny is just trying to smear Pisco? I mean, a little bit, but so is Pisco. Pisco was being an uncharitable douche as well. Brady Costello says, let me address your point directly. Avoids point entirely. Econoboy, probably. You said it, not me. DD22E says, also, Adel is not a Marxist for the love of God. Even if she was, okay, they were talking about like labor, and they were talking about Adel, which is some like Australian socialist or some shit. So they were talking about like these socialist parties. My cat analogy works perfectly fine. You can't tell me the cat analogy doesn't work. It fucking works. If these people could institute a decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, they would. They fucking can't. They live in a strong democratic society with a military and security apparatus and political establishment that doesn't agree with them. So while within the confines of democracy, they can be voted into power, and they can make some economic and social reforms. They are not running the society. That was the other thing that was so fucking stupid about that debate, by the way. The other thing that was so stupid about that debate, they were like, oh, well, Labor's been in power, and then when they got voted out, they turned over power, and the Australian Labor government, they got voted into power, and when they got voted out, they did it. So actually, technically, England and Australia have been socialist in the past. Fucking excuse me? What? So you're telling me that they achieved the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production in Australia and England. News to fucking me, by the way. But let's put that to the side. Even when they were in power, they still had to share power with the rest of the representative democracy. They still had to share power with the constitutional monarchy. No, they fucking weren't. No, they weren't in power. They were in power insofar as George Bush was in power or Donald Trump is currently in power. And that was the other thing that pissed me off, was they were like, oh, well, when the socialists were in power, technically they were socialist societies. I was like, you fucking idiot. That's the dumbest argument ever. Donald Trump is currently in power. Would you say that America is and by the way, I think he's a political corporatist and flexible authoritarian, even if he doesn't understand what those words mean. So in my opinion, Donald Trump is a fascist based off of a genteel style understanding of the word fascism. Are we in a fascist society right now? No, we're still in a republic. We're still in a republic, but because we still have the rule of law, because the security establishment still enforces the rule of law, because the courts still enforce our Republican and democratic norms. So even if a fascist is in charge of a fascist, if a fascist is in charge of a country, doesn't mean that that country becomes instantaneously fascist unless everybody bends the knee to the fascist. That was such a wildly stupid fucking point that I could not believe I was in a room with people as intelligent as they are. Econoboy is not a stupid person. Pisco, not a stupid person. Steven, not a stupid person. And yet I felt like that line of argumentation was some of the dumbest shit I'd heard in my entire fucking life. True Zealot for $5 says, you failed the panel side quest, but here's a $5 for your pain and suffering. Thank you, True Zealot. I appreciate you. Slayer Trick says, Pisco pissed himself. Let him piss. Let him piss. Sen Patty says, bro has broken his own brain. It was kind of crazy. Hergerberg says, Pisco really just wanted to try on dunk on Destiny the whole time and didn't care about the topic, which was frustrating for me. Fashion 40 says, I was surprised in his ignorance on those political systems. Yeah, if you're going to, if the whole argument is you're a useful idiot for the people who believe in these political systems, you should probably be like vaguely aware of the political systems you're arguing about. Gen X says, good morning, Liberal King. Good morning. Sen Patty says he agreed with you. I know. Sten Franklin says, these are the grudge matches that we don't usually get since Hassan, Bosch, etc. don't engage. I know. Fortress Arcs are for pussies. True Zealot says, we'll be surprised if folks take Pisco seriously in the political field after that. No. You guys do this. Taze. I love my editor, Taze, but he said the same thing to me as well. He was like, what'd he say? He was like, Pisco had a nice lawyer job, but then he started dating this commie girl and started hanging out with Erin, and now he's just letting all the lefties rot his brain, and nobody's going to take him seriously and all this kind of bullshit. And then for me, it was like, no, Pisco, when he's chill, is still smart, is still like smart on the law, is still capable of doing political commentary. This will just be a debate L. Dude, we all have debate L's. Like, y'all don't realize we all have fucking debate L's. What is it? My biggest debate L, which I still feel like I won, by the way, but, you know, call that cope if you want. My biggest debate L was Twitter files and Hunter Biden. And I still feel like out of the line of argumentation that I made, probably 70% of what I was arguing was like factual. So it wasn't even in dispute whether or not the things I was describing were real. The question was how important those things are to modern society. And then the remaining 30% where we fought was Destiny and his fucking orbiter clique kicking my dick in for 3 hours and me screaming at them. So that was my debate, debate L. But at the same time, I think since then, they've conceded the 70% descriptive claims that I was making. And then I feel like my prescriptive claims have come into contention. And then I feel like all the orbiters who were a part of the orbit, all of them have fucking burned out. All of them have flamed out. Where the fuck are they? Where's Wicked Supreme? He should be making content right now. I don't see anybody talking about Wicked Supreme making content. Where's Erin? She took a hiatus after the Destiny drama and then is just now creating content. Where's fucking... I'm trying to think of who else was in that conversation. Pixie might have been a part of that conversation. I can't remember. Was it Sherry? Oh, yeah, Sherry was in that conversation. Where's Sherry? She's fallen out of fucking orbit. She's basically hanging out with J-Stock. So not only did these people burn out within the conversation, can't contend with shit in reference to the conversation, they burnt out as orbiters, which is fine. You don't have to orbit Destiny in order to make content. But then they stopped creating content. Where the fuck are these people? Right? You lost. I won. Fuck you. All right, let me try to catch up with chat. Oh. Anyways, Pisco will still be taken seriously. He's still a good debater. Dude Man Sue said, that was just a bad showing last night. Dude Man Sue says, healthcare is greater than food. You're cooked. Laugh my ass off. Yeah, that was crazy. Connor, you should look into the difference between social democratic parties like Labor and SDP and Marxists. Yeah, sure. But even like Labor has some founding charter document that says like, we are socialists. So right there, it feels like the argument kind of loses. Becomes infinitely less nuanced. Actually, not a person says, the only thing I think Pisco is better at than Destiny is tripling down on a losing hand. That's rude. Urs Gottenbein. The bear of Gottenbein says, Pisco is just angry at himself because he believed Pixie instantly half a year ago. I still think Pixie is probably right in the fact, like, no offense, I understand these are all allegations or whatever. Pixie's porn got leaked. She can be mad about that. I just don't think it's worth $15 million. I think that her and Steven should have come to some kind of settlement where she said, hey, listen, I don't really want to create content where people are harassing me with my own pornography every single day. And so due to circumstances unforeseen from you were reckless and stupid and you kind of fucked over my digital career. Help me start my new career. And then they should have worked together in order to go to law school. I think that would have been a perfectly fine settlement between the two of them. Now, maybe Destiny needed a little bit of a sexual reckoning to humble himself in reference to, how reckless he was. But, I still think that outcome would have been infinitely preferable to what's happening right now. Fast and Bulba says, morning, yes or no? Correct answer. Sorry for being mean. I know I need to make it through the content like more aggressively, or make it through your guys' comments more aggressively because you guys are fucking popping off. But that is one of the funnier things from the debate was like, yes or no, yes or no, yes or no, and then Steven actually said yes quietly, but Pisco didn't hear it, so he's like, no, answer the question, yes or no, and Steven's like, I literally just said yes. Yeah, that's where have you ever seen somebody get counterpunched? I want to show this to you. So I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you this because I think it's very metaphorical. This was something that happened to Vosh in a debate. Let me show you. So Conor McGregor counter punch. So there's this concept in boxing where basically it's a counter punch. Okay, you're not actually trying to land the first strike. You're trying to land the second strike. And the reason why this can be so fucking dangerous is because your opponent has to commit to something before you do what you do, right? And so what happens is there's actually like a lot of advantage in striking first. There's also a substantive advantage in counter-striking. Hence the word Counter-Strike, like the video game. But the point is that if you come in aggressively, then once you're committed to a position, your opponent can hit you back. And so the whole point is you want to be aggressive, but you don't want to be so aggressive that you give your opponent the capacity to fucking counter-strike you because you're not paying attention. And so watch this. He comes in, but he's committed. Boom, counter-strike. Boom, counter-strike. Boom, counter-strike. And so that's kind of, in my opinion, what happened last night, where freaking Pisco's coming in super hot, and then Steven just waits for a good opportunity and then just fucking smashes him with his own momentum. I feel like that's what happened. All right. I just wanted to make it metaphorical because I'm tired and I'm still waking up. Oh, let me go back to your guys' comments. Sorry if there isn't any real, like, maybe we'll watch the debate. I don't know. But sorry that there isn't like other content that I'm immediately jumping into. If you want me, you're like, Connor, what the fuck are you talking about? What is this debate? Like, you know, why are you still talking about this? Sorry if that's your opinion right now, but realistically, half of the people in my chat right now are DGGers who watched the debate. So I'm kind of doing like a post-debate. I don't know what you would call that. It's like depressurization. Like when you go scuba diving and then you have to come up slow in order to depressurize. That's what I'm doing right now. So instead of jumping immediately into the next content, it's like an after action report. It's like an after boxing interview. Fashion 40 for 5 says, would love a convo with you and Econo Boy on the different regions' use of communism and socialism. Yeah, but I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I don't want to concede that social democracy is socialism. I don't want to. I feel like it's useful for my enemies. Crayon says, I'm sad. The debate exactly went how I wanted it not to. Yeah, me too. Anonymous Chatter says, 14 likes on 55 viewers. Pump those numbers up, rookies. True. Like the stream. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Engage with other chatters. There's lots of really funny, interesting, smart people in chat. And then watch the VODs, love the VODs, enjoy the VODs. DD22E says, Kraut has a great video on the development of social democracy and why it developed before Marxism and it has nothing to do with it. Good. Andy B says, these lefties would put you into a camp next to the MAGAs in a millisecond. Yes. I understand my enemy, but just be aware of that. Oh, Andy B, not only am I aware of that, that was the conversation last night. The conversation was, hey, Econo Boy is endlessly naive about his own political project, and Pisco and his ilk are useful idiots for infinitely more nefarious people. Parity of language to socialism equals communism? No, it doesn't. Socialism is a decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and communism is a moneyless, stateless, classless society. So no, it's not. So socialists oftentimes want a communist society as their end goal, and communists can use state capitalism and socialism as their stepping stones to try to get to communism, but they are not definitionally the same thing. This is like saying anarcho-capitalists and libertarians are the same thing. Now, in practice on the internet, that is true. Like most people who claim the title libertarian are anarcho-capitalists. However, realistically, libertarianism does include the philosophy of a minimalist government to facilitate maximal human freedom. So, like, you could be a libertarian statist. Libertarians just use statist like a slur. True Zealot says, if debating towards 40K content always leans towards Caiaphas Cain, he's the hero of the Imperium after all. Yeah, actually, I want to do book reports, dude. That's what I want to do. So, I could go on a 10-minute rant about the challenges of making 40K content when they're constantly not releasing new animations, but I will save you 10 minutes of your lives. Parody. Part of the issues with communism, Dunk, is that it isn't really accurate. Sure. Pelican says, morning, Connor, morning chat. That debate was an absolute shit show, and I was here for it. The entire thing was like a fever dream of panels from 2019 to 2021. Nothing accomplished but throat pain. True. Base Perry says, I thought you did good. How do you feel about it when overall? Oh, I thought it was a total shit show. That's one of the worst debates of my career. And it's not because of me, in my opinion. We just did not talk about anything substantive the entire time. And just when we were on the verge of moving into something substantive, Pisco was like, well, there was this one time where Pisco was like, well, we just don't agree on the definition, so I want to move past it. And I was like, no, because that's the crux of the argument. The crux of the argument is the fact that you're using an overly broad definition of socialism in order to sweep for socialists. This is what I'm here to argue with you about. Fucking. All I have to say is profanity. JetX says, the only criticism I saw was someone saying you and Destiny weren't arguing the same thing. I was working, so I didn't notice. Yeah, sure. But that was, I don't give a fuck. That's the other thing. Pisco kept saying I was a white blood cell for Steven, but I was making totally independent arguments that I wanted him to contend with. I didn't just argue just to sweep for Destiny. I was arguing because I was trying to forward my own points. And Sen Patty says, wildly regarded as a bad move. Yeah. Kay said, it's debated as to whether or not there was consent to share the videos. Okay. So the consent was, this is the argument, that, and this is like represented within the legal documents, is that, who is it? Pixie, allegedly, I'll give her the same level of charity, sent videos of, or Steven not only created videos with Pixie that Pixie initiated. Allegedly, there's DMs of her saying that she wanted to create the videos in the first place. But there's allegedly communications of Pixie asking her or him to send the videos to her so she could share them with her boyfriend. Totally psycho shit, by the way. Then there's videos that Pixie and her boyfriend created that she then sent to Steven with the understanding that Steven was going to share them with Melina. And so there was never this like explicit conversation of don't share it with your other partners. And if anything, there was an inference that Melina would see it. So then it kind of becomes the question of, well, once you send a sexual video of you engaging with a partner to someone else, is there some degree of expectation that not only could that potentially be leaked, but also that that person might share it with other people, right? That's the line of argumentation. And so, by the way, I agree with that argumentation. I'm never going to shoot homemade pornography with my wife and then send it to someone else and not expect that there's some potential that it would get leaked. And well, number one, I'm not going to do that at all anyways. But if I did do that, then I would expect that there would be a small chance that it would get leaked. And I would expect that there was a small chance that even if the person agreed that they weren't going to show it to anybody else, they still might show it to somebody else because people are selfish weirdos, right? Shout out to Bravo says Pisco is getting placed in the trebuchet right next to Hassan. Randy Chang says, I tried to watch, I couldn't get more than 90 minutes or so. Yeah, it was brutal. Pisco Bridge gone. I mean, I'll still talk to Pisco. I don't give a shit. Christian Blair says, good morning. The little remaining respect I had for Pisco, I hope he is willing to call out, be combative against tanky bullshit in the future, but I have serious doubts. I don't think he will. I think last night was an indication that he's like, no, fuck you. I'll sweep for these people. That's what that felt like. DJ said, Pisco said day before the debate he was planning to go hard. Okay, he went too hard. He got counterpunched in the fucking face. Brandon Zero says, you, Destiny's sexual lore is outdated. Half the shit you say has directly been disproven, but hey, don't worry too much about it. You didn't say anything bad. I don't even know. No, I don't think you could tell me in chat if you want to. I don't think anything that I've said is inaccurate. LB says, I think Destiny was dishonest and kept trying to change the topic to his definition. I don't even think Destiny proffered a definition. I know he didn't proffer a better definition than mine. Cases optically, it looks like Pisco used Destiny to boost his own name and then fucked off when the shit hit the fan. I mean, that's probably true, but I don't think that Pisco would view that as nefarious. I think he would view that as I like Steven. Steven was a friend. We were making collaborative content together. We had a plan to make content together in New York, and then everything exploded, and it was too much of a professional liability. So plenty of people had that opinion, and it's a valid opinion. But like Dan said during the drama, if you have that opinion that Steven is too much of a professional liability for you to even have a conversation with anymore, don't come crawling back when it's convenient. Nenu says Pisco was either bad faith or just completely unknowledgeable of what is pretty simple political economic science. Yeah. I'm going to start scrolling a little bit faster and not reading everything, but I'll read the ones that I think pop out to me. Yeah, as a Norwegian, Econoboy was horribly wrong about a few things. We are strong capitalists and we have designed our economic system to take advantage of that for our export industry. Yeah. I do not concede that Scandinavians are socialist. Because, to my knowledge, Scandinavians, while having a robust welfare state, they haven't decommodified food, shelter, and water. They've probably made it cheap, and they've probably made assistance programs for the disadvantaged, but they haven't made it decommodified, meaning that it's free to individuals. And then they also don't have workers owning the means of production. They have unions. They have stock benefits. They have what else do they have? They have like all that kind of stuff, but they also have a voluntary and vigorous free market side by side with the unions. So in Scandinavia, it might take you extra paperwork in order to create a company that doesn't have all the same like stock options and union shit that established industries do. But technically, it's possible to create a new private business in the Scandinavian countries that don't have a robust, like stock ownership program for employees. I think that's possible. Ninu says private ownership is not only the standard here in Norway, it's the encouraged standard. See, that's what I'm saying. And bear in mind, Scandinavia is multiple countries that we kind of all throw together. It's Norway, Finland, Sweden, and I think sometimes Denmark is considered a part of the Scandinavian countries. How do you do psychological tests on cats? No idea. Dude, I'm a streamer now. Okay, I'm gonna do the I'm a small bean argument. I don't know how we do psych studies on cats. Conservative liberalism says my grandpa has told me for decades that cats will eat your eyes if you die. Yep. Pelican says, I hate the social democracy does not equal socialism argument. To be honest, words have meaning, but meaning can evolve. The truth is some progressives want a different label based on potential good from socialist ideals. Fuck that. And I'm not conceding it. I'm not conceding it. You don't get to fuck up half of the world through authoritarian socialist and communist projects. Then Scandinavian countries build robust welfare states on top of existing vigorous capitalist economies. And then you can go, oh yeah, well, actually, that's what we meant. Fuck that. Own your bullshit. If it's if you fucked up half the world, say like, yeah, actually, we fucked up half the world, but here's how we're not going to fuck it up in the future. Don't give me that shit that like, lol, we're actually social democrats. Like, fuck you. No offense. Jen sent me something, and I guess I need to watch it at some point. Oh, Jen, I'll read this later. Afro Jew says, I appreciate your debate performance. By the way, wasn't Econoboy unironically making the same socialist argument 1950s conservative made against FDR's New Deal? So social security is socialism, I guess. Yeah, Afro Jew. That's part of my problem. Is that with this line of argumentation, everything becomes socialist. Firefighters are socialist. Cops are socialist. Teachers are socialist. FEMA is socialist. Everything is socialist, which is bullshit. It's socialist propaganda to claim that redistributive economics that provide essential services for states to operate is socialism, which is bullshit. Don't buy it. It's fucking tanky propaganda. It's fucking socialist propaganda. Herga Berg says, if people on the left want to waste time trying to convince the people on the right that socialism isn't that bad, then they're wasting their time. I know I've tried to do this IRL. No, they're not, because they're going to co-opt the positives of social democracy, and they're going to make socialism social democracy, and then they're going to convince a bunch of stupid fucking ahistorical 19-year-olds that Scandinavia is actually socialist, And then they're going to vote in fucking like Hassan Piker power level hiders. No, they're not. They're not wasting their time at all. Melody says, was funny. Wish you were able to get the Hassan topic. Me too. Hergerberg says, you might be right about it, but doesn't matter. And it's not worth the effort anymore. Fuck you. This is politics, Hergerberg. Don't tell me what's not worth fucking effort. This is Twitch and YouTube politics. We're exclusively here to argue about like highfalutin philosophical and political ideas until we're blue in the face. That's what we're here for. So if you're like, it doesn't even matter, then you're in the wrong chat. Gen X says there were over 600 people in Wick's chat. Anyone ever seen him that high before? Nope. That's probably his peak. Ninu says, we love bankruptcies here in Norway. We don't mostly care about creating jobs, but having the workers work for the most profitable and efficient company. Based. The Devil says, the look on Pisco's face after both the vids of Erin played was cinema. I still don't think that was that big of an own. LB, I'm just a small bean. I'm just a small bean. Let's do the Hassan is a small bean argument. I hate that shit. Hassan only has 50,000 live viewers. He's only like the top 3 streamers in the world, and he only gets viewership in line with mainstream media news companies, but he's just a small bean. Why are you criticizing him? Fuck that. If you have shit ideas, I'll criticize you if you have 5 fucking viewers. How about that? How about we set that precedent? If you have 5 viewers and dog shit ideas, I'll still fucking talk shit about you. How about that? How about that for a fucking standard? Christmas is subbing in the colonialist prayer for the grill hottest prayer. True. We need to make a tea prayer. So the grill hottest prayer is may your grill be hot, may your beers be cold, and may you keep all your fingers while blowing shit up. Amen. That's the grill hottest prayer. We need to come up with a colonial tea prayer as well. It's like, I thank the ancestors for conquering the Asians and the South Americans so that I might have this delicious coffee and or tea. We can work on it. I'm going to type it out, though. For conquering Asia and South America so I may have this delicious coffee or tea. Amen. All right. I just made a preliminary colonial prayer. DJ says, communism can't happen without violence. Yeah, sure. But there's people like anarcho-communists who believe that you can create parallel structures to the government so that the government doesn't need to provide services to the people anymore. And so the need of the government naturally evaporates. And then you institute a moneyless, stateless, classless society. And you would do that by effectively creating communes everywhere. Like farms and shit where everybody like works and everybody shares everything that they create. That would be the anarcho-communist model. So I don't think it'll work, but philosophically it's possible, right? AF Racing says you had to eat food and Marx had to eat food, so you're basically the same as Marx. Based. All right. I think we need to react to content, and if we're going to talk about the content anyways, I think we might as well just break it down, right? Should we just break it down? Because I can keep reacting to your guys' comments, but we're just going to be here. And by the way, we have like 150 people on Valor, which is awesome. Welcome aboard. Like the stream, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them, share it with your friends, comment for the comment gods, engage in chat, all that bullshit. And I'll keep engaging with chat for another few minutes, but I feel like we should get into content. And if I'm going to keep talking about the debate anyways, should we just watch the debate? Like, I get it. It's overdone. It's overwrought. I already took the psychic damage, so it's actually painful for me to watch a debate. However, are there moments that we need to break down because I think that they were important? Probably. So if I'm going to spend the next like hour or 2 hours talking about the debate anyway, should we just watch the debate? Crayon says, Pisco calling Destiny a spad and cut her white blood cells was sus as fuck. Yeah, it just felt like elbows. Melody says, the aggressive Mike BJ to threaten a Boy was hilarious at the end of the show. Dude, Dude, so I did that because, no offense, these people were fucking. I'm trying not to get mad again. They were just saying the dumbest shit for prolonged periods. And when I jumped in and threw an elbow, they were like, I was talking. I was talking. I know this is a panel and I know I'm being rude. And I know that you haven't talked in 15 minutes, but I was talking. And it's like, bitch, throw a fucking elbow back, right? You start a sentence, you know, and I say, hey, that's wrong. Then you go, hey, Connor, shut the fuck up. Here's why it's right. That's a panel, not, you know, you say something wrong. I say, hey, fuck you, that's wrong. And then you go, I need another 5 minutes to expand upon how I'm wrong. It's like, fuck you, that's not a panel. You've grown weak. Victory has defeated you. Death Lily says Econo Boy never proved that him calling himself a socialist doesn't excuse a radical socialist. Yeah, if anything, he validated. AF Racing says the cat analogy was not just good, it was perfect. Awesome. LB says, you keep trying to pigeonhole democratic socialists, but that's not what we're saying. Well, then you're not fucking socialist. If you don't believe in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, then you're not fucking socialist. So stop using the term socialist. Call yourself a social democrat. You're the furthest left capitalist that you can be. Congratulations. Bud123 says, aren't the Labor Party social democratic in policy? I mean, that's what they argued as well. True Zealot says, didn't you know the president says they're socialist? The government is actually socialist. I know, that was the fucking dumbest point. Oh, I wanted to kill myself last night. I guess we might as well do it again. Hegemon says, Connor, I was impressed by your total 5 minutes of talking. Thanks. Just Carpet just donated $5 with no comment. Thank you. All right. All right. Sherry, does Connor mean cherry? No, I don't mean cherry. I mean Sherry. Chaeiry. Cherry is Xander Hall's trans editor. Sherry is the Barbadian mixed race BPD girl that Steven used to fuck with that's dating J-Stock now, that allegedly there was an audio recording that was created without consent. Yeah, Sten Franklin says, any real engagement with socialist commie discourse disproves they just want healthcare line. Pisco cannot be this dense. That's why I was saying he was a useful fucking cocksleeve. I use that term, and it's disgusting. I don't even like the term cocksleeve. I find it repulsive, but that's part of the reason why I used it. Megastar for $5. Dude, you mogged the fuck out of Pisco. All right. I'm going to scroll to the bottom because chat's still popping off. And I'm going to ask you a question. God, chat's popping off. All right. Do you guys... So this is my opinion. We can find whatever's hot and try to watch it and break it down, but I'm going to lose 30% of my viewership and I'll be annoyed and I'll still be thinking about the debate. The other option is we watch the debate and we break it down and we point out how fucking stupid it is. So, are you guys okay with watching the debate and breaking it down? Because it is a lot of fucking psychic damage and it will hurt me physically. But I mean, that's what's hot anyways right now, right? Debate. Please don't cover the definitions around socialism. So fucking boring. That's the debate, Peter Mars. Watch the debate. Let's take psychic damage in the name of viewership. Charles Burrows says, overall, the debate does seem to boil down to Pisco and Econo Boy thinking most self-proclaimed socialists just want well-intentioned policies. Yep. Put it in my veins. All right. Yes or no, chat. All right. All right. Let's do it. Let's do it. Seems like enough people are here for the fucking debate anyways, so we might as well fucking take damage. Fuck. I just did this. I was there. I was there. Oh. This is going to hurt, man. This is going to hurt. Destiny streamer. I'll watch it from Destiny's perspective. Maybe he'll have like additional shit. All right. Let me increase the quality. Let me go full screen. Let me add it to stage. All right, let's do it. Hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd and a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran. Last night, I participated in a debate that hurt my brain, and my audience is bullying me to watch it again and break it down at the parts where it all fell apart. That's what we're going to be doing, even though it's going to hurt me psychically tremendously. Let's go. Oh, I'm not ready.
If you want to,
I'm not asking if I wanted to. I could. I'm asking your opinion. I'm not saying. Wait, my co-host is Marxist-Leninist.
Ask her about her political beliefs next time you're on stream.
What's your evidence of that?
Prior conversations. What do you mean?
What is your evidence of that? What did she say?
I don't have the fucking VOD offhand. Are you serious? You need me to have the VOD? You want me to have the exact VOD right now?
Tell me what you said, you bitch.
No, I'm not a socialist. I'm a communist. That's why it says commie. Mainstream people who call themselves socialists are actually communists, but they're too scared to say that they're communists, so they call themselves a socialist because right now that's kind of like where the cultural zeitgeist is permissible of.
But I do have one more.
Yeah, dude, I'm just going to tell you, I don't think that was that big of an own. I know the audience reacted like that was a huge own. I don't think that's that big of an own.
Clip.
Are you in favor of abolishing private property?
Oh, yeah, I am.
There's some tensions are high in different communities and things like that, so I might be a little more heavy-handed on moderation than I normally would be, because I do want the topic itself to be discussed at least a little. But other than that, I'm just going to give the mic to you guys and let you guys go at it. We're going to hand the mic first to Econoboy, give his thoughts, and then we'll just kind of go around. Econoboy, start us off.
Yeah. So, for those listening, the topic is courting the far left. I take that to be essentially a political and strategic discussion about whether or not and how exactly we should or should not court the far left. And
air quotes, nice.
The way that I think of the far left, there's a lot of polls on this. Based on all the research that I was able to do, about 10% of people that vote for Democrats call themselves socialist, and about another 10% call themselves extremely liberal. So if we were to think Kamala got about 49% of the vote, that's to say that something like 10% of those people are either extremely liberal or socialist.
Death Lily says, counterpoints, watch Hutch watching it. That would be funny to have Hutch's commentary, but I'd rather just have a conversation with Hutch. I don't want to listen to him. I don't want to watch him pause every 5 minutes and then me pause every 5 minutes and rant for 5 minutes. I don't want to do that shit. All right. That sounds like too much.
Their self-identification. And so I think that what that means to me is that we should take what those people say, those actually existing far left voters, seriously. That to the extent that they have demands, they should have a seat at the.
All right, I already know what he's gonna say. I'm gonna move to my shit. I was there last night. Okay, he's gonna say the far left is a demographic that we should consider. They're not as bad as you think they are. They're part of the coalition. Blah 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 blah. Okay. In my opinion, he's kind of sweeping for the far left within his own conversation, but I don't really care. Oh, okay. Let's watch Pisco, though. Let's watch Pisco. Pisco, I can object to.
The Pisco? Go ahead.
Yeah, so it obviously depends on what you mean by court and what you mean by the far left. So obviously.
Sorry, hold on. This seems important. Brandon Zero says, I think you don't understand why the audience sees it as an own. It's got nothing to do with she's a commie or the hiding power level. It's got to do with Pisco, not with Erin. Well, tell me why, Brandon Zero, then. Tell me why. Because you've told me I'm wrong twice so far today. And, fuck you for that. But tell me why. Because with Pisco already knew that she was a commie. Right? So if she already knew Or if he already knew that she was a commie, why is her saying that he's a commie? Why is that an own? Sacred Snow says, I made a super chat that was missed and a couple added comments near it. If you get, please go back and read. I feel like it's important to push the takeaways for live and learn. Yeah. Let me do it. I don't want to miss that. Looks like I missed 2 actually. So let me go ahead and do it. Let me double click on you. Sorry. Let me scroll back up. Sacred Snow, I'm only doing this because I love you. I would not do this for any chatter. Jesus Christ, chat is popping off. I can't even... Oh, there we go. Okay. Sacred Snow, this is for working overtime on the psychic damage. I like live and learn, and it's concerning Pisco is writing the criticism off as Destiny attacking Piss for personal reasons. Yes. And then I scrolled up, and I don't see any Sacred Snow. And then I'm scrolling down... Sacred Snow says, I really feel like the whole drama could be solved by finding a middle ground between burning the bridge with Guess and Optical 1 versus 4.5 against Hutch. Yeah, of course. That's where I think that I told Josiah this. Josiah needs to either jump in on Hutch's side when he agrees with him, or they need another center-left liberal. I think that would balance out the flow of the show. Sacred Snow says, also, I can't believe that Thomas snap discussion with Hutch didn't come up when you were litigating whether or not Erin was an ML. Laugh my ass off, but Monday morning quarterbacking. I'm not even aware of that. Thanos snap discussion. Oh, yeah. Where Erin said that if 14 million people died internationally, but because of a cut to foreign aid, but she was able to institute her perfect communist utopia, she would fucking press the button. I think it's just because it's a stretch. That's the only reason why I brought it up, because, you know, Republicans are killing 14 million people internationally through social welfare cuts, and they're not even achieving socialism or communism. So using that as like oh, you're a murderous piece of shit. Like, okay, well, Republicans are literally doing that right now, and they're not even gleaning that much of a benefit. So I wouldn't use that as ammunition because I feel like it's a stretch. Now, can it be indicative of an underlying sociopathy that doesn't give a fuck about human life and is therefore willing to sacrifice tens of millions of people at the altar of communism? 100%. But is that enough to say that she's a revolutionary Marxist-Leninist? Probably not. All right, now I'm back into the chat. Fast and Bulbous says, my rule of thumb is treat the far left exactly how they would treat a Jew just chilling, Jewing it up in 2025. Based. Baridi says, Connor, remember 2 weeks ago when you fought Chat CGG because of Pisco and you said that Destiny was too vindictive? I still feel that way. But also, Pisco was out of line and he hurt himself last night. A big criticism I had for Destiny is him being supportive of people like AOC. Yeah, me too. I didn't like that shit. Stop. You guys are too generous. You're too generous. I have content to watch, and you keep super chatting me, and you keep saying interesting things. Stop it. Be dumber. Be less generous. Penguin says, if Pisco was playing footsie with tankies due to Erin, then did Destiny play footsie with Ben Shapiro due to Lauren Southern? I think what Destiny would say, which he said last night, was that every time he was in a conversation with Lauren, every time he was in a conversation with Myron, every time that he was in a conversation with Ben Shapiro, if they said some crazy right-wing shit, he would call them out and be aggressive about it, right? Brandon Zero says, we saw live that he was lying on everything from the Hassan shit to the Erin shit. Every time you brought the evidence, he is going to say he knew about it, but has spent the whole time fighting about it. I don't know if I agree with that. I don't know if I feel like that's pretty uncharitable. Anonymous says, thank you for the donation, by the way. I'm sorry for yelling at you for donating money to me. You think to become a true tier 1 or tier 2 society will require some level of communism? No. Or you think capitalism will produce someone rich enough to push us into space as a species? Yeah, I think mixed economy capitalism is perfectly fine, perfectly capable of generating and distributing the wealth necessary in order for us to peak as a species. So, all right. Anyways, I have to ignore you. Okay. I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Please like, please super chat, please watch the VODs, etc., etc. But I have to get through the content. Okay.
Basically, like, I would be in support if by far left you mean people like Mamdani, people
Mamdani is far left.
like AOC, these kinds of
They are far left, but they might claim the term socialist, but they primarily advocate for social democratic policies.
people who identify, Bernie Sanders as a socialist.
Bernie Sanders 100% simped for authoritarian socialist regimes in the 1980s. Matter of fact, fuck that. Let me, even in the thousands, Bernie Sanders, Venezuela. Watch this shit. Venezuela. Hold on. There's this clip. I hope it's not buried. God, where is it? There's this fucking clip. It's really bad. Oh, this one.
On August 5th, 2011, Bernie Sanders wrote this post showing or talking about the different gaps, such as the jobs gap, the income gap, and stuff, saying that we need to close the gaps. At the end of the article, he says, these days, the American dream is more apt to be realized in South America, in places such as Ecuador, Venezuela, and Argentina, where incomes are actually more equal today than they are in the land of Horatio Alger, if that's how you pronounce it. Who's the banana republic now? Well, let me ask you this, Bernie Sanders. How is Venezuela doing now?
So for those of you who don't know why I give a fuck about this, it's because my whole accusation is that socialists who use social democratic policies to gain popularity amongst the impoverished masses oftentimes sweep for authoritarian, dictatorial, shitty socialist states. That's just one example. But I could find Bernie Sanders sweeping for Cuba through the 70s and 80s. I can find him doing apologia for the Soviet Union in the 70s and 80s. I can find Noam Chomsky apologizing for Pol Pot and for random, like, authoritarian, murderous, fucking leftist regimes. I can find him making excuses for fucking Iran and all these other fucking piece of shit authoritarian nightmare countries. And so you want me to pretend that you're not hiding your power level. You want me to pretend that you're just ooh-woo, cutesy, nice social democrats who just want a better minimum wage, unions to make a comeback, and universal health care. Fuck you. You're hiding your power level. I know you're hiding your power level.
I think that there are absolutely things that we can agree on with socialists, and we're a big tent enough coalition if what you mean by far left includes those people. But ultimately, this is a conversation I think about semantics. What is the far left? Who are the group of people who are like anti-liberal or anti-constitutional that you want to exclude? And to what extent do you want to exclude them? Does exclude mean...
I'm going to answer this question right now because I totally ignored what the fuck I said. And one of Pisco's call-ins said this. Caller-ins. He said, instead of playing footsie with them and being nice with them, treat them like Fox News. That's what he said. And I think that's 100% correct. You can go on leftist shows. You can talk to communists. You can talk to Marxist-Leninists. Shit, if I could talk to Hassan Piker, I would talk to Hassan Piker. If I could talk to Bad Empanada, I really wouldn't want to, but I will if I need to. I'll talk to all these fucking Marxist-Leninist commie fucks, especially if they have a platform. But when I go on there, it's not going to be the Connor is best friends with communists hour. It's going to be Connor fucking goes on to talk about a specific topic, but if any communist gobbledygook comes up at all, we're going to fight. You know what I'm saying?
Don't invite them to create a party platform. Does exclude mean not interact with them in any respect, even as Econoboy mentioned, to like use their platform either for a debate or to like promote the candidacy or to try to convince people? I don't know if I'll go that far. I certainly wouldn't want to incorporate any Marxist-Leninist ideas into the Democratic platform if that's what's being meant by courting the voters or courting the far left. So ultimately, it's a semantic argument, but we're not here for that. We're here because, in my opinion, there's been a bad faith campaign to.
Sacred Snow says, "Oh, so your question is, which is more likely, The Outer Worlds, 40K, or Star Trek?" The Expanse. The Expanse is the most likely.
Basically smear me and Econoboy and Josiah as having moved to the far left, as having put space in our coalition to really allow for anti-democratic, anti-constitutional ideas and to not push back on them. And I think what you'll find that there are tensions right now, I think, in the different coalitions, the different viewer bases, but they don't have to do with a big substantive disagreement. I encourage everyone who's watching, actually look during the course of this conversation, how much disagreement substantively is there going to be? If we're talking about like this semantic game about what a socialist,
it's not a semantic game. This fucking pissed me off to no end. Pisco brought this up half a dozen times. She's like, I just think it's semantics. I just think it's semantics. Let's go ahead and pull up the fucking definition of semantic. It's not semantics. It's the ideology underlying the semantics. Relating to the meaning in language or logic. So every single socialist I know who has read a lick of socialist literature believes that socialism is a decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production, and believes that communism is the moneyless, stateless, classless society that's idealized by Marxists. Those are the actual fucking definitions. Okay? So don't blow smoke up my ass and say that social democracy or the Scandinavian countries or whatever are, they're the same thing as socialism. Fuck you for trying to conflate these ideologies and these economic models. Could you fucking imagine if I was a Christian conservative, but I kept trying to conflate Christian nationalism and fascism with generic Christian conservatism the way that fucking Charlie Kirk does? Not only are you, as a sane individual, going to smell that shit from a mile away, but you better have the fucking stones to call it out, because you're trying to use normie fucking Christian ideology where it's like, hey, we should vaguely follow the Bible in our conduct, and I think that the First Amendment is incorrect and we can use Christianity to guide the way that we craft policy. That's Christian conservatism. Christian nationalism is, I want to live in a Christian theocracy and I don't give a fuck what the Constitution says. So if I started conflating those two terms, that's not a semantic issue. That's an ideological issue. And I'm sorry for getting so fucking pissed off, but because in a panel setting, you have limited time to explain yourself, this fucking made me endlessly mad last night when Pisco kept trying to reduce the conversation to some kind of semantic disagreement about like a vague series of ideas. They're not vague. They're very specific. They very much matter, and how they affect the future of the United States very much matters. So fuck you for trying to conflate this shit. You're proving the point of the debate. Haterade says, nice job on the panel last night. The shit talking was hilarious. Might not be an ally to Democrats, but you are an ally of liberalism and a good advocate. Thank you. I actually like that distinction too. I am in like Democrats piss me the fuck off to no end. Republicans are pissing me off more, but it's more like disappointment right now. Liberalism, meaning maximal human freedom, is good. Thank you for the donation, by the way. Fanatic Monkey says, didn't the U.S. tie Venezuela down with sanctions after they elected a socialist? Yeah, because they nationalized all the oil and kicked all the oil companies out of the fucking country. I want to see what a socialist country could do if they're not crippled by sanctions simply because we fear socialism. Well, fuck you too. How about that? How about socialism? If it's such a strong idea, how about Soviet Union, Maoist China? How about they create flowering societies? How about you just start with China, which doesn't need the West for fucking anything? And how about they don't create a dystopian fucking nightmare? How about that? No, fuck you, Fanatic Monkey. I'm telling you to go fuck yourself. And you can be like, Connor, where's all this hostility coming from? I think you're the useful idiot that I'm talking about. If they fail on their own, then I'll admit it's a shitty form of governance, but I feel like they're deliberately held down so the U.S. can point to them and say, look bad. Number one, in geopolitics, you have to compete with rival governments. That's the nature of geopolitics. Number two, just read a fucking history book. Just go check out the history of the 20th century. Okay? It's not that fucking hard. God damn it, you guys piss me off.
Is a socialist a Nazi? Stephen is going to just get crushed on that argument by Econoboy in terms of what a normal person means by
No, he won't, because Econoboy is a soft boy.
the term socialist and how those terms are used.
No, he won't. Fuck you.
If he can produce any evidence whatsoever that me, Econoboy, or anyone on Live and Learn did something wrong in
You did do something wrong. You did something wrong last night by sweeping for socialists.
bringing on the vanguard, no.
Kafka says, doing any call-ins today? No, I'm viciously trying to avoid grabbing a hammer and smashing my own testicles against the desk before I fuck. So I'm in enough pain that I then lobotomize myself with a hammer. So no, I'm not interested in any more psychic damage than whatever we're going to consume today.
If he can bring up anything that shows that we are taking a kind of illiberal approach or trying to do some kind of bad faith, like according of the tanky vote, if he can point.
Okay, I'm going to point this out. The entire debate was whether or not you were a useful cock sleeve for socialists. You were a useful cock sleeve for socialists for 2 hours in the debate last night. And by the way, I still love Pisco. There's nothing personal here, okay? It's a little personal because we got spicy in the debate. But I would still happily talk to Pisco about any of this shit. But what I'm saying is, the whole point of the debate is whether or not you're a useful cock sleeve for socialists, and you were a useful cock sleeve for socialists last night.
To any specifics, or are we really just going to have more nitpicking on the sides while he encourages and frankly,
it's not nitpicking.
I think smears us as tankies, anti-liberal, and anti-constitutional. So I'm here.
Nope, it's not that you yourself are a tanky. It's that you're a useful idiot for tankies.
Definitely to get clarity on terms and to notice actually what is the room of substantive disagreement here, or is all of this a fugazi to cover up spite and personal conflict?
I do love the Chinese people.
Between him and other streamers, and is there really evidence that we're moving to the tanky left or the illiberal left?
Okay, well, thank you for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into all of that. Let's give it first to counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let's see what this base dude have to say. My issue with this whole thing is that there are socialists, which I define, I think, in a good faith way, for the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. There are also communists who believe that the end result of our material analysis should be a moneyless, stateless, classless society. I think these people exist. I think they have clout. I think they have influence. And I would use specific examples in our sphere of influence, like Erin or Straight who says that she's a communist. I would use the examples like Hassan Piker, who I just watched earlier today, is effectively holding hands with Marxist-Leninists and saying that he is a Marxist-Leninist. He's just, playing softy with the Social Democrats and the Democratic Socialists. That way he can get clout and influence and then radicalize them down a funnel. Ooh. So for me, what I'm trying to point out is that if you pretend that this person is normal and nice and fine and a part of the coalition, then you're going to lose the moderates, you're going to lose the center right, and for every leftist you gain, you probably lose 2 or 3 moderates. So, the vanguard, I have no idea what their politics are. I would frankly love to speak to them specifically about their politics. But if MLs are a part of the coalition, you're losing people. You're being politically ineffective. That's my argument.
Okay.
True, Connor. So true. What a good debater. What a nice head of hair. What a good hairline. What a good beard. Good comments.
Okay, thank you for being here. And last but certainly not least, Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that
Penguin, I agree with what you said. Your position makes sense, but Destiny is walking a narrow lane trying to simultaneously claim Bernie, AOC, and Mandami as liberal capitalists while writing off their supporters as tankies. Penguin, I agree with you. I actually think that AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mandami are exactly what I'm talking about, where in their heart of hearts, they want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, but they know that the political landscape doesn't support that as a political project. And so they're using social democratic policies as a way to become popular so they can sweep for their more hardcore beliefs. LB says, Democratic Socialist, Connor, don't strawman Pisco. I'm not strawmanning shit. If you think that socialism is healthcare and a higher minimum wage, you're a social democrat and you don't know what words mean. That's not my fault. That's not my problem. That's your problem. Infallible Foul says Cotter is pretending that he doesn't like Trump, but he's hiding his power level. Based.
When I was making the rounds debating Nazis in 2016 to 2018, one of the most common things that I heard from kind of like the centrists that basically gave more credence to all of the far right ideas was point to where I support this. Show me where
Kafka says, I've been on Destiny and Pisco streams in the past. I enjoy your content. Also, 40K is dope. I just think we could have a good chat sometime. Yeah, just DM me. DM me. We'll set up a one-on-one. I do one-on-ones. I just don't do like the 10-minute call-in gauntlet. We might do it in the future, just not right now.
I said that I'm racist. Show me where I said that I hate Jewish people, or I'm anti-Semitic, or I'm, trying to be a white supremacist. And there was always this like annoying fight that I would have to do where in order to start debating the Nazis, I'd have to chew through all of these epic centrists first who would say, well, I'm just a classical liberal. I'm Sargon of Akkad. I'm not actually a white supremacist. I just happen to give cover for all of these people. I don't think Econoboy or Pisco or Josiah or any of these other people, I don't think they're becoming tankies or anything like that. I just think there's a very annoying cover that's given to a lot of these people where there's like, we can 100% discern and decipher every single intention that Donald Trump has. We have no problem calling him a fascist outright. But then when you have people that hate the Democrats, that shit on our candidates, that attack everybody on our side constantly.
Oh no, you guys just flashbanged me. This is horrible. I shouldn't pull this up, but I'm going to do this anyways. South Park P condom. So there's this episode where all the boys are worried about they're worried about getting STDs, and so they start wearing condoms. And I think this is probably the best one. So they just start peeing in the condoms throughout the day, and then they like throw. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna see if the clip's available.
Condoms driving me crazy. Yeah, I changed my 3 sons already because it itches so much. Yeah, they make go to the bathroom easier.
Sorry, Pisco, people call him Pisco. They say let him piss whenever he's yelling, etc., etc. Yeah. We'll make a pee condom emote if Pisco and I keep fighting. Melody for $2 says, here's to a new mic so I can hear you yell clearly. I have a beautiful mic. I have a Shure SM7B. I have the industry standard. I have Joe Rogan's mic. There's nothing wrong with my mic. I just have a noise gate at the top. So when I scream, eventually it peaks out.
They're like, well, I don't know what they really think or how they really feel. Or when it comes to people like Hassan, like even earlier today in my subreddit, Econoboy, when asked about supporting Hassan, will say things like, well, I don't think I necessarily agree with him on everything. He says, I don't have a generally positive view of Hassan, and I think I would flatly agree with many of the criticisms levied at Hassan. That's just in my mind, even though it seems like there's some kind of separation there. That's just a wild statement to make from somebody who openly supports terrorist groups.
Yeah, Bubbling Bioengineer says, I really wanted them to contend with the losing 2 moderates to gain 1 leftist. I hope that would be the whole debate. No, you're not dumb. That should have been the debate.
Groups that kill civilians, or openly supports enemies of the United States, or openly supports the subversive.
Sorry. Vlad says, Darius Serban, why am I catching strays? Can't I be bald and chill food chubby points? Listen. You can be a bald king. Matter of fact, I'll point it out. Right here in my crown, it's still there. I still have hair, but it's a little thin compared to how it was like 5 years ago. And so if this thin crown starts spread, it's already spread a little bit. So I'm thinner up here than I used to be. I think I'm just old man thin. I don't think I'm going bald. But if I do start going bald, I'm just going to Bruce Willis it. So if the bald people in my chat feel like they caught a stray because I was excited about my hairline not receding that much, my apologies to my bald demographics. Know that I am with you spiritually. And if I become one of you, I will simply shave my head. I love you. I love you, my bald kings. Thank you.
propagandizing of our entire political party to hijack the entire movement to destroy, if not the Democratic Party, maybe even all of the entire United States of America. So I'm sure we'll get into it. I don't think it behooves us to just say all of this is a semantic disagreement. I think it's actually really important to define what a leftist is, because I think that it's important for the people to know where everybody stands, and it's important to get rid of people that are intentionally trying to obscure their beliefs and come in under the guise of being a leftist without actually stating, what their position is, and then having this this dual role that they get to play, where they can propagandize people and radicalize them without actually ever stating what it is they're trying to do. Are you?
I didn't listen to Steven at all, but I'm assuming he's basically saying that the socialists are hiding their power level and they're preying upon the ignorance of liberals and progressives. That's kind of what I heard. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
For the complete and total abolition of our democracy, or are you just somebody who wants?
Sacred Snow says, anyway, thanks for going in depth on this. Have a good one. Are you leaving because we're going in depth on this? Sacred Snow, you get your black ass back here and you suffer with us.
The government to do more stuff.
And just to get clarity, so we know what we're talking about, Destiny, are you saying that Econoboy and Pisco are running cover for those leftists that you think are infecting the Democratic Party, or however you want to put it, right?
Yes, but I don't think it's like they're secretly tanky and so they want to provide cover for their tanky friends. I think it's more just like this. There's something that happens in the Democrat brain, and I've been guilty of it too, where you're so obsessively trying to seem like even-handed that you get rooted out in this world where you're like, I'm trying to be fair and I don't want to have like Hassan derangement syndrome, so I'm just going to say, they're not that bad. I don't know that much about any of this. I'm not sure, whatever. But what it happens, what it causes is this reality where, the conversation for this podcast, what was talked about earlier, was should we appeal to leftists when it comes to gaining political power? When do leftists talk about appealing to?
From Bubbly says, Connor, you stupid bitch, just take the money. No one needs to know you have an industry standard mic.
Liberals to try to gain political power? Or when do leftists say, hey, maybe we should chill on shitting on the party, forever and ever when it comes to getting political power? Like, why is the conversation only ever on the Democratic side of things? That's just very wild to me.
Rob says, after peeking at the Destiny subreddit, it appears there was a ton of post-stream reactions. You will have to review that materials to speedrun this lol. Find me the best and DM it to me.
Okay. Well, the floor is open. Go ahead.
Should some socialist... Anyway, I have a question.
Please go.
That's so annoying. Why did I let him start? I should have fought him for the beginning. What was I trying to say?
Democratic side of things. That's just very wild to me.
Okay. Well, the floor is open.
I'm going to try to read-lip myself.
I have a question.
Please go.
I have no idea what the fuck I said.
I have a question. Yeah, so this is both to Connor and to Steven. Should some socialists, at least some, be catered to, be appealed to, and be...
No. Like if they want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, no. If we agree on some social democratic policy, like universal access to healthcare within a multi-payer system, or unions making a comeback, then I'm okay with that. But don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. Don't say that socialists are just ooh-woo cutesy social democrats. Don't fucking tell me that.
Part of the coalition.
No.
So you would agree, therefore, that Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Mamdani should not be catered to and part of the coalition, correct?
Depends on what you mean when you say catered to. So, for instance,
right.
So, for instance,
head of the ticket being a socialist like AOC, Mamdani, if they are the nominees, should we support them?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're catering to socialism.
True. Okay, hold on. Here's an important distinction that I felt Pisco was constantly ignoring. Okay, so let's say that Bernie Sanders wins the nomination, but his platform is largely social democratic. It's like Obama with the ACA, but a little bit more hardcore, right? And then at that point, if your choices are Trump or a socialist who is claiming to have a social democratic platform, then I'm not going to be offended if liberals vote for the social democrat over Trump. However, if a socialist runs on decommodifying basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, or even if their social democratic policies are a bit too hardcore, people like me, people who like capitalism, people who like mixed economy capitalism, people who like guns and freedom and entrepreneurialism and all that kind of shit, just don't expect us to come along for the ride. It's not anything personal. It's just that we disagree and we think that it's, we would rather live in a capitalist fucking shithole of Trumpian America because it's more quote unquote economically free than we would vote for somebody who's going to redistribute vast swaths of governmental power over the economy. That's all it is. So if the Democrats want to lean more toward social democracy, God bless you. I might not come along for the ride depending on how hardcore you go.
Okay, but you understand.
Wait, hold on.
So
You recognize that supporting somebody at the top of a ticket. Well, if you want to play the yes or no question, I can play the same game. Yeah. You understand that.
True. Vlad says you got to shave the dome, get into politics, or buy some Hawaiian shirts and harass college women. No in between. Based.
Supporting somebody being at the top of the ticket doesn't mean that you are centrally supporting their ideology. For instance, it's possible to cater to, in a roundabout way, people that are further to the left of you without catering to far leftist beliefs, right?
Correct. But you would agree, like, if a socialist is at the top of a ticket, socialists like Bernie Sanders, the Democratic Party should support the socialists at the top of the ticket.
I need to pay attention to the content, but Rob F says, did any of y'all catch after Pisco's intro, Wick said thanks for peeing here? No, come on, man. He said thanks for being here. Oh, man. Sorry. The jokes are just endless. I know it's probably annoying. All right. I'll try to stop. With the pee jokes. My apologies. It's going to happen again.
Correct?
It depends what you mean by support, but generally, yeah, I think you should support who's assuming
so you're
they're
okay with socialists being part of the coalition, correct?
I don't really.
Okay. This is where I feel like Pisco's line of argumentation fucking sucks. So what do you mean as part of the coalition? If you mean part of the coalition, meaning that we're not going to reject their votes just by virtue of being socialist, then of course they're part of the coalition. But are they going to be advocating for socialism, or are they going to be trying to hide their power level so they can infiltrate further swaths of the Democratic Party and they're not going to be criticized or called out? Or are they going to ooh-woo, cutesy, soft boy advocate for social democracy? Because those distinctions matter. Sacred Snow says, I'm here to stay. That message was to LB. Oh, okay. All right, gotcha. Also, I'm white and my ass is the whitest part.
If I consider Bernie Sanders or AOC to be like socialists.
Which is retarded, by the way. I didn't say anything, but Steven not thinking that these people are socialists, if they claim to be socialists, I think is fucking dumb. Aren't we all progressive here? Even if I'm a progressive Republican, don't we believe in self-ID? I think that's a fucking dumb point.
Well, and why is that exactly?
Because I don't think that they like fit under conventional definitions of socialism. It's more kind of like
the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Yes,
which I repeat 10,000 fucking times because I'm trying to nail down a definition. Hergerberg says hashtag let him piss on himself. Thanks for standing up for liberalism and taking all the psychic damage for us. You're welcome.
So that's your definition. That's your proprietary definition of socialism.
No, Pisco, I'm going to fucking interrupt myself. It's not it's not my proprietary definition, you fucking piece of shit. That's what fucking socialists believe. That's what fucking Marxists believe. That's how they define the term. I have yet to meet a single fucking socialist who has rejected decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production as the definition of socialism, you fucking asshole. Now let's see if last night I said the exact same thing that I just said.
But you agreed.
Most socialist definition. I say the same thing, but I'm infinitely nicer about it. Solo Frosty says, good performance yesterday. Something died up Pisco's ass, I guess, because he ruined it with all his white blood cell shit and unhinged hyperfixation on one or two words. Well, thank you for the donation, King. I appreciate you. The white blood cell shit, I felt he was just throwing elbows. Yeah, boy, do you disagree with my definition?
Yeah, okay. So just to hop in here. So yeah, I disagree that is okay. Do you want me to answer the question, Connor?
It's a panel, you pussy. Get going.
Answer the give Econoboy space to answer. Go ahead, Econoboy.
So I want you to do a line of Adderall.
Let Econoboy answer. Go ahead.
I probably should have.
It's a fucking panel, dude. It's a panel. Somebody making a smart ass comment should not throw you off your fucking rocker, okay? It should not. Go. I had to restrain myself from being a fucking smartass multiple times because Pisco and fucking Econo Boy I would say something smartass at the 3-second mark. And you know what you do in a panel? You move past the smartass remark. You just go, fuck you, right? And then you keep talking. Whereas they'd be like, why are you interrupting me? It's a fucking panel, bro. You're supposed to throw elbows. Let's go.
I've done an edible instead of Adderall before entering this debate. But to answer your question, similar to capitalism, socialism is a diverse universe of people. There's a lot of people who call themselves socialists.
LB says, when has Zohan, AOC, or Bernie ever said anything like that? Bernie's 100% said shit like that. That is a straw man, Connor. No, it's not. It's literally the fucking definition.
Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Some of them are like what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists, I guess like me, who say that we should just collectivize the ownership of production. People have different ways of defining these things. For instance, capitalism includes people all the way from Fabian Liberty to people like Destiny, who basically endorses the Nordic model, right? And they're both capitalists, right? And so I think
LB, you're wrong. Democratic socialism, if you're not decommodifying basic human needs and workers don't own the means of production, you're not fucking socialist. You're a social democrat. You're a woman, so I'm not going to use the term that I used last night. You're a useful idiot for socialists.
I think that of the 10% of people who call themselves socialists and are part of the Democratic Party base, obviously that's a very diverse group of people, ranging from the exact, essentially, people that I just mentioned as well. And I think that's a very sensible way to look at who calls themselves socialist and why. To Destiny's point of,
would I vote for AOC over Trump? Things as they are now, and she was put in instead of Kamala. That's a tough ask, man. If she was doing all the fucking crypto socialist bullshit and she was talking about gun control, truth be told, probably not. She's probably too far left for me. I'm just being real. Now, if she's super moderated and she was basically Nikki Haley or Kamala and she shut the fuck up about guns, maybe.
Donnie's not a socialist or that Bernie's not a socialist. That's crazy.
Just one more sentence that to Destiny's point about when do like the left wingers ever cater to the moderates? Well, I mean, I seem to remember people like Bernie Sanders and AOC taking very collaborative positions with people like Biden when he was in office. And I seem to recall like Mamdani, he took a very collaborative position with people like Brad Lander. And Mamdani's campaign, to the extent that it appealed to people broader than just the left wing, he made that conscious decision to do that. He didn't run on a campaign of seizing the means of production. He ran on a campaign of like freezing the rent and providing childcare to people, right? I mean, I take that to be in some sense a means to cater to a broader base of people than just left wingers, essentially.
So I think that if we want to talk about catering to social,
I don't even know why that was a point. He basically said that the alleged socialists in the United States moderate their party platforms and appeal to social democratic policies in order to gain popularity. Why is that relevant? I don't know what point is being made here. Why does it have fucking anything to do with what we're talking about? Philip Coffee for 20. Thank you, King. Hey, Connor, here's 20 for taking psychic damage twice. Totally think you should go ahead and shave your head now. This shit is going to make it fall out anyways. That's a true sacrifice for liberalism. Thank you. Starhawk says Zoltan Salami doesn't advocate for socialism. Yes, but we can... Guys, come on. We can do better than this. We can do better than this. My chat is smarter than the average chat. Okay? You can be something while not advocating for it explicitly. So, for instance, I think Steve Bannon saying that Trump needs to run a third term and we need a Trump dynasty and we need a new dictatorship and all that kind of shit. I think he's a fucking fascist. All right. He believes in political flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism. I think that Stephen Bannon is a fascist. Okay. But he doesn't come out and say, I read Giovanni Gentile the other day and I thought it was great. And, I've read Mussolini and Hitler and, I think they did some things wrong, but realistically, I think they're misunderstood. And actually what's needed is political corporatism and flexible authoritarianism. So as a result, all the American white nationalists and fascists should get behind Donald Trump. That's not what he says, right? He just like does all this like vague, appealing language to lost nationalism and Democrats and lefties slowly destroying the country. He never explicitly says he's a fucking fascist because he knows fascism is unpopular because there's a lot of negative shit associated with the term. So, in my opinion, Zoltan Salami doesn't advocate for the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, but he's using social democratic policies not only to become electorally popular, but also in order to rehab the word socialism in the hopes that in a century or 2 centuries or 3 centuries, or even in 50 years, that socialism will become more palatable to the American masses. That seems quite obvious to me. I don't know how that's not obvious to my chat.
Socialists. I think that the issue that we have is
You're a nation. That's funny.
there exists a world where you only have, or you have a bunch of like Bernie Sanders, AOC, maybe Mamdani types of people that are part of your movement and part of your coalition. And I think that if we lived in a world where there was a rich media environment with a lot of people who were socialists, who, you know, some supported the liberals, some kind of didn't, and some were like really against it, then we could have that conversation. But right now, it seems basically ubiquitous across the entirety of the left-wing media landscape to aggressively and violently shit on and attack Democratic candidates as harshly as possible. I just saw, and I'm sure you guys saw, that Vanguard tweet saying that Pete Buttigieg looked like and smelled like a rat. Pete is one of the most like popular Democratic figures making the rounds on shows. I just watched Crystal Ball fucking roast the fuck out of a senator from Michigan because she wouldn't give like the singular one answer on the Gazan issue. If this is the world we're going to live in, where you want to say, oh, well, socialism encompasses a broad range of people, but when I look to the media environment, almost every single person that would even flirt with the label socialist relentlessly shits on the Democratic Party. I don't know if I can really say, yeah, sure, we should also appeal to these people. It's just not the right media environment for it.
Based. And by the way, this is before we get into the actual argumentation. And what I see right here is Econoboy tried to conflate the definitions and conflate the policies and say, ooh, woo, socialism is not just decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. It's also ooh, woo, cutesy social democrats. And then Pisco said, I don't know, I guess something similar. Well, I guess he accused me of having a proprietary definition, which is absolutely not. And then Destiny just specifically said that his main beef is the media environment where socialists are endlessly shit-talking moderate Democrats, and moderate Democrats are expected to hold their tongue for the sake of political expediency and appealing to this far left media environment. And so, by the way, over and over and over again, Pisco and Econoboy are going to drag it back to socialism just means good things. And also, aren't these politicians socialists while not advocating for hardcore Marxist socialism? Meanwhile, Stephen is still going to maintain the beef that he has with the media environment of people who call themselves socialists. This is actually the crux of the debate where they're already going to be talking past each other, which pisses me off to no fucking end because I had to sit there for 3 hours and just get ear sexually assaulted. Kingslayer Damocles for 10. Thank you for the donations, guys, today. You guys have been crazy. Pisco reminds me of Brandon Tatum. Tatum will say he criticizes bad cops while sweeping for the Uvalde cops. Pisco will say he doesn't like Hassan while forever sweeping for Hassan. Yeah, relatively speaking. You can say, you can say, Pisco can be like, I hate Hassan, fuck Hassan. But then if he does the thing where he obfuscates social democracy and socialism, he's doing Hassan's work. And I'm not interested in doing Hassan's job for him. LB says, yeah, because we're not socialists. We're democratic socialists. We have a website. Okay, so let's check out the Democratic Socialist website. Democratic Socialist website. Oh, fuck you. The DSA fucking sweeps for tankies all the time. Get the fuck out of here. The Democratic Socialists of America is the largest socialist organization in the United States with 80,000 members and chapters in 50 states. We believe that working people should run both the economy and society democratically to meet human needs. Oh, blow it out your fucking ass, LB. This is all fucking crypto shit. Get the fuck out of here. The first thing is literally them saying that we want to democratically run the economy, which is fucking the decommodification of basic human needs. Fuck out of here. And workers owning the means of production. You think that once they have democratic control of the economy, they're not going to decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production? This is literally my definition, you fucking psycho. You think these people are any fucking different than what I'm talking about? Half of these people are crypto tankies. What the fuck are you talking about? Our campaign priorities. DSA and YDSA chapters organized around various issues, striving to run strategic campaigns based on local conditions. Oh, they're going to be pragmatic instead of explicit tankies? Amazing. Nationally, we also provide resources and support for work done as part of our major priorities as democratically voted. But I already hate this. I already hate this. All right. If I keep reading this, I'm actually gonna have a fucking stroke. You literally said that we're just ooh-woo cutesy social democrats, and then the very first like 2 or 3 sentences talk about the actual definition of socialism. Good job, LB. You own me in the marketplace of ideas. What the fuck are you talking about?
It's a definitional issue here, which is you're saying that Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are not socialists. Explain that.
That's not really.
I'm right. I'm right that they use social democracy as a shield while having privately more extreme beliefs that they don't think are possible in the current political environment.
Responsive to anything I just said. So
no, because you were not responsive to the issue at hand, which has to do with the definition. Yeah. So the question is, if you're
Anonymous, thank you for the 10. More rewards for bad behavior. God damn it, dude. I'm gonna have a fucking stroke.
Defining socialism to only include the people that Steven doesn't like, then maybe there's.
Hey, sorry I'm pausing so much, but I'm actually like, I need to pace the fucking psychic damage. Connor, what was the line of Adderall thing? You said it multiple times. Pisco is ready to fight. Steven is ready to fight. I'm ready to fight. Econoboy, because of his temperament, is effectively a fucking Care Bear. Okay? Do you know what a Care Bear is? Is Care Bear before your time? Let's watch Care Bears real quick. Here's a Care Bear. Oh, that's a new one. I want the old one. Here's the old one.
Care Bears countdown. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Who's that coming from somewhere up in the sky? Moving fast and bright as a firefly. Just when you think the trouble's gone out, who's gonna be there when it really counts? To that Care Bears countdown and set.
Thank you. Thank you. What? The Care Bears? Oh, my stack of Diet Coke cans?
The wish out through the air. And send a wish out through the air. Just do that Care Bears countdown. Just when you need them, they'll be there. Just when you need them, they'll be there. Don't be afraid when clouds are.
All right, anyways, you get the point. The point is that is Econoboy. And so when Econoboy shows up and I'm ready to fight, Steven's ready to fight, Pisco's ready to fight, and we're like, fuck you, this is my definition. And Pisco's like, fuck you, that's proprietary. And I'm like, fuck you, you don't know what you're talking about. Fucking Econoboy is like, listen, guys, you just need to understand that the history of socialism is complex. And there's a lot of people, both in the Western world and in the global South, who have a variety of definitions of socialism. And while Marxists often use the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production as a guiding North Star, there's many ways that you can be a socialist. That's why I said the fucking Adderall line. Okay? That's why I said that shit. All right.
There's not actually a disagreement here in terms of who like.
Because wake up and fucking fight.
should be leading the party or
So
something.
I wasn't defining socialism as people I don't like. I was defining socialism. So we can talk about definition of socialism. What I'm looking at right now is the socialist media environment.
Brandon Zero says, a quick question. How much content of the anti-fans do you consume? Are you familiar with how they insult Destiny, the words and lingo they use? Pisco wasn't throwing elbows. He was fishing. Yeah, I watch J-Stock and Queeman. That's the only people I watch who are anti-fans of Destiny.
My earlier argument was that I don't know if I would even consider like Bernie Sanders and AOC to be hardcore socialists. If I wanted to supply that argument,
I didn't say hardcore.
If I
socialist at all.
Sure, socialist at all. Well, right now, who are the socialists all shitting on almost more than anybody else? AOC and Bernie Sanders. So I mean, it seems like
whether
that's
they're
not
shitting on them or
environment.
not, Stephen. Whether they're shitting them or not isn't the question. That's a separate question. Are they shitting or not shitting? The
True. Pisco is right here.
question is, should socialists be part of the coalition? You just said that Bernie isn't a socialist. He identifies as such.
So
AOC is not
clear,
a socialist. She identifies as such. Mamdani isn't a socialist. She identifies as such. What's your...
Does that have sugar and milk? Does it? Or are you lying to me? I love you. I love you. I love you. Okay.
evidence they're not socialists?
So identifying as a political thing doesn't make you that political thing. That's a tautology and that would be nonsense, number one. And number two, the question wasn't should they be part of the coalition? The question is should we appeal to them? Those are two fundamentally and completely different questions.
But Destiny, to be clear though, you're narrowing your position. It was just last night when you said explicitly anyone that uses the socialist label should be treated like a Nazi, right?
In the media,
True. If there's social democrats who don't understand what socialism is, then I don't think they need to be ejected from the party. If they believe in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, if they're libertarians or Democrats, then we can have a conversation about it where it's like, hey, your ideas are dumb, but let's fight over it in the marketplace of ideas. If they're fucking revolutionary, where they're like, no, we need to infiltrate and convince everybody we're correct, and then we need to overthrow the American government and we need to kill everybody, then you need to eject these people from the party. Philip says, I think the term crypto socialist or crypto communist might be helpful. We've called out crypto fascism for a long time. That seems about as fitting. It absolutely is. Absolutely is. But I think some of those people are explicit. I think that's why the crypto thing doesn't necessarily work. But that's okay. I think it's still useful.
Environment in the media environment is what we're talking about. I'm commenting on your show.
You clarified then, Destiny. Okay, well, that's what you said last night. You're clarifying just people within the media environment.
Sure.
I'm just saying that that's a useful narrowing of the discussion.
You can call it a narrowing if you want, but anybody that's watched any, like, I don't shit on AOC, I don't shit on Bernie Sanders even, and I've been supportive of Mamdani for the.
I think useful is one way to put about it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think Weasley is another way to put it, and I think it is Weasley. I think you're back. Backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of socialists shouldn't be a part of our fucking coalition. And now when you're getting pushed, I guess now it's the media environment. Yeah.
Starhawks, when you say yes, that's my point. You have to use more words than that because there's 200 fucking people in chat. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but I love you and thank you for the donation.
I didn't say socialists shouldn't be part of the coalition. I said we shouldn't be trying to actively appeal to socialists. Do you understand that those are two separate things?
They're different statements. They're correct. They're different statements.
No. They mean fundamentally two completely different things.
They're two different statements that mean different things. They're two different statements that mean two different things. But your position, is it your position, therefore, that the Democrats should, as part of their coalition in terms of who to vote for, what kind of policy support, to humor people like Mamdani, humor people like AOC?
I think they shouldn't.
And humor people like Bernie Sanders. And if that's the truth, then I
don't know what that statement means. Should they humor them? Like, what does that mean? Like, put them on the ballot? Well, I don't know what that question means. Like,
should they have a seat at the table? Whatever you take that.
What is a seat at the table? Like, if they go to the Outback Steakhouse?
Ty Weishda says they whined about calling Zoltan Salami being racist. Okay, it's racist. It's a racist joke. Now what? What are you going to do? I made a slightly racist joke because I made fun of his name. Sacred Snow says, I think pointing out the watering down of the term fascism to where it's not even a good attack against Trump is a good rhetorical argument against watering down socialism. Agreed.
I'm asking you. So, for example, you're the one who says that we need to excise these people from the party. I actually don't know what you mean by that. So whatever your vision of having a seat at the table, not being excised is, whatever you're using when you say these people need to be gone, under that definition, do you think?
Oh, sure. Let's let Destiny. Those are good questions, Pisco, and I'd like to know the answers too, right? What do you mean, Destiny, when you say we need to
Paul Watson says, love to see playing into leftist narratives that Bannon is a fascist, the TDS is real. Paul Watson, go fucking fix your balls with a hammer. Like, grab your testicles, slap them on the desk, and just start fucking hitting them with a fucking hammer until you're no longer part of the American, like, not American, although also American, until you're no longer a part of the human species, okay? And the reason why I'm saying that is because you're a fucking idiot. Political corporatism is treating the nation state like a body. Flexible authoritarianism is basically doing whatever you need to do in order to maintain power. Steve Bannon believes in both of those fucking ideas, but I think you're so fucking stupid, you probably don't understand either of the things that I've just said. So go fuck yourself, you fucking 80 IQ fucking dipshit. Go play with fucking Hot Wheels. Politics isn't for you, okay? If you don't understand ideologies or economic systems or political systems, this isn't for you. Go fucking Hot Wheels. Maybe trains would be like a good thing, like the nice wooden ones that toddlers use that have fucking magnets on the back end. You know those things that they have at doctors' offices where they have like little wooden toys that you can like fucking slink up and down the little metal poles? Go play with those, because that's more your fucking speed, you fucking tool bag.
Excise these people. What, like, how do you?
Yeah, my fixation is almost universally on the media environment when I'm having these conversations. I think when I was watching you guys talk, it was also generally on the.
Randy Chang says, counterpoints, merch idea, branded clip-on ties. Fuck you, learn how to tie a tie. But we should do merch ties for sure.
Although sometimes you guys would try to go back to AOC, but like politicians operate kind of in a different world than the media environment operates in. Most of my criticism on the media environment that all calls themselves like leftists or socialists seem to relentlessly shit on Democrats. And I just think it's a really unhealthy and bad world, again, where you see a Michigan senator wants to dip her toes into the podcasting world. And one of the jokes I made about Kamala is one of the reasons why she probably didn't do any shows is because she would get fucked by the right, the centrist, and the left. And she goes on a leftist show and she gets fucking shit on. Because
Sin Patty says, we need more likers in chat. 202 viewers, but less than 100 likes. Hey, stop being a cheap piece of shit. It's fucking free. Like the stream. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Engage in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people. Watch the VODs. Comment on the VODs.
They only want to talk about fucking Palestine. This is a senator from a blue state, from Michigan. Jesus, that's insane to me. And it would be nice if we actually had like a strong center-left position and a strong center-left media apparatus, and not just a bunch of leftists who fucking hate the party and just want to shit on us all day.
Wait, do you understand our position to be that we disagree with your assessment that leftists constantly shit on the Democrats? Do you think that we disagree on that?
So do you agree it's a problem and you should push back on it? That's the next step.
I'm not sure all the time. I can't tell.
Yes, so you're not sure. So we're here to discuss something where you're not sure if we agree with you on the position that the lefties constantly shit on Democrats in ways we don't like. We agree that lefties constantly shit on Democrats that in ways that we don't like. We agree with Hutch, for example, when they constantly shit on people like Biden in certain ways, even though I shit on Biden in some respects. We agreed on the AOC tweets that they shouldn't have shit on her that way. And so there's no disagreement there. So that obviously isn't what we're here to discuss on a point that where you're unsure that we disagree on.
I wasn't saying that we had I was asserting strongly that we massively disagreed there. So, okay, what was the counterpoint? Sorry.
I got something I massively disagree with. So, okay. I think that every single leftist that I've talked to online, anybody who has any kind of political knowledge whatsoever, defines socialists as decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they use that definition repeatedly. I think that my frustration is that there are a bunch of quote unquote social democrats who talk about universal health care, or they talk about, making rent cheaper or some shit like that, which are social democratic Scandinavian policies. And I think they're using the term socialism backdoor in order to rehabilitate the image of this. And not just that, Hassan Piker.
Why are you smirking and laughing, Pisco, you dumb bitch? This is 100% what's happening. It's what's happening in this fucking conversation, you smug bitch.
And plenty of far lefties, plenty of MLs, probably the Vanguard as well. They're ecstatic that this is happening. They're ecstatic that Mamdani has social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that AOC.
Grassroots for 20, Erin is the Yoko Ono of the autistic Spurgs. Are you wrong?
Have social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that Bernie Sanders have social democrat policies because it rehabilitates the word in my mind. That shift of the Overton window to
AKA Batasui says, these are your people, Connor. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm literally fighting them the whole goddamn time. AKA Batasui. Aren't you a fucking liberal too? AKA Batasui, you better tell me your fucking political affiliation or I'm gonna freak the fuck out.
Or maybe they agree with the policy.
An insidious plot by twats to manipulate the Democratic Party.
Plots by twats. Damn, what a quote. What a fire debater this guy is.
Well, I'll ask you, Connor, maybe.
And it's going to ruin electoralism.
So we're going to get some actual clarity here. So to be clear, Stephen, you don't disagree that people like Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie, they're fine to be in the party, and we're fine to appeal to the kind of issues that they.
Oh, fucking kill me. He totally ignored everything I said. Totally ignored it. Totally fucking ignored it.
They care about in their positions, correct? You don't have a problem with that?
I would say, I'm the only person making a fucking point. He ignores the point and goes back to Steven. If you want, Pisco, this is my real advice. If you want to fight Steven on a specific topic, go onto a fucking panel with Steven. If you want to have a 4-way fucking panel, then go to a 4-way panel. Okay? Don't use me as a social excuse so you can talk and chat shit to fucking Steven. Okay? I'm not just going to sit in the fucking cuck chair and let you make content without me. Dick.
Hold on, really?
I'm asking Stephen a question. I'm going to get to you and see if you disagree with Stephen, actually.
Hold on a second. I want to say something before you and Destiny talk for the next 40 minutes. What I would say is that if the socialists are proposing social democrat policy, but then they get what they want, and then they try to yank the political window further left, that is something 100% that I oppose. Destiny, you and Pisco, go ahead and fight for the next.
Wait, no, I just.
Good job, Connor. Thank you for making one more point and then getting the fuck out of the way. Good job.
I want to ask, and I'm going to go to you, Connor, and see if you agree with Destiny, because I think we must.
No, you won't. You guys will fight for fucking 15 minutes and forget that I fucking exist, you pieces of shit.
And I'll have a more disagreement with you, Connor, than we have within each other in terms of the substantive opinion. So I'm going to ask Stephen, do you have a problem with these people, the people identified, Mamdani, Sanders, AOC, being part of the Democratic coalition, and however you define Democratic coalition, and having their positions catered to, or people having their positions in general as part of the Democratic coalition? Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, so it's two separate questions. So one, like generally, I'm probably almost always going to support a blue candidate over a red candidate in this current media environment, or in this current political environment, number one. But number two, when you say, do you have a problem appealing to them? I mean, that means different things. If you say, like, would I have a problem if we were to appeal to Bernie Sanders?
I'm going to write down the line of argumentation and show you how little gets produced through this conversation. Okay. I'm actually going to write it down. It's almost nothing. So Econo Boy, socialism is a lot of things. Ooh woo. Pisco, should we eject socialists because they are part of our coalition, regardless of if they're cute or not? Steven, fuck hardcore socialists, especially in media. They drag the Democratic Party down and hide their power level. Connor, socialists are co-opting Scandinavia, and social democracy to infiltrate mainstream discourse. I think these are the main points that I've interpreted so far. Watch us dance around these 4 points for the next fucking 2 hours, and I'll try not to kill myself in the next 2 hours.
Sanders coming out and saying, I want to socialize all of the means of productions in the United States, I would have a problem with that. But if you're saying, do you have a problem appealing to Bernie and AOC and Mamdani saying, we need to find ways to make, rent cheaper in cities, and that might mean a policy like rent control that I personally don't like, but, if they want to try it, I mean, I wouldn't be like fundamentally opposed to having it as part of my party's platform. Then no, I mean, like it would depend on what things we're talking about appealing
to. Agreed. You're okay with the socialist being at the top of the Democratic ticket in the sense of socialist,
but again,
Bernie Sanders.
And I'm not.
This is part of the issue. You call it
correct. Is that right or no?
You can't.
Am I wrong?
This is not like a simple thing. You're like doing like the what is a woman at me. What?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Yes or no?
A socialist. Like
No,
the issue here
I'm
is that
asking
it's
you. Do you have a problem with Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket?
You got to let Destiny.
That's a
answer your
specific question.
top of the ticket. No, for, like if him being a senator from Vermont, no. If he was president, probably not. But when you say a socialist, if you're talking about somebody who wants to abolish by law all of private enterprise and maybe even attack the democratic underpinnings of.
Why does Pisco think? Why is he going like this? Why does he think he's getting a fucking dub here? I don't know why he thinks he's getting a fucking dub here. I don't want a socialist at the top of the ticket. I would be fucking horrified if we had a MAGA right-wing Republican Party that doesn't believe in republicanism, Burkean conservatism, fiscal conservatism, or social conservatism anymore. This is already a horrifying element of my reality. And then if the Democrats said like, oh, okay, well, pussyfoot moderate shit doesn't work, let's all be socialists now, I would kill myself at the airport. Okay?
Our political parties, right, and have a single party rule, I would be opposed to that.
But you would, but you that doesn't describe Bernie. It doesn't describe Mamdani. It doesn't describe AOC.
No,
correct?
but Mamdani, Bernie, and AOC,
in my opinion, because they're hiding their power level,
are on the outer perimeter of what is considered socialist, and they're attacked by the center part of what is socialist.
True. And Pisco's going to ignore this shit too. Let's go ahead and pull up my my new political map. So, what I would say, because I'm a fucking political genius, and I need to redraw this shit, okay? I have one of these that is, I have a drawing like this that is flat for the left-right political spectrum, and I'll go ahead and explain it. So if you're not interested or bored, shut the fuck up and pay attention. Far left, progressives, liberals. Then you have the 50-50 split between left and right, which I could explain the history of, but you're also smart that you already know that left and right distinctions have to do with the conservatism and progressive philosophies that emanated from the French Revolution. You guys are geniuses. You already know that, so you don't need me to explain it to you, okay? French Revolution made this political spectrum. Far left, progressive libs. And then on the center right, you have libertarians, neocons, and moderates because they're reachable and sane. And then you have the contrarian right, who are people who still believe in the American Republic and they still believe in like liberal democracy and all that bullshit, but they hate the left so much that they yank towards MAGA, right? And then I would say on the far right, you have MAGA, and then you have the dissident right, which are schizophrenics. So what I would say is that Bernie Sanders and AOC and Mamdani probably believe that decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production are good things. They probably think that the authoritarian regimes of the 20th century are, they're not like explicitly evil. Like at their core, they're not evil. They're just misguided and they did evil things. So I think they would sweep for foreign socialist projects if given the opportunity to do so. But they know that this is unpopular. And so what they do is they call themselves socialists. So they put themselves right at this border of politics. And then they reach into progressivism for policy, like social democracy. That way they can attract naive liberals and naive progressives in order to swing their way within the Overton window. But I myself, as a neoconservative, am or moderate Republican, I'm all the way over here. So if I see somebody yanking the Overton window further left so they can get people into the far left camp, the same way that I'm going to resist the dissident right trying to yank the window for MAGA and MAGA trying to yank the window for contrarians, I'm going to resist both actions. Okay? And I think Stephen, as a liberal who has a few progressive perspectives, he's also going to resist that yank. My problem with Econoboy and my problem with Pisco is that they're both progressives and they want the liberals to move their way. And so as a result, when AOC and Mamdani and fucking Bernie Sanders use hiding their power levels and social democratic policies not only do they agree with the social democratic policies, they want to yank all of these people and the political discourse further left. So they don't have a fucking problem with the far left infiltrating and propagandizing the rest of the political spectrum. It's the same way that MAGA uses the dissident right for propaganda when it's efficacious. It's the reason why some normal conservatives will play footsie with Nick Fuentes, because they know that Nick Fuentes is popular and he's smart and he's funny and charismatic. So even though he's a psychopathic piece of shit, they'll still play footsie with him because he knows that he yanks on the Overton window right. So fuck these people and fuck these people. Does that make sense? Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
That's my issue. You could probably find an outer perimeter fascist that I might be okay with. If he's some fascist who's like, yeah,
like me,
I think we should protect America as an ethno-state, and I'm defining ethno-state as like the current ethnic composition of America, and I think that we should
True, like Hispanics and blacks, like we keep all our Hispanic and citizen blacks, but then we don't let anybody else in. I don't actually agree with this perspective, but I don't think it's like a catastrophic threat to America.
Have like stronger rules on immigration. I was like, yeah, I'd probably support this dude or whatever.
The problem is that, like, and you understand, and Econoboy would lay this out, that Bernie, AOC, these types, they come from a long tradition of democratic socialists from like UK, Australia. He brought up Clement Attlee, and this is not some fringe movement. These are democratic socialists that exist in countries all over the world. So we're not talking about this idiosyncratic belief of socialism.
It's not idiosyncratic, you piece of shit. This conquered half of the known world. This is the other thing that fucking pisses me off. I'm a millennial. So I was born during the end of the Red Scare. Map of socialist nations during the Cold War. Look at this. my wife, my baby is crying. And then Henry hurt himself, my boy. And so I just heard my older boy go, "Mommy, mommy." And then my wife goes, "What? Fuck." They never end, bro. All right, sorry. Anyways, focus. Okay. So the point is that Pisco's like, we're not talking about some fractional movement. We're not talking about some idiosyncratic understanding of socialism. My definitions of socialism conquered a third of the known fucking world, you fucking idiot, you ahistorical dipstick. And Pisco, I still love you while I'm talking shit, okay? But this is not arbitrary. This is not cute. This is not ooh-woo. This is fucking not fun at all. Look at this. The Middle East and North Africa were fucking conquered by nations that allied themselves with Russia and China. India and Bangladesh and whole African nations and Cuba were conquered by places that were socialist or communist. And this wasn't the cute ooh-woo healthcare for everyone fucking socialism. This was the decommodification of basic human needs and workers own the means of production, or I'm going to shoot you in the fucking face socialism. Okay? So this whole early 21st century rewriting where socialism is this cute ooh-woo social democracy thing, and the 20th century socialism is just this weird misunderstood faction of history. Fuck you. You're part of the problem. Anyways, back to the content.
It's a version of socialism that exists, and you're okay with it being part of the party. So
it's not marginal. It's not idiosyncratic.
The question isn't one of categorical. You're okay with some socialists. You would vote for some socialists. I'll ask Connor the same question. Connor, are you okay?
No.
With someone like Bernie Sanders being the top of the ticket, AOC being the top of the ticket of the Democratic Party?
No, I would either abstain from voting or I would vote against them. Like, for instance, if there's a moderate Republican compared to AOC or Bernie, not that moderate Republicans exist anymore, but if they existed, I would pick a moderate Republican over AOC or Bernie.
Good job being short and concise and to the point. Previous Connor, I love you. Thank you for sharing your insight with the world.
I think the bigger disagreements between you and Destiny there. I think Destiny's
well,
some
to be clear,
ain't a part of Democratic coalition.
Connor's a Republican, so I would expect him to say that.
Yeah, fuck you for throwing me under the bus, you piece of shit. Thanks, Steven.
Yeah, no shit. But voting for somebody is a lot different than appealing to somebody. These are two different things, and we keep playing like this clever game of trying to solve.
Sorry for pausing after yapping for so long. Philip Coffey says, Connor, your Econo Boy impersonation makes me think we need some Counterpoints 40K content in the style of Bob Ross. Dude, what if I did painting tutorials, but I was talking in like an ASMR, like sweet voice the entire time, where I was like, okay, today, guys, we're going to be painting an Imperial Fist. And I just want you to know, if yours doesn't come out like mine, that's perfectly fine. Your Imperial Fist is also valid. Let's go ahead and start with a base coat of Rogaldorn yellow. Dude, that would be fire content. God, I wish I had more time. God, I wish I had more money. Thank you for your super chats, by the way.
Where do you think to describe us?
Let Destiny finish his thought.
Well, that's it. No, I'm just saying that like appealing to somebody is a lot different than voting for somebody. I'm guessing if I was in New York and there was a plethora of candidates, Mamdani probably wouldn't be my first choice, but I'd probably vote for him in the primary, or I'm sorry, in the general. But that doesn't mean I would like want to appeal to a socialist or whatever.
True. It would be a lesser of two evils calculation.
But I agree that
I think there's a useful thing to look at what this actually looks like in actually existing politics, right? So in 2016, when Bernie Sanders got, I don't know, 45% of the vote in the primary, something like that, he was involved in the platform committee for the DNC. He was like a main speaker at the DNC in 2016. He was able to extract a lot of concessions to the party. Like, I think that because of him, the party added in marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage.
Which is not socialism, by the way. Marijuana legalization has nothing to do with socialism. A $15 minimum wage is a capitalist policy.
I think carbon pricing,
capitalist policy.
And I think maybe there was some stuff about the death penalty. I want to say that was something that
has nothing to do with economics.
Bernie Sanders really pushed to add into the Democratic Party platform. You know, and again, that's like a very direct appeal to Bernie Sanders.
Now this is a meme. Grassroots hegemon for $20. Thank you, King. Just imagine a Econo Boy in a Bob Ross wig saying, socialists don't have genocides, just happy mistakes, while he paints a tree with a landlord hanging from it.
And like an appeal to the unity between the centrists and the socialists and the Democratic Socialists.
No, nothing. What policy there was socialist?
Okay, so
because here's where we're going to run into the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist, and there's this game that's played where leftists.
Destiny, you're wrong about that. You're completely wrong.
15 an hour is socialist.
Okay.
No, it's not, Econo Boy. You're doing the exact thing that I'm accusing you of, which is fucking using the popularity of social democratic policies to rehabilitate the term socialist. He's doing the thing that I said is insidious.
Do you think a progressive income tax is socialist?
Not necessarily.
No.
Barely no.
Right. So the Communist Manifesto proposed a progressive income tax, right? So
does that mean that communism is the moneyless, stateless class of society, or the decommodification of basic human needs, or workers owning the means of production? No, then it's still capitalism, because state capitalism within a Marxist lens is a stepstone to socialism, and then socialism is a stepstone to communism. Don't piss on my leg and tell me it's raining, Econo Boy. Don't fucking lie to me.
Does that make it a socialist policy?
I would say, generally speaking, that the Communist Manifesto, the manifesto of the Communist Party, like, it probably is something of an authority on what it means to be a communist.
The Communist Manifesto is a pamphlet made so that farmers could read it and join a violent revolution against the
Pro Destiny. Jazz hands for Destiny. Jazz hands for Destiny.
The state. Is that really where we're going by the defining document of what all there are going to be aspects of communism and socialism that are shared by liberalism and democracy.
Oh my God, this is so bad faith. So Econo Boy brings up a point.
What's fucking bad faith about it, bro? What's bad faith? I swear to God, Pisco is about to fucking do the thing that I'm accusing him of doing, which is sweeping for socialists by claiming that social democracy is socialism.
He says, "Is this policy socialist?" And
the answer is no.
Embodied in the Communist Manifesto, and you go a broader point and say, well, the Communist Manifesto has this other purpose. That's not the question on the table.
True. No, Steven is correct. Go fuck yourself.
That's not the point. So no, that's not the point. So the point is that it's not about whether or not we would semantically define something like a progressive income tax as.
AF Racing says fascism is not free market capitalism like what we have in the USA. Fascism is agnostic about economics. It'll use the command style cronyism and nepotism when necessary to achieve political ends, but then it's agnostic about the rest of the economy. Fascism does not have an economic preference.
Communist or not communist. It's about these.
As long as the state maintains the authority to do whatever the fuck it wants, it thinks is expedient, then they don't give a shit.
Broader movements and what their general ideological disposition is on all of the different set of possible positions within the policy debate. So I would agree to your point that in terms of socialism being the decommodification of labor and also like the collective ownership of the means of production, if that's the way that you define socialism, then obviously these aren't like socialist policies, quote unquote, but that doesn't mean that you're not appealing to like the broader socialist movement and the broader like socialist apparatus of advocacy when you propose things like a $15 an hour minimum wage.
Econoboy, just for clarity, so I understand, you're saying when you say I want to appeal to socialists, you're saying things like, "Oh, pick."
Damn, bro, I'm gonna glaze myself real quick. Look at that! Look at that nice. What's the cavemen? The ones that we killed. The Neanderthal, dude. Look at that sick Neanderthal brow ridge. That is fucking dope. Look at that aquiline nose that's growing a little bit too big for my face. I love my fucking Neanderthal DNA. It's so sick. It's like I'm a fucking caveman. I love it. Fast and Bulbous for $5 says, Pisco at a bar. You will come home with me, correct? You will frolic with me in the meadows, will we not? Answer the question, yes or no. That's dope. You will come home with me, correct? We will frolic in the meadows, yes? Nice. Thanks for the dono.
Policies that socialists would also like.
I'm saying that insofar as socialists and very progressive Democrats are a part of the actually existing base of Democratic voters, they should have some proportional say in things like party leadership positions, committee assignments, the platform of the Democratic Party, fundraising distribution, activist-based organizing, strategic discussions. They should have some kind of proportional say in all of those discussions.
But the problem is those people, if they truly identify as socialists and not just like liberal light or socialist light or whatever we're calling these people, they're not going to
social democrats
be pushing for these outer perimeter things that socialists might agree,
like the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production,
with when it comes to liberals. So when you say like a $15 an hour minimum wage or like a progressive taxation system, these are quote unquote socialist policies because they're mentioned in the Communist Manifesto. You don't need communism or socialism to talk about either of those issues.
Steven is cooking now that I'm listening to him instead of ignoring him and eating my trail mix.
What I don't like is this weird game that's played where somehow socialists are allowed to no true Scotsman every single good thing that our capitalist liberal society has produced and say, oh, well, you like vacation days? That actually came from socialism. You like minimum wage? That came from socialism. You like labor unions? That came from socialism. And every bad and shitty thing is ascribed to the capitalist part, despite the fact that that's what's even creating the necessary prerequisite wealth to even have these other things.
Wait, Destiny, what does that have to do with... Wait.
Yes, dude, fuck this. I feel like this is by the way, I think Pisco is actually just ignorant on this political philosophy. I don't think he's a bad guy. I think he's smart. I think he's a good debater, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think he actually just doesn't understand. I don't think he understands the history. I don't think he understands the philosophy. I don't think he understands any of that shit, right? So I don't think Pisco is a bad guy. I think he's just doing what he thinks is correct, and he's ignorant on the topic. I think Econoboy is not ignorant on the topic, but he has an infinitely more rose-tinted view of socialist advocacy than I do. I am infinitely more cynical about socialists throughout history than he is. But while I can believe that their intentions are noble, I think they are doing what I am fundamentally accusing them of doing, which is sanitizing the reputation of socialists, claiming that every good redistributive economic policy within a capitalist system is the result of socialist advocacy. I think that's 100% what's going on. Gen X for $10 says, thanks for defending our honor. You're welcome, Gen X.
I don't know what that has to do, like, at all with what I just said. That what I'm saying fundamentally.
No, I know exactly what Steven said, and I do think it's relevant.
Is that I think it's sensible to make policy concessions to the broader socialist apparatus insofar as they're a part of the base. It sounds like you don't even.
We don't have to make a. That's not a
disagree with
policy concession to a socialist.
that.
It's
LB says, that's wonderful, Connor, but that's not what democratic socialists believe. I just went to the DSA website. I just read what they believe, and they're using coded language in order to cover up the fact that they want to decommodify basic human needs and have workers own the means of production. That's what democratic control of the economy means. Just because you don't understand the dog whistles within your own political tribe doesn't mean that I don't.
Literally, hold on. Wait. No, absolutely not. If you got rid of,
it absolutely
if you got rid of all the socialists, could you still get a 15 an hour minimum wage?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Then it's not a policy concession to socialism.
True.
Wait. No.
Under really quick, Pisco. Destiny, even under quote unquote liberal economic frameworks, people in my replies are calling countries like the Nordic societies liberal capitalist societies.
Conservative liberalism says, I think people just want the Nordic model, though, and don't want to go further. Again, even if politicians hide their power level, they don't have a mandate to go further. Sure, it's not worth it to me. I'm not taking the risk of voting for socialists to get to the Nordic model. If you want to do that, you do that. I'm not doing that. I'm not even sure we can pull off the Nordic model with how stupid Americans are.
Even though they do quote unquote socialist things as you would just define, like social ownership of the means of production. Like there's a lot of quote unquote socialist policies that those countries have engaged in that people are labeling as liberalism and doing these kind of things. And it's like, whatever, if we want to have narrow definitions of things.
Harley Smith says, you think Pisco would maintain the sarcastic smirk to your face? Yes, he has little brother syndrome. He would 100% would smirk at me, begging me to slap him in the face, but he would know that I wouldn't because he's my little brother. Yes.
That's totally fine with me. But I think that insofar as like the socialist movement, and when we went to the topic of the debate, courting the left, right? Conceding things to the left, the broader left. I include very progressive Democrats in that who might identify as capitalists or might be misaligned in some way. That includes things like broader progressive policies, like, I mentioned the death penalty, minimum wage, things like that as well.
When I say court the left, and when I was designing this topic, maybe I could have been more clear. I'm not talking about issues that both liberals and leftists share. Like both of them agree that we should treat kids nicely. Both of them agree that we should be kind to our neighbors, things like that. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about things that are
true. Thank you for calling out the bullshit, Wick. Okay. I actually did appreciate this because I feel like they were doing the whole we agree that drinking water is good. That's a socialist policy. We agree that smoking cigarettes is bad for your health. That's a socialist policy. And it's like, fuck you. Paul Watson says, these are your people. You've been radicalized or something happened to you, brother. No, I didn't. You're fucking ignorant. You're ignorant. And you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Again, fucking Hot Wheels and the wooden toys in dentist's office are more your speed. Let the big boys handle politics. You go play with toys aged for people between 2 years old and 10. That's more your speed. Paul Watson.
Are specifically and uniquely.
So name them.
left.
So
Well,
the only
definition of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Holy fucking.
Oh, I said the same definition again.
Shit.
Hassan is a good example.
Holy fucking shit. What? You getting the definition of what socialism actually means again, Pisco, and ignoring it again, Pisco?
Right?
Hassan isn't a policy. Hassan isn't a policy. If you're talking about appealing to people, Econoboy gave you a response. He's talking about things that these people care about. Socialists.
No. He gave us the democratic window dressing on top of socialism, accusing of both of you twats sweeping for socialists, which is what you immediately do. Whether or not you're ignorant or malicious, I have no fucking idea, but you can understand the law. As a matter of fact, fuck this. We're going to do a logic tree. Let's bust out the fucking Microsoft Paint again. Let's do it. Fuck this. I'm going to explain it as if I was explaining it to a fucking 2-year-old because Pisco is being obtuse. Here's socialism. Decommodification of basic human need, owning the means of production. Here's social democracy. What is this? Socialism. I'll put DEC. and ownership. And then communism is moneyless, stateless. I'm not going to take the time to use the classless. I'm not going to use the text tool, and I'm not going to use the line tool. Shut the fuck up if you don't like my drawing. I don't give a shit. And then social democracy is like universal healthcare, higher minimum wage, and what else would you say? Maybe bringing back unions. And then let's go here, like neolib, which is basically like laissez-faire economics. Okay, but it's still left wing, but it's laissez-faire economics, neocon. And bear in mind, neocons are basically liberals who got pissed off at fucking left-wingers because they thought they were psychotic. So anyways, let's say that this is progressives and social democracy. And let's say that this is socialism. I know it looks like it's a part of the communist thing, but just bear in mind it's a shitty fucking drawing, okay? So what Stephen is saying is, I, Stephen Bennell II, am here as a political representative, and I'm okay with some of this. Is it my favorite? No. But will I tolerate it? Yes. And I, as a neocon, am saying some of this is okay, but if you start shifting all the way over here, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. Okay? Now, Econo Boy is saying, I am here, so not only do I want all of this, I also eventually want this. That looks like tits, so I'll put a couple of nipples right here. Okay? And then Pisco is a progressive, and I think that he believes in a lot of social democratic policies, but let's say that he's in between liberalism and social democracy. Pisco is here, and he's saying, well, isn't all of this good? And these people say that they want it as well. So aren't we allies in achieving this goal? And this is the crux of the argument, is I am saying, and Stephen is saying, that these people are the fucking leopard eating faces party. Leopards. These people are fucking leopards. These people are fucking leopards. So these people are going to eat your fucking face, and you have no idea what's going on. So while you think that you're doing the good thing because you're getting universal health care, you're getting a higher minimum wage, you're reinvigorating unions, that's all capitalist shit. But in order to get the capitalist shit, the mixed economy capitalist shit, you're allying yourself with the leopards eating faces party. And if they ever get big enough to eat your fucking face, then they're going to eat your fucking face. Okay? Does everybody understand this? I'm going to save this in case Pisco fucking forgets. I can't do a backslash. I didn't want a backslash. Let me delete that. In case Pisco forgets, this is exactly what's going on.
Care about if all you're talking about is people.
Okay. No. Okay, so I'm going to say something that pisses me off about this conversation. Oh, somebody else started talking. I'm going to roll my eyes. Shut the fuck up, Pisco. Dude, so based. Fucking Pisco, every time somebody else talks, him rolling his fucking eyes makes me want to slap the fucking taste out of his mouth. That's fucking crazy. Just because you can't talk for fucking 10 minutes and I have to take 10-minute breaks between you and fucking Pisco, or you and fucking Destiny fucking circle jerking each other, go fuck yourself. Take your eyeballs and fucking shut them the fuck up, okay? So saying everything good is socialism is dumb as fuck.
No one said that.
Not what I'm doing.
Yes, you did, and yes, you fucking did.
Yeah, we did.
No one fucking said that. No one fucking said that.
Yeah, but we didn't straw man the shit out of you, Connor. You're being an idiot.
You're fucking idiot, dude. You didn't say that. No one said that.
My turn. I have the talking stick. Shut the fuck up.
Based. So fucking based.
Okay. So saying like, oh, a minimum wage is socialist, progressive taxes is socialist, firefighters is socialist, police are socialist, teachers are socialist. This is the kind of fucking bullshit that is the obfuscation that I'm talking about, where you're basically talking about normie lib governmental policies that are perfectly conducive to a free market fucking state, and you're like, oh, all of it's just a gradation of the economics. Well, why don't we just go with the right-wing definition of socialism, where socialism is when the government does anything ever whatsoever?
You losers.
At that point,
Yeah,
I'm a
you're not
socialist.
listening. You're not listening.
So J.D. Vance is a socialist. Everybody's a fucking socialist.
Oh, dude. And by the way, I'm not going to lie. So I love Wick. I'll go on his panels all the time. I'm not complaining about that. Wick moderating me repeatedly while these fucking twats get to fucking run ramshod over the conversation and make it spin in circles for hours did piss me the fuck off. Okay? Because whenever I'm fucking yelling for like 2 minutes, it's like Wick's like, oh, okay. Let's go ahead and get back into it, guys. And it's like, fuck you. You're helping the fucking lefties get away with it because they're not addressing what I said. Hubba Bubba says they avoided you because you made points they couldn't answer. The lame conspiracy accusation from Econoboy felt like such a win. They are subversive and not worth it. Well, they're worth it for fighting, right? We got good metrics. We got 225 people hanging out on Valor Media Network, and I didn't even announce the stream. Normally, in order to break 100, I'm not trying to shit talk myself, but normally in order to break 100, I have to post it to Twitter. I have to post it to fucking Discord. I have to post it to my other YouTube channel. And then I have to be talking about something like some drama that's interesting, right? But today we have a drama that's interesting and we already broke fucking 225. This is a channel record on Valor Media Network. So beautiful. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Like the stream, share it with your friends, engage in the comments section, super chats if you got it, memberships if you got it. I parasocially love you. Thank you for hanging out. I do read all of my chats, so I will be behind in chat, but I'll try to address as many chats as possible. Speaking of which, AKA Badasoy gave me $5 and said, I'd say I'm liberal. Oh, fuck. He did like 5 different terms. I'm a liberal, tradcon, constitutionalist, Christian, right to life, liberty, pursuit of happiness and property. I'm just going to call you center right. All right. Heterodox center right.
Hold on. Give it to Pisco and Econoboy to respond.
Yeah, so Econoboy specifically didn't.
Oh, way to dodge me, you fucking retard. All right. What's the other thing? Sorry for using ableist language. Sorry, Ken. Sorry, Mom. Sorry, Jesus. Sorry to the disabled people of the world. I'm going to go get water and a chocolate chip cookie soon, but let's listen to what Pisco has to say.
Say that. I'll let Econoboy do, but you're just not listening, but I want to talk after Econoboy.
So,
no, I perfectly listened. I heard everything you said. You said a bunch of social democratic policies were socialist, and you were fucking lying. You were lying or propagandizing or sweeping or wrong.
Yeah, so just to be clear, again, I'm grounding everything that I'm saying in the actually existing people that call themselves socialists and call them.
Half of whom are social democrats who don't know what the fucking word means, and you're helping them to obfuscate the fucking word.
Themselves very, very progressive. Now, if I could just finish, Connor, with all the bullshit about interrupting. So
this is why having clear definitions is so fucking important, by the way.
No, I heard it.
Okay. Well, you interrupted, so just give me a second here. I'm grounding this in the actually existing people that
do a line of Adderall.
Call it socialism, that call it whatever.
I'm telling him to speed it the fuck up. That's what I'm telling him. Red Cordy says you should have played the Hassan clip where he's on Slime's podcast where he openly says he pretends to be moderate to try and funnel people to the far left. I think they already know that at this point. Sacred Snow says, oh, another post-debate question. You said something about how EB should be ejected for his slow-rolling socialism. Is that the other half of Burkean conservatism? I was probably memeing at that point. If you're talking about EB, excuse me, being a Hassan sympathizer who's on the H3H3 podcast, I was probably memeing. I have no problem. I can be a friend with a socialist. I can be a friend with a communist. Just don't fucking piss on my leg and tell me it's raining. That's the only thing that I ask of you. Be honest. Own your shit. If you want a fucking revolution in order to overthrow the government, tell me that. I'll tell you you're fucking dumb as shit. And if you actually try to pull off the revolution, I'm going to shoot you with a 308 battle round. Okay? That's just what's going to happen. If you're a communist and you try to overthrow the United States, I'm going to shoot you. Okay? The same way that I would shoot a jihadist. All right? The same way that I would shoot a fascist. I will shoot a revolutionary socialist or a revolutionary communist. Then, when it comes to, what's the other part of it? Let's say that you're non-revolutionary. You're incremental. Don't tell me that social democracy and socialism are the same thing. Don't tell me that putting guardrails on capitalism to make sure that the working class has a decent standard of living is the same as decommodifying basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Don't tell me it's the fucking same. You can say that it's a stepstone towards your ideal goal, but don't tell me it's the same, or I will fucking take a massive rhetorical shit on you. AKA Badasui says, Connor, most of these people fall in the PV crowd, anybody but Republicans. Yeah. I know what you're saying, where it's like social democrats, liberals, and progressives are useful idiots for socialists and tankies, but that's why we have the fight. That's why we have the conversation. You could say that like Progressive Victory is more Econo Boy and Pisco, which is true. Half of Progressive Victory was liberal because it was Destiny fans. And then half of Progressive Victory was progressive because they were either there before anybody joined up or they were Vosh fans. So it was a progressive, socialist, liberal, collaborative project. But the whole point of it was to get canvassing operations and phone banking done before the 2024 general election. And in general, I know that it's going to be like water off of a duck's ass for the conservatives and the conservatarians who don't give a fuck about black people. But the Holocaust was 6 million people. The United States is currently on the verge of killing 14 million people through dengue fever, cholera, malaria, and AIDS in order to cut 0.16% of the federal budget. That's fucking evil. And so if you told me, hey, Connor, you're going to have to work with some progressives in order to save 14 million lives, the answer is obviously yes. Why would I ever say no? Why would any good person of conscience ever say no? And while I didn't specifically know that the foreign AIDS cuts were going to be projected to kill 14 million people, I did know that Trump was going to cut foreign aid. I did know he was going to be an isolationist. I did know that he was going to backstab Ukraine. I did know that he was probably going to facilitate the ethnic cleansing in Gaza. So I already had more than enough reason to vote against Trump as the lesser of two evils. So, yeah, PV sucks. These guys suck. They piss me the fuck off. That doesn't mean that Trump isn't worse.
Very progressive capitalism or very progressive like policies in general, right? So insofar as you're saying, oh, my narrow definition of socialist policies.
It's not my narrow definition of socialism. It's the Marxian definition of socialism.
Is decommodification of labor and the socialization of the means of production.
No, you fucking tool. Aren't you a socialist? It's a decommodification of basic human needs, not the decommodification of labor. What the fuck are you talking about?
And then, to be fair, according to me and according to some other policies that have been proposed, that is like almost exactly what we would be doing.
I'm presuming that's a misspeak, by the way. I think Econo Boy is educated enough that that would be a misspeak. I don't think that was Econo Boy's real perspective.
Just an example. Wait.
Can I ask a question?
Whoa. This is what happens. Everybody else talks for 20 minutes, and then I get fucking pissed off, and then I try to commandeer the conversation.
Just real quick for
I didn't come here to play the Scotsman.
Wait. Also, not the policy game. I'm just curious.
That's not what I'm doing.
Yes, you are. You are doing the No True Scotsman. You're saying social democracy and socialism are the same because socialists advocate for social democratic policies as a stepstone to socialism.
Exact opposite.
Okay, wait. Econo Boy keeps bringing up like AOC and Bernie.
Andy B says, who is a good Republican for you today, or is the entire party dead? It's mostly dead. Adam Kinzinger is retired now. Marco Rubio before he sold his soul. Ron DeSantis before he sold his soul. I wrote down a list. Somebody asked this in Discord. I lost it, so I can't find. Well, hold on. Let me go to Chill Chat, see if it's still there. So Nikki Haley, Chris Christie, Mitt Romney, George W. Bush's clone, Jeb Bush, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio before they sold their souls to the devil, Paul Ryan, Adam Kinzinger, Thomas Massey, Rand Paul, Ron Paul, and Dan Crenshaw. I would probably vote for all of those people before I would vote for a socialist.
Sanders, can you name somebody in the media environment that identifies as a socialist that is
based? And Steven tries to recenter it to the topic of conversation that he actually gives a fuck about, and these two are going to completely ignore it. I didn't even notice this last night. If I noticed this last night, I would have backed Steven up, because the whole point of this conversation was that alt media pundits who say that they're liberal are cozying up to alt media pundits who are explicitly socialist and communist. That was the whole objection. So this whole thing where it's like, well, socialists, when they're involved in electoral politics, actually advocate for social democratic policies, and therefore it's not a problem. That actually wasn't even the topic of the debate. So they actually obfuscated and moved it away from the thing that Steven and I gave a fuck about in order to prompt this debate in the first place.
Friendly towards the Democratic Party.
Like what? Like in the mainstream?
Anybody in the media environment.
Why is that relevant to the conversation? You want to change the conversation?
I don't want to change the conversation because politicians have to operate within the very real world of trying to get elected. So necessarily their positions are going to be probably a bit more constrained. And also these are people that, I mean, maybe Connor has, but I don't shit on AOC or Bernie Sanders. That was never what this conversation was ever about, like ever. Like, I'm curious, in the media environment, are there any people that identify as socialists that are friendly towards the Democratic Party in the United States of America? A single one.
Why is that relevant to whether or not the
because
Democrats
my main criticism.
Yeah. He says, why is that relevant or not? And then Steven says, this is the reason why I came to this fucking panel, which I feel bad for Steven now, because I understand that this was the main thing that he's been criticizing for weeks. And Econoboy and Pisco have been solely focused on electoralism. Again, if I would have noticed this last night, that typically I try to listen to people's line of argumentation just to contend with what they say, even if I feel like even if they're totally shifting away from the topic, because I think that's how you build interesting topics. However, I didn't realize last night that Steven and I have almost been exclusively bitching about liberals and progressives in the media space, playing footsie with socialists and communists and ignoring how fucking big of pieces of shit they are. And they reframe this completely as a social democratic socialist policy overlap and exclusively electoral socialists advocating for social democratic policies and not socialist policies. I didn't even notice this until Steven called it out just now. Damn, we got, they might have gotten fucking owned within the confines of the debate, but Steven and I got owned in the fact that they totally shifted away from the topic at hand. That sucks. That actually sucks. We could have had a much better debate.
I'm telling you, because my main criticism is that you're saying Democrats should appeal to socialists, and you're picking the outer perimeter socialists that are the least socialist people who.
True, because they don't advocate for the decommodification of basic human need in the workers. Let's pull up the Pisco painting. This isn't the Pisco painting. Where's the Pisco painting? I made this for you, Pisco. I made this for you. Don't you love it that I don't have horse porn on my computer, so I can routinely open up files on my computer without worrying about whether or not I'm going to show you underage teenagers having sex with a horse? Don't you fucking love that? So this is the fucking argument, is that AOC and Mamdani and Bernie use this term so they can normalize these ideas, but then they advocate for policies here because they know that these policies are popular. That's the entire fucking point. And so what Steven and I are arguing is that online, because these people don't have as much electoral power, these people repeatedly say, we are leopards who are going to eat your face. But Pisco, in my opinion, and his ilk are being useful idiots for Econoboy, who is in turn being a useful idiot for the leopards who are going to eat your fucking face. This is the whole point. It's the whole point. Whole point of the conversation. Nice nips, by the way. All right.
Who have won elections by being the least socialist people, saying that the outer perimeter beliefs that we're appealing to are things like a $15 an hour minimum wage, which aren't even necessarily socialist policies.
Yes.
Policies, when the issue we have is that the central tenets of socialism, like the abolition of all free enterprise, the abolition of all private property, the destruction of the political parties in the United States of America, those are the people that are dominating the media environment. And you're asking us to appeal to those people to capture people like AOC.
Sacred Snow says, to compound on Andy's question, because I think you'll say Rubio, how do you deal with the good Republicans if you give any selling out the country? This would prevent me from voting for any current Republicans in the future, regardless of any rehabilitation. I agree. I would find it. Let's say that Trump gets out of office and JD Vance becomes my candidate. He's like, let's say that he's like, listen, I actually think immigration is based. I think that legal immigration is based. We're going to totally reform the whole system. I think inside every Vietnamese person is an American. So if you loved entrepreneurialism, mixed economy capitalism, if you love freedom of speech, if you love freedom of conscience, then you're welcome here. You're a brother in arms. You're a future American, and I want you. Let's say he totally inverts the immigration. And let's say on guns, he's like, listen, guns are based. They're part of our rights and privileges as Americans, but there's obviously something wrong with our gun culture. So I'm actually going to create a universal concealed carry federal permit where you take an online test, and then this gives you access to semi-automatics, and it gives you access to, it gives you access to concealed carry nationwide. So Americans are not just going to be armed to the fucking teeth, which is their God-given right, but they're also going to be smart, and they're going to be capable of concealed carrying wherever they need to. I could go on and on and on. But the point is, like, let's say JD Vance becomes my perfect Republican candidate. It is going to be super difficult for me to ignore the fact that he dick sucked one of the worst administrations in American history so he could get clout and power, and also that he effectively condemned 14 million people to death so we could symbolically save 0.16% of the federal budget, and we made no attempts to try to salvage those programs by passing them off to the Europeans or the Asians or the Africans in a way that didn't kill tens of millions of people. It'll be very difficult, even if JD Vance becomes my perfect Republican. It'll be hard for me to look past it, 100%. Let's cross that bridge when we get there, though.
AOC and Bernie Sanders. I'm not worried about the AOCs and Bernie Sanders. I'm worried about the people that worked for Bernie Sanders, like your Brianna
True.
Joy Grays, or the people that are running the entire left-wing media online apparatus, which is why I'm asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party.
So if you're asking for a...
Dude, true. Just so fucking true. That's true. That's true. That's so fucking true. That's true.
If you're asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party, there's obviously a lot of those people. I just said those are 10% of the people that vote for Democrats.
Media
now,
people.
And I want to make this point because it's relevant to the conversation we're having.
Fuck you, Pisco. I'm going to say fuck you to Pisco before... I have to listen to you fucking twats talk for 10 fucking minutes, but I open my mouth once and you have to roll your eyes and go, oh my God. You have another comment on a 4-person panel? Fuck you. I'm the only one talking about the topic, you dumb bitch.
Okay,
fuck
what's your
you,
relevant
Pisco.
point?
If every time you open your fucking mouth, I go, oh,
you guys are, it's impossible for you guys to linearize because your whole job here.
No. He's going to accuse me of obfuscating for fucking Steven. I'm the only person focused on the topic. Is to muddy the waters. When Congress presented,
I think you're muddying the water. That's exactly what I'm going to accuse you of momentarily. So shut up.
You were brought in. You and Rick are being brought in to give cover to Destiny.
Counter.
I'm gonna offer.
Hold on.
I'm gonna offer clarity.
Stop.
And I'm getting moderated. These fucking twats have been yapping for fucking 20 goddamn minutes about nothing that actually forwards the conversation, and I get moderated the hardest. That's fucking bullshit. Like, I still love Wick. I'm still going to go on his panels, whatever. But the fact that I kept getting moderated, but while these people totally derailed from the fucking conversation, it's bullshit.
Connor, stop. Peace, go first, and then you can respond.
So
go ahead.
Clearly, with respect to policies that socialists support,
which is bullshit, by the way, because the exact point that I was going to make is that for the past, we're 35 minutes into this debate. For the past 35 minutes, they have used social democratic policies in order to obfuscate for fucking socialism and therefore sweep for socialists and for communists. And this is precisely what we've been accusing them of the entire fucking time. Exactly what Stephen was talking about, where online socialists and online communists endlessly shit on the Democratic Party in order to shift the Overton window left. They are helping to sweep that by obfuscating this conversation and saying socialists and communists are just woo cute boys who just want fucking social democratic policies. Fucking amazing. And Wick, I love you. Help them get away with this tactic.
If what we mean by appeal to socialists is to literally propose policies.
Dude, I'm actually like furious here. I'm like furious and just maulding. I'm losing my hair in this top left corner right now.
That these types of socialists would support. You guys are okay with them, certain of these policies, right? And we're just now defining what the scope of that agreement is. What
LB says the Red Scare was a bullshit witch hunt from the conservatives. LB, fuck off. You're full of shit. A third of the known world was taken over by authoritarian communism, and there were plenty of fucking socialist and communist sympathizers within the United States who didn't just want to do ooh-woo cutesy social democracy. They wanted to overthrow the government of the United States of America and were creating propaganda to that effect. Fuck that. The only problem with the Red Scare is we didn't catch enough of you fucks.
The scope of that overlap is, but you don't have a problem in principle with appealing to socialists if by appealing to socialists we mean promoting policies that they like, correct?
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
The policies are good.
Yeah, sorry. Let me see if Pisco actually makes a point, because I still think he's fucking sweeping and I started ignoring him.
Or stop. Peace, go first, and then you can respond. Go ahead.
Clearly, with respect to policies that socialists support, if what we mean by appeal to socialists is to literally propose...
LB, you're mischaracterizing it. Shut the fuck up.
Policies that these types of socialists would support. You guys are okay with them, certain of these policies, right? And we're just now defining what the...
Yeah, but they're not socialists. They're not the decommodification of basic human needs or workers owning the means of production. Which, by the way, let's go ahead and let's articulate this real quick. Food, water, and shelter could be free at some point in the future. But I would want capitalism to achieve that. I would want the private market to build so much housing and so much food and so much water that we're like, why are we even charging people money for this? We already have so much of it that it's practically free. Let's just make it free. That's what I would want. I wouldn't want to legislate that, and I wouldn't want a command economy to create that state of affairs.
Scope of that agreement is, what the scope of that overlap is, but you don't have a problem in principle with appealing to socialists if by appealing to socialists we mean promoting policies that they like, correct?
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
True, it's a meaningless fucking statement. I want clean water. Clearly, I'm a socialist. I want clean air. Clearly, I'm a socialist. I want not to be raped and murdered by my neighbors. Clearly, I'm a socialist. It's so fucking stupid.
Policies are good.
Okay, so,
well, like,
so
wait,
now
wait,
it's
wait,
actually...
wait, because the question would be, are you okay with appealing to members of the Ku Klux Klan?
And by the way, it was my turn. This twat said something stupid. It was my turn to talk and say, you guys are doing the exact obfuscation of which this panel is totally, like, the point of this panel is that these people are obfuscating the term socialism. I was going to point this out. This motherfucker makes an irrelevant point, and then this motherfucker jumps down his throat, and so we miss the actual point that would move the conversation forward.
Plan.
They had clean drinking water.
No, wait, let him, yeah. Like, no, that's actually my follow-up. Yeah.
Ooh, I said verbatim today. I said verbatim today what I said yesterday, based.
Yeah.
Let's say that you do like city renovations where you have clean drinking water.
So now let's actually talk about the policies and when.
No, you have to answer that question. Would you be okay with having a party that builds this?
I'm okay with a party. I'm totally willing to buy bullets. You know, I buy bullets. I'm totally willing with a party to.
Sacred Snow. I'm catching up to the Bob Ross stuff. Sacred Snow, ASMR voice. Today we're going to be painting a coronate berserker. Blood for the blood god. Skulls for the skull throne. We're going to start off with some runic brass and some corn rad. I'm going to be doing edge highlighting with like Yatri yellow combined with, in a 50-50 mixture, Mephistone red. Dude, shit. If you paid me $50 a fucking hour to make Bob Ross painting streams, I would 100% do fucking Bob Ross painting streams. That would be fucking sick.
Appeal to members of the Ku Klux Klan if what is meant by that is appealing to common sense policies that
which is why so this is why it's a pointless question.
Wait. It's not a pointless question. It's not a pointless question because there are policies that you would consider socialist, I think, under your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should have.
No, I don't. I stick with the normal definition of socialism, Pisco. You fucking obfuscating piece of shit.
So, for example, would you be against? Do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
This isn't even. This doesn't even have to do with online socialists constantly shitting on Democrats in an attempt to shift the Overton window left. It doesn't even have to do with like Stephen's concern that liberals and progressives are being co-opted and useful fucking idiots for socialists. This has nothing to do with it. This is Pisco saying, if a good policy is proposed by socialists, would you support it? If Hitler proposed good policy, I would support good policy that Hitler proposed. It's a dumb question.
No.
Okay, can you give an example of a socialist policy?
Things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from capital owners, and giving that so that the workers are exclusively the ones that are in control of the means of production.
So a single payer healthcare system, let's say a health insurance system, let's put it aside national health.
Is not socialist, correct? Because it's not the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. The Pisco's about to jump on the biggest fucking rake of the debate, and it's going to be funny as fuck.
A single payer healthcare system that makes it illegal or outlaws private insurance. You would not say that's socialist?
If you're
Yeah, Harley Smith says, whoa, I just had a brain blast. What makes this discussion hard is that socialism has ideas that aren't inherently authoritarian, but when it's implemented, it's de facto has to be authoritarian. Yes. Decommodification of basic human needs means that you make sure that every man, woman, and child gets free food, free water, and free shelter. In order to do that, the state has to command the economy to create those services. That's inherently authoritarian. And if anybody objects, you have to beat the fuck out of them and incarcerate them. And then workers owning the means of production, even if you do a stock system, that system cannot tolerate a free enterprise in the economy because that free enterprise might free up capital that then allows it to advocate for more institutions to not have a worker-owned model. And then at that point, you have to prohibit it through state force. You're absolutely correct, Harley Smith. Thank you for that observation. You are correct.
You're talking about the government owning everything from the top down, then including the hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist. Some people might.
Would you or would you? Sorry. Would you call that socialist?
Would you or wouldn't you? Yes or no? Yes or no?
Stephen, not mine. Would you call that socialist? Yes or no?
I would call it a state-owned.
This is a little bit frustrating because Stephen can answer yes or no. And I think Stephen is good at biting bullets and then explaining himself afterwards. So I would allow Pisco to get a yes or no out of that. And then I would say, but I need to explain, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. That's what I would do.
Enterprise or state-owned enterprise is socialist. I mean, like technically not really, but sure, we can say.
This is happening, says Connor. You need to have someone putting up shorts of funny moments like that ASMR Bob Ross moment. No, y'all need to do that shit. Start clipping. I'm not doing that shit. And I'm not hiring somebody to do that shit. We don't make enough money for that shit. Somebody else start clipping. Somebody else start clipping. You can keep 100% of your revenue. If you are a clips channel and you think some of this shit is funny, you think it's funny out of context, all that kind of stuff, you have my full permission to make a clips channel. Go for it.
So wait. Is your answer that a single payer system is not socialist? Is that what your answer is?
I wouldn't call it socialist, but if you wanted to, for the purpose of this conversation, sure.
No, I don't know. I want to know your opinion. So I'm asking your opinion. Your answer is no. Single payer is not socialist.
I don't think it's necessarily like a social policy. You could call it if you wanted to. You could, but if you wanted to,
I'm not asking if I wanted to. I could. I'm asking your opinion.
I'm not asking my opinion. You wanted to give you a yes or no answer to an incredibly complicated question about a mode of economy that you just discovered.
This is Zero says, what was with the Adderall meme, by the way? Econoboy talks like a fucking Care Bear, and he needs to get pepped up for the conversation. If you actually rewind the VOD, there's a really funny Care Bear segment.
Hey, dipshit. I want your opinion. I want your opinion, dipshit.
You want a yes or no?
I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You don't even know what the difference between a state-owned enterprise and what an actual...
Do you think...
True.
Different
Do you
evolution
think,
of the...
do you think single payer... Do you think single payer... Steven, I'm not asking, would someone else...
Oh, and by the way, look, I just got raped. Okay? I just got raped. Fucking Pisco was supposed to say something. I was supposed to be able to make my point, and then we were supposed to move on into the fight, and they just ignored me and moved on. Total fucking bullshit. And bear in mind, I am smiling at chat, but I am seething internally.
I'm asking you, Stephen Bonnell, do you consider single payer to be socialist?
I wouldn't call that socialist. No.
Shut up and let me
no. Okay, so this is who's the no true Scotsman here? You guys were saying like the policy that most people who would
Oh, Connor holding up his fucking hand for 20 minutes. I should kill myself.
Absolutely considered to be socialist is not socialist. And so our working framework of socialism is only tankyism, only people who want to decommodify everything and have government ownership of everything. And it's preposterous. You're just not operating with the way people use those words.
That's great. That's literally not the argument, though.
And I've also explained the argument 5 times, so I'm not going to do it again.
If you wanted to argue that if we were to call it socialist and you wanted to socialize the healthcare system, the reason why you would be doing that wouldn't be because you're trying to appeal to socialists.
Weasel
words,
Stephen. Weasel words.
It's called
fuck you, Pisco. Let him make the point.
Politics. I know that it's hard sometimes.
If you want to,
my answer? Holy shit.
Yeah,
there is a difference between doing something by... So, for instance, I'm a free market capitalist, but that doesn't mean I oppose government intrusion into every single sector or even a government monopoly on things like, say, utilities, because there are some things that the free market doesn't solve for. To say that I don't think the free market solves for this...
Correct. Capitalists only want, at least the way that I would frame it, is capitalists. Plenty of them don't give a shit and they just want laissez-faire economics because they know that they're going to do fine in a capitalist economy and they don't give a shit about poor people or anything like that. But I would say people who actually enjoy the mixed economy capitalist model, they only want government interventions at market failures. They want the free market and entrepreneurialism to be as maximal as possible. So, since it's not economical for me to individually pay for the power lines to be run from my house to the power station, and it's not economical for me to pay for the maintenance fee and the energy consumed through a private carrier who is going to constantly shift shit within the market, utilities could be considered one of the things that's like, it needs to be stable enough to be at least a partially public enterprise. And so within that market failure, we're okay with the government stepping in. But it should exclusively be within market failures. At least that's the way that I feel. Jacob Costa Correa says, having done high school history in Sweden, socialism is taught as being interchangeable with communism. I don't know why I went Hispanic and then Russian, but you're just going to have to deal with it. Having done I'll do the sleepy Mexican accent. Having done the high school history in Sweden, socialism is taught as being interchangeable with communism. Bernie is not a socialist. AOC is not a socialist. Why would they ever embrace the term? Because they're trying to rehabilitate the word. Because they're hiding their fucking power levels. That's why.
We should have utility companies ran by the state is not the same as saying I'm appealing to socialists. That is such a naive reading of politics. Shut the fuck up and let me finish. So when you ask me if a single payer system would be socialist, I might say, I guess you can consider social if you want. The reason why I'm advocating, though, for a single payer system isn't because I'm trying to appeal to socialists. It's because I think free market capitalism cannot solve the problem.
So this is the opposite.
True, it's a fucking market failure. Good job. Yes. And Stephen is effectively saying that while socialists and while social democrats and while liberals might agree with universal health care under a single payer or multi-payer system, Stephen is not motivated to propose that policy because he's a closet socialist. He believes that there is a market failure when it comes to healthcare because of elasticity. Can I actually explain this to you? I know we're dropping down a little bit, so I'm assuming somebody else went live and they're more interesting than me, which is fucking bullshit. We should find the 20 people who dropped out of our fucking chat and we should fucking tar and feather them. Because I am better than whatever fucking dickbag liberal fucking streamer that they ran away to. But I'm going to explain this real quick because it's actually really smart. So there are goods that meet the supply and demand curve. Okay? So I forget which one's which, but let's just do supply and demand because it'll still be the same thing. So with demand, if you have a little demand and you have a fucking supply, let's say that the supply, I don't know, is fucking there or some shit. So this is called market equilibrium. All right. And that's where the demand for the good as the supply increases, or is it price P? Let's take a look at a fucking somebody else who's not totally dumb as fuck. Let's look at their supply and demand curve and see how they drew it. I just want to double check and make sure that I'm not giving you bad info. Supply demand graph. Oh, quantity and price, supply and demands are the lines though. Okay. So what it's saying though is that as demand rises, there can be market failures where the supply will not keep up. This is called price elasticity. So what'll happen is there will be a good that is so in demand that the market will try to supply it, but they'll fail. And then also, if it's more in demand than there is a supply, then people will pay an absurd price for it, right? So how much is your life worth to you? Okay. And the point is right here that there can be market failures, and healthcare is the perfect example of this because we all want to live. So there's infinitely more demand for healthcare services than there is supply. And not only that, but hold on, I'm trying to think of this. Let me pause and think about it just for 1 second. There's more demand than there is supply. And so as a result, a fair market rate might be down here for what the service actually is. But because there's more demand than supply, then technically you can charge exorbitant rates. This is a market failure. And so what the government does is it can subsidize the market in order to try to increase supply because it's providing more capital so we can meet at this price point. I think I'm fucking this up, but the point still stands that the government through subsidy can inflate or deflate supply. I think I'm totally fucking this up, but I think I'm accurate enough that you should understand. Let's not save that. Let's pretend that didn't happen. Let's pretend that I'm 70% correct and let's move on.
Yes or no? Yes or no? What is a woman? What is a woman? If we're doing that with socialism, we can do that. Okay, go for it. Yeah.
No, we shouldn't. We should just go with Connor's definition and then shut the fuck up and then actually talk about the topic of the debate.
The obfuscation is the question.
There's no obfuscation, to be clear. You're just confused. Your confusion is not me obfuscating.
The obfuscation is his fault, and I'll identify it. The question isn't whether or not the intention behind promoting single-payer system is one way or another. We're not talking about the intention behind why.
I think we kind of are, but go ahead.
You propose one policy or another. We're just asking in pure semantic terms, would most people call socialized medicine, socialized healthcare, would they call it a socialist policy? And you're...
And the answer is, based off of the actual political definition, no. Scandinavia has universal healthcare. They don't consider themselves socialist. Most of Europe has universal healthcare. They don't consider themselves socialist. So your definition is clearly fucking not working, Pisco.
Absurd deflection on that and say, no, I would not call it socialist. I think just you're not using the terms the way people use those terms.
Here's the question. Wait. Do you think that Hassan would call it socialism?
I don't...
No, and the answer is absolutely the fuck not.
Wait, why is that relevant?
Why is the largest left-wing streamer relevant to what mainstream thought is amongst leftists on the online media sphere?
Bro, cook his ass.
Is that, wait, did you just say that? Hold on, wait, did you just say that?
The Communist Manifesto, that is not authoritative on socialism, but Hassan...
No, it's not. $15 minimum wage and progressive taxes are not socialist, you fucking idiot. This is where Pisco arguing confidently from a position of ignorance is wildly frustrating. Why didn't he do any fucking research in reference to the actual ideology he's arguing over? This is why he's this is why I called him a cocksleeve. This is why I called him a cocksleeve right here, is because he thinks that a minimum wage and progressive tax structure is socialist because they talked about it in a communist fucking propagandist pamphlet. That's not what it fucking means, bro. Why don't you go read it? Read it and come back.
No, it's not. The Communist Manifesto is not authoritative on socialism.
Hassan Piker is. Hassan Piker, who you...
True, dude. He's using argumentative strategies that are based on wild ignorance.
You said he's a fucking limousine socialist. Yeah, he's definitive on that, but not the Communist Manifesto.
Hold on, I just want to be clear. You're telling me that something that was written almost 100 years ago is more authoritative on what modern day socialists believe than what the largest... Okay, well, I encourage you to do more research when it comes to politics, I guess. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
True, actually research the fucking topic. And by the way, I've been waiting fucking 10 minutes of fighting to make my point.
Let me step in here. So if we're appealing at that point, though, Destiny...
And I've been holding my hands and I'm making a fucking face because fucking Wick down here isn't paying the fuck attention. And so it was supposed to be Pisco goes off, then I say my point, then they can go back to fighting. But I've been waiting for fucking 10 minutes and then I get jumped in line by the fucking Care Bear. That's why I'm making this face.
If we're appealing to what people who call themselves socialists actually think, hey, the authoritative source of what socialism is the actually existing socialists today and what they believe in, right? Then in terms of whether or not we're like acquiescing or appealing to the socialist movement, then yeah, like the Bernie Sanders platform concessions of 2016 would count within that reasonable framework, that he was able to raise the minimum wage, requirement of the Democratic Party National.
That's not socialism, bro.
Committee. He was able to add in things like legalizing marijuana. And so
that's not socialism.
We're hopping back and forth between, oh, well, some socialists say socialism is decommodification of labor.
The difference there is Bernie Sanders is appealing to liberals. Liberals aren't trying to appeal to socialists, right?
Okay,
when Bernie Sanders recommends...
Dice5 says, at 102.24, you explain Maoism. Then Econo Boy says, you didn't mention the Brits or the Australians. Can you steel man what the hell he meant by that? Yeah, he meant that socialists in Western countries are uwu cutesy pet cats and Maoists are leopards who eat your fucking face. So because pet cats exist, socialism is good. Metaphorically.
The legalization of marijuana, that's not socialists, right? That's Bernie Sanders trying to do something in a liberal capitalist framework.
True. That's why I did a thumbs up.
Can you say the government needs to grow weed? Sorry, go on.
Okay, so number one, I take it that you take back the thing you said in the beginning of this debate of when do socialists ever appeal to liberals by just now saying that that was an appeal to liberals.
100%.
This was like the one dunk that they got. The one dunk that they got. And by the way, they're not even talking about media figures. They're talking about Bernie Sanders.
No, because I said at the beginning, I don't really consider these people socialists. Follow the conversation, okay?
Okay, so now Bernie Sanders...
True, that's why it was a fucking half dunk.
Sanders isn't a socialist.
I don't consider these... I didn't I say at the beginning of this conversation? I don't really consider these people real socialists. No.
Okay. No, but Destiny, but what you did say was the actually existing contemporary socialists like Hassan are authoritative on what socialism is. And so...
Okay. The reason why I use decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production is because 200 fucking years ago, 140 years ago, there's this guy called Marx. And Marx was a critic of capitalism. And he had a boy named Engels who ran a factory. And Marx pretty astutely described the failures of capitalism and believed that a new model was needed in order to usher in a more egalitarian, fair, and prosperous society. He called these things, at least according to all the socialists that I've spoken to, socialism and communism. And so what he believed is that history would be ultimately decided in apocalyptic terms by the working class rising up and abolishing the capital class. And so the way that they would do that would be multi-tiered. State capitalism is where the government is used in order to control the economy such that it's more egalitarian, which is arguably what China is doing right now. Then you have socialism, which is the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. That's what a bunch of Marxist-Leninists tried to do in the middle and early 20th century, which was so fucking disastrous that it killed tens of millions of people, including Mao, including Joseph Stalin, including Pol Pot, including Ho Chi Minh. Even though Ho Chi Minh was the least of the bad ones, including Tito through the later 20th century, who was a benevolent dictator who instituted market socialism. But they still try to decommodify basic human needs and have workers on the means of production. But the ultimate goal of this, from Marxist perspective, was communism, which was a moneyless, stateless, classless society. The reason why communists say a moneyless, stateless, classless society has not been tried in the real world is because they're correct. However, just because communism hasn't been created in the real world doesn't mean that communists haven't been in charge of societies. Okay? So when you start saying that social democracy is the same as socialism, I feel like you're a retarded propagandist for socialists. Okay? I feel like you're a useful fucking idiot. And I think this entire conversation proved to me that Pisco is a useful fucking idiot for socialists. He's not dumb. I'm not saying Pisco is dumb. I think he's ignorant. And I think Econoboy thinks that socialism is infinitely more ooh-woo and kawaii than it is.
So if people like Bernie Sanders, and if I could just finish my point, fuck's sake, if people like Bernie Sanders and people like Mamdani and people like AOC say things like publicly owned grocery stores and single payer healthcare systems and the expansion of a public education are socialist policies, then we have to agree with them, or at least we have to say that they're a major influence on what it means to be a socialist policy under your own framework.
No, and I would like an opportunity to speak.
No, I want Destiny to really clarify that.
And this is where I get fucking pissed off, because it's like, no, bitch, I waited fucking 20 minutes for you dumbasses to fucking fight and miss the entire point of the fucking conversation. So no, I would like my turn. Thank you.
Really quick, just like, does that
I can't even finish saying anything without somebody screaming at me.
Hand on my dick and balls for the next 10 minutes. So I would like an opportunity.
Hold on. Counterpoints, please.
See, and I get fucking moderated again. Wick, no offense, dude. This is fucking pissing me off. It was pissing me off last night. It's pissing me off right now. These fucking three twats talk for fucking 20 minutes. I've been patiently waiting my fucking turn that I held up my fucking hand for. And then when we start fighting over who's going next, you fucking moderate me? What the fuck? Get a notebook, bro. Dylan Burns fucking mastered this shit fucking 5 years ago. Get a fucking notebook and write down who wants to go. That way I don't have to wait fucking 20 minutes to get into the conversation. And if you don't want me to fucking throw elbows, then get the fucking notebook. Bro, Wick, who I still like, but pissed me the fuck off last night with this moderation and is pissing me off right now that I'm seeing it again.
Destiny was asked a direct question. I'm gonna let him give it.
Okay, then Connor should go right over me. Okay, listen, I don't think that you look to the lawmakers.
Let's go ahead and watch Destiny answer it, and then we'll watch these two twats jump in, even though Destiny just said, "Okay, I'll go," and then I'll let Connor go because he's been waiting.
In a democratic system, to see who your ideological thought leaders are for certain movements in the United States necessarily. Okay, they're running in certain districts, and they're running under the confines of trying to operate.
Sacred Snow says, I see your logic tree. Are you suggesting we should eject Bernie Sanders from the coalition? You do whatever the fuck you want, man. I don't give a shit. Bernie Sanders is a free fucking person. If he's able to popularize his political career based off of social democratic policies, I don't give a fuck. Have fun. I think it's wrong. I'll fight you electorally, but, you do you. I'm not here to tell the Democratic Party who can be in the fucking Democratic Party. I just think that if you appeal to fucking tankies, if you allow socialists to fucking self-sweep, then you're going to fuck over the Democrats. That's what I'm saying.
Within some electoral system so that they can get stuff done. I think that if you want to have this argument right now of like, does Bernie Sanders and AOC dictate what socialism is in the United States? Honestly, when you say it, maybe when Pisco said, I'm not sure what planet he's on right now, okay? But when you say it to Conor, I think you genuinely believe that. And I don't think you're saying that like with stupidity. And I don't think you're saying that with malice. And I don't think you're a secret tanky or anything like that, okay? I understand what you're saying there. And I
Beef Supreme says, stop letting these left buffoons pull you further left. How far can you go before you find yourself on the right? National socialism. That's how far I can get pulled to the left to be on the right.
Want to agree with you, but the problem is that when I go outside, let me explain where the comments come from. The problem is that when we go outside of where Econoboy is, there is nobody in the United States media environment, okay, that like calls themselves like really like a socialist that would look to people like AOC and Bernie Sanders and say, oh yeah, those are socialists. They would call those people stepping stones in the radicalization funnel and good.
True! Almost a direct quote from Hakeem and Hassan during their fucking cringe deprogrammed podcast.
Like liberal capitalists at the end of the day, which is these are some like the
Hassan, this is what you want.
Oh, and now it's my fucking turn, but Pisco's still jumping in. Fuck you.
Hold on.
I want to turn.
Go ahead.
I want to turn because frankly, you guys are talking past each other, okay? The reason why I've reiterated my definition of socialism as narrow and tailored is because I'm not doing no true Scotsman, okay? I'm telling you what a fucking Scotsman is. It's a Scottish person from fucking Scotland, okay? It's a dude, he wears a kilt, he has his fucking dick out all the time, all right? So,
True.
the point is, I'm describing very specifically what it is. And the reason why I would be pissed about universal health care or high quality education being labeled socialist is, number one, I think most committed socialists who have read any books about socialism wouldn't agree with that definition. And the only way that I would stretch it is if you considered universal health care or universal access to health care as a part of the decommodification of basic human needs, which by the way, I'm pretty sure it was just food, water, and shelter. But what I'm saying is that the reason why I think that
if you don't understand this, you're a fucking idiot. I understand that I can be dry. I understand that I talk for fucking too long. If you don't understand this, you're a fucking idiot.
Econo Boy and Pisco, whether they like it or not, are useful fucking idiots for committed socialists and tankies and communists is because they fucking muddy the definitions. They fucking blur it around. They're just like, oh yeah, every public service is fucking socialist.
I'm correct. You're wrong.
Give us one example, therefore. Give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
That is socialist. That's decommodifying basic human needs. It's literally 50% of socialism. Try to rebut that, you son of a bitch.
So you think so? Why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance isn't? And it's because one is basic human needs.
Unironically, yes.
Because I'm going based on because I'm going off of the fucking definitions of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic.
Oh, watch this rake. It's so glorious. It's coming right up.
Basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare is.
I'm asking a question.
Yep, and I'm trying to save you from your own fucking rake, you fucking idiot.
I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think.
Oh no. Oh my god. This is Pisco. This is Pisco. Oh fuck. I'm gonna send this to my artist. Okay. Okay. Hutch is live. Okay, does Hutch want to talk to me? Dude, I don't somebody some Mexican says if you're interested in talking, Hutch is live. Okay. I listen, I don't like it when people like try to fuck up other people's relationships by inserting themselves into each other's social circle. If Hutch wants to talk to me, I'll happily talk to him about it. Oh shit. Oh, hold on, my mic just fucked up. I'll happily talk to fucking Hutchinson about it, but it's not, I don't give a fuck. Like we could talk about it, but it's not that big of a deal. If you can still hear me, basically my mic stand just fucked up. So give me 10 seconds. Oh. Turns out yanking my fucking microphone around was not ideal for its long-term health. Let me go ahead and send this to oh damn. Let me send it to Theo. Find a conversation. My artist. This is for Pisco. Also remind me about piss condom balloons. All right, cool. All right. Anyways, that was Pisco. That was awesome. Let's continue.
Thing that's cooked in arbitrary. I don't think you can point
wait. I gotta ask because
that's cooked in arbitrary. Get the fuck out of here.
Wait.
What he could say is cooked in arbitrary is that he feels that healthcare is a basic human need and therefore should be considered as a part of the socialist platform, particularly in a modern context. I would accept that. But the series of words that came out of his mouth was, do you think that food is more important than healthcare as far as basic human needs? And the obvious answer is yes. So hold on, let's rewind it one more time.
That's your scene.
But what I'm saying is that the reason why I think that's useful because they
Connor, give us one example. Therefore, give us one example of a socialist policy. Go.
Making food, water, and shelter available to human beings at the point of service for free.
So you think so? Why is that socialist, but doing the same thing with health insurance?
Because that's the fucking definition.
Insurance isn't, and it's because one is basic human needs.
Yes, unironically.
Because I'm going based on because I'm going off of the fucking definitions.
Conservative liberalism says are stock options and profit sharing on a slippery slope of workers owning the means of production? No. If it's done on a voluntary basis, I don't give a shit about profit sharing.
Of shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so healthcare is not a basic human need, but food is.
All you're arguing is that healthcare.
I'm trying to save him, by the way.
I'm asking a question. I'm actually asking you a question. Is food more of a human need than healthcare is, as you're seeing it?
Yes, obviously.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So I think that's cooked. I think that's cooked in arbitrary.
I gotta ask because this is background. Wait. I need to know. Hold on.
Everybody needs
Pisco.
help.
Destiny saw the dunk. He was like, I'm going in. This is the counterpunch, bro. This is the counterpunch I was telling you about.
Do you think that healthcare is as important as food?
No, I think food is more important than healthcare.
Okay, so you agreed with Connor there. I don't know.
So he misspoke.
I don't know why you just said Connor was
No.
He misspoke. He misspoke, and he will not admit that he misspoke.
No. You're cooked in that I would consider, I think most people consider in basic human necessity need, healthcare as well as food. Not that food is more important.
You asked him which was more important, didn't you? Did I miss that? Hold on, wait. I'm sorry. I'm appealing to the moderator.
It's my point, Steven. Let me get my dunk. Dude, Steven is so fucking content-brained. He wanted to make sure that he got the dunk instead of me.
Ask which one was more important, or did he say we're both important?
Yes, which is more important.
Thank you. Okay, he did. So you just totally mischaracterized Connor's point there.
No.
You did.
I said,
you did.
Is it more of a, in the sense of is it more of a basic? Is it more of a
Grassy touch him on for $20. When Econoboy and Pisco starve us all to death, the paintings on the inside of the cave walls will be you and Destiny's MS Paint diagrams. Thank you for the donation, King.
Basic human necessity in the sense that it's a separate category of thing, that there are separate categories that...
Oh, yeah, nice sweep, too, dude. You could have just said, okay, this is what Pisco could have done. Pisco could have said, okay, I'm sorry if I misspoke. I do think that food is more important than healthcare, but I think healthcare is still within the category of basic human needs. And I think eliminating it from the category of basic human needs is arbitrary. That's what he's trying to say. But he's not going to admit that he misspoke, which is very stupid. Just admit you misspoke, bro. We do it all the time. Some people, I think Dev pointed out that sometime during the debate, I confuse communism with socialism, and I say that socialism is a moneyless, stateless, classless society, which is obviously a misspeak. If somebody said, hey, Connor, you said socialism is a moneyless, stateless, classless society, is that correct? Then I'm not going to be like, oh, what I really meant is that, socialism is a stepping stone to No, I'm just going to be like, yeah, I fucked up. I misspoke. My bad.
Food is a basic human necessity in a way that
you don't need to cope. You can just say you misspoke.
Also, it doesn't. Hold on. Wait.
You don't need to cope. You can just say you misspoke.
Hey, just to be clear, because you're trying to bail yourself out. It doesn't make sense when you.
And Steven wants the dunk.
just said. Is something more of this in a category, or is it just in the category? Those are two.
No, it makes sense.
Is a Ford Focus more of a car than a Honda Civic is a car? That doesn't make any fucking sense. No, he tried against Connor. He fucked up. He realized what he said was fucking retarded. And now he's trying to walk it back with the word game. That's what's happening right now.
This is all weaselness.
It's a word game. This is a word game.
This is all weaselness.
It is weaselness. We agree with that. We all agree.
Adonic Treadmill says, dude, this is such a good metaphor. I've already used on 3 of my lefty buddies. Lol, cats aren't scary, but leopards are terrifying. Yup.
So when you say the word a basic human necessity, all right, a basic human necessity, in what respect is food a basic human necessity with respect that healthcare is not? And I'm trying.
Oh my God. He's still insisting on the fucking rake, dude. This is fucking Pisco right now, bro. I already know I pulled it up. I already know you saw it. I don't care. I'm going to show it to you again because I love it. Oh, welcome back, you 10 traitorous fucks. You think I didn't see you? You think I didn't see you dip out because one of your fucking loser, soy, liberal fucking live streamers went fucking live and you're like, I'm going to go check out what they said. I already watched the debate and Connor's kind of boring anyway, so I'm going to go take a look. And then your other fucking streamer was boring as shit, so you came back here. You think I don't see you? I see you, you traitorous fucks. You distracted me. Broom, skateboard, meme. Fucking traitors. Oh, there you go. It's actually supposed to be a rake. My bad. But this is Pisco right now. If you can't see it, it's a dude jumping on a fucking rake as if it was a skateboard. It's supposed to be a rake, not a broom. Skateboard on a rake meme. There we go. Just going to expand this. And I'm just going to click over to it every now and then as necessary.
Trying to see what are the metrics by which you assess healthcare to be more of a basic human necessity.
I would like the 19th century definition of socialism because they would have never considered healthcare a basic human need.
Wait, stop. I'm clarifying. I'm clarifying. So just because I say something is more important, and I'm going to get Destiny to agree with this, just because something is more important.
Mukri says, Connor had the best point of the debate when he said that to anybody right of Joe Biden, socialism and communism are the same. True.
I consider something to be more important. Doesn't mean it's more of a basic human necessity, yes or no?
Who?
Steven.
You're
tripping over your words. You just said again. You said more of a basic human necessity, but what you mean to say it doesn't belong to the category of basic human necessity.
Wait, Steven.
Yeah, he's still trying to fucking self-sweep, bro.
Steven, is the category...
Just admit it. You misspoke.
Category is the term basic human necessity and important the same.
Dude, I actually don't like this. This is all ego. You could just admit that you misspoke.
No?
Okay, so saying something along the spectrum of basic human necessity and importance, those are different questions, right?
We're debating whether or not...
Are they, Steven, are they different questions or not?
Haterade says, I feel you on the eye roll thing. My dad would always say, roll your eyes again, I'm gonna knock him out of your fucking head. Yeah, dude.
Those are different words. I don't even know what you're asking right now.
So is something on the spectrum of basic human necessity the same spectrum of importance? Because importance can encompass more.
Well, that's not the same as your original statement, dumbass.
More than just something that's basic human necessity.
It can be more important along the spectrum, sure.
Okay, so so there's no contradiction, right? Can you identify a contradiction?
No, Vegan Gains, sir. I cannot identify a contradiction.
Okay. So I don't want to debate whether
food was more important than healthcare, and you said yes. You said that was cooked, and then you tried to pretend it was a category question. But
I don't think it's interesting to debate whether or not Pisco got dunked on just now. Okay, I want to go back to what Destiny said previously, which I thought was pretty interesting. So Destiny.
Everybody ignores my entire fucking point. God damn it.
Made the claim that the people that he would look to determine who.
Peter Mars says, I didn't even know you had this other channel until yesterday, until you mentioned it on Counterpoints. Bruh. I try to shill all the time. Matter of fact, you reminded me to shill. Thank you to my loyal 190 viewers, the fucking traitorous fucks that left me for Hutch or Pisco or whoever the fuck else. Fuck you. And when you come back, know that I will know you a traitor. Like the stream. Super chats for the stream, memberships for the stream, watch the VODs. This is a VOD. Okay? The VOD is me watching some stupid shit, pausing every 5 minutes, talking shit about it, and sometimes using it as a launch point in order to share something insightful and educational with the chat. This is the content. So if you like this content, you're going to like all of my content. So go to the VODs and watch the VODs. I won't be offended if you put it at 2 times speed. I won't be offended if you put it at 3 times speed. I won't be offended if you pay attention to something else while you're running me in the background. I don't give a fuck. But watch the VODs. It gives me ad revenue. Thank you. I love you. Thank you for being here. And to you 30 traitorous fucks, I will figure out who you are. And I will come to your house and I'll kick you in the fucking shins.
Who are the ideological thought leaders of socialists, like people who label themselves as socialists, wouldn't be people necessarily like Bernie Sanders or Mamdani or AOC. Now, I would say this is pretty absurd for a number of reasons.
Ben says, honestly, I'm here because of your great combo with Steven from a couple of days ago, doing my duty to give you some love and eyeballs. Thank you, King.
Reasons. Okay, if we look at, hey, when people go and have public events, right? Like, hey, Hassan goes and has a public event. How many people show up? I'd say maybe a few hundred. Maybe he gets into the 1,000 plus club or something. When AOC and Bernie Sanders go out and have an event, thousands of people show up. They can fill stadiums, fill arenas. When people actually go out and express their political views, what are my political views? Millions of people voted for Bernie Sanders. Hundreds of thousands of.
And by the way, I'm more entertaining than Econo Boy. This isn't meant as an insult. Econo Boy can be a smart academic cookie, but he sounds like a fucking Care Bear. I'm more entertaining.
People, probably millions of people across the country, vote for democratic socialist politicians. And so when we look at democratic socialists and socialist politicians, they are clearly, by ideological standpoint and by their propensity to collaborate within Democratic Party frameworks and electoralism, much different than Hassan and much more emblematic of the standard by which we should judge people who label themselves as socialists in this country.
Then why did wait? Then why wait? Real quick. I got a quick. So hold on. I'm sorry. Why didn't the DSA?
Dude, look at me dying. Look at me fucking dying because of everyone won't shut the.
Because she's came out with that vote on well, for the national DSA, retracted their vote because of the Iron Dome vote that AOC took.
Seems like kind of a problem. That seems like just identifying
that's not a socialist. That's not a socialist.
The DSA is not socialist.
Destiny, you're obfuscating.
It's a bad example.
The point.
Hold on.
National DSA retracted their vote because of the Iron Dome vote that AOC took.
Seems like kind of a problem. That seems like just identifying.
Bro,
that's not a socialist. That's not a socialist.
The DSA is not socialist.
True. Easy dunk.
Destiny, you're obfuscating.
It's a bad example.
The point is not.
Killjoy says, do I discern between reformists and revolutionaries? Of course I do. I can still think they're both stupid, though.
It's a horrible example.
No. Please go, Destiny. 1 second. The reason I say you're obfuscating is because my point was not that, for instance, within DSA, within all of these different democratic socialist politicians, even within those people, Mamdani is not the same as AOC, and no one DSA member is the same as any other one. Okay?
We're not talking about one DSA member. The national DSA did not endorse AOC. The woman who runs as a Democrat in the Democratic Party.
They did endorse Mamdani. Okay, they did endorse many other democratic socialist candidates. I understand.
Sure, but you're talking about your most popular.
If I could just finish, I understand that there is. I understand that there is an exception to the general rule of democratic socialists, like the organization endorses, different people who call themselves democratic socialists. But that's not an argument against my fundamental point, which is that when we agglomerate all of the people who call themselves socialists and run for parties and have people come out and vote for them and support them, that is a fundamentally different group of people on average by the normal distribution of their beliefs than people like Hassan. And I think that we should judge them by who they vote for more so than by, Hassan, basically.
Aesop actually cuts to the heart of the argument, though, which is saying, by the way, Destiny is completely wrong on the main topic. Democrats do need socialists in their coalition. It's not whether or not social democrats or socialists can vote for Democratic candidates. Nobody's trying to exclude their vote. Also, when it comes to the social media space, nobody's saying that comes up later in the debate. We're not saying unilaterally ban socialists and communists. What we're saying is, if you're a liberal or if you're a progressive, don't be a useful cocksleeve for socialists and communists. That's the whole point of the fucking debate. I see you, you fucks. You fucking 15 traitors who left and come back. I see you. Don't you fucking leave now. Don't you fucking leave now. I fucking see you. Oh, you fucking disappeared, you twats. I see you. Don't fucking come back here after your favorite liberal streamer bored the shit out of you. I'm not your sloppy seconds, you fucking whores. Anyways, Penguin for $10. Do you think pro-Palestine folks are being pulled into socialist sympathies since they're the only ones talking pro-Palestine positions? Yes. Or does socialist sympathies come first and then pro-Palestine? I think plenty of pro-Palestinians realize that leftists are the only people talking about the Palestinian Gaza in the terms that they wish they would. And so as a result, even if they don't agree on economics, they will be bedfellows.
Yep.
Grassroots says we should have all just clapped for Jeb and we'd all be chilling, but no. I actually agree.
I don't disagree with that at all. Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, Destiny agreed. You agree then. Okay, well then, thank you.
Okay, counterpoints.
All
go
right.
ahead.
I love you, Connor.
Okay. I think what happened with socialism was that if you actually go back to Bernie Sanders in the 80s and the 70s, he was doing apology
Go off, King.
for Cuba. He was doing apologia for the Soviet Union. He did apologia for Venezuela in the 90s and thousands. And you know what happened? Each
Bernie
one
bad.
of those places ended up being absolute shitholes.
Bernie
And
bad.
so what he had to do, shut up, is he had to move to social democratic models in the Scandinavian system and abandon his previous hardcore shit. But there's a question of whether or not social democrats are actually just hiding their power level because they're trying to inculcate a left-wing philosophy.
Connor?
I'm not done yet.
Who cares?
I also waited 20 fucking minutes, and saying who cares means you're missing the fucking point, you idiots. I'm sorry for cussing so much today. But I know.
It's totally irrelevant.
Shut up. Why is it relevant? This is the entire conversation. The entire conversation is whether or not social democracy.
The entire conversation is
Yes, it is. It's whether or not you are being useful cocksleeves for socialists. That's the point of the conversation.
your conspiracy theory about socialists.
The center left. That's the whole fucking
Okay,
conversation.
so you're
Yes, it is. You're ignoring the combo because it's inconvenient for what's actually being said.
you're just you're asserting a conspiracy without much evidence. You're just saying, oh, Bernie
No, I'm not. These people are explicit.
actually conspiratorially supports things like Cuba and the Soviet Union, and he didn't have any genuine changes of opinion.
Ideas. He might have
Just
moved
real
off
quick.
of hardcore.
Hold on, just real quick. Like the
But
idea.
Hassan hasn't.
Hold on, just real
The
quick.
second thought hasn't.
Hold on.
Oh, me getting moderated again after these twats spoke uninterrupted for 20 minutes. Thanks, Wick.
Stop. The idea that
even the most
Counterpoint is
behaved here.
expressing is that there are leftists who have said explicitly that their goal is to infiltrate the Democratic Party to move it towards leftism. It is not a conspiracy in the sense of it's crazy. It is a conspiracy in the sense that these people have said, this is what we're going to do. This is our goal for doing it. And this is how we're going
Why is that relevant to our discussion?
It's relevant to the discussion because should we, the Democrats, allow or invite into our house as influencers, invite into our house as staffers, invite into our house as people we will engage with or collaborate with in a friendly way? Should we be doing that when we know that this is their goal?
I'll answer the question directly. So it's only it's only quote unquote a problem insofar as it's aggregately true of the 10% of the Democratic Party base that's actually engaged in that process. Now I understand that that's, that we don't have a poll that says how many of you are engaged in this kind of like Manchurian candidate fucking like conspiracy, whatever the fuck, like Connor is describing. But I would say that
a conspiracy that I later established to be true.
Generally speaking, when I look at the actions of democratic socialists who win elections, when I look at the action,
LB says something to piss me off. I'm a gun owner, but they need to be regulated like the Constitution says. A well-regulated militia. If you know how adjectives and adverbs and nouns work, then it's obviously the militia that would be regulated. And by the way, well-regulated means well-trained. So once again, you completely misunderstand something, LB. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. So that's stating the purpose of the Second Amendment. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That's a second clause, meaning that human beings in the United States have a right, maybe not an unlimited right, but they have a right to keep and bear arms.
of democratic socialists and the platforms of them, they don't seem to be secret tankies. Now, I would agree that there are certain people, like people reference Hassan, like Hassan has said, oh, like I want liberals. Well, okay, yeah. Oh, people reference other left-wing alternative media influencers. Oh, sure, okay, like whatever.
Which, by the way, was the whole point of the conversation. For those of you who don't know, what prompted this was Live and Learn playing footsie with the podcast The Vanguard, Hutch saying that the Vanguard doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to electoral politics, them having a fight about it, and Hutch being fundamentally correct. And then it seems like while Pisco and Econoboy said that descriptively, Hutch is correct on the fact that the Vanguard didn't have like good electoral policy. They still agreed with the Vanguard that the Democratic Party needs to be more vigorous in their outreach. Right. And so it seemed like they were siding with tankies against liberals. That's the entire thing and they were sweeping because they were sanitizing the reputations of Marxist Leninists. That's the whole thing that prompted this. So whenever these people say like, oh, well, electorally this, electorally that, that's not even the catalyst for the drama. The catalyst for the drama is alternative media. So they're obfuscating completely by reframing the entire conversation.
People reference people like that, and sure, yeah, to the extent that those people have like literally on record said that they're just trying to obfuscate issues and engage in this kind of like conspiracy or whatever, then I've already said at the very beginning of this debate that people like that probably shouldn't be invited into the inner party and be given platforms in Democratic Party circles. That's obviously true. That's trivially true.
As I understand, the disagreement here is that, and again, they can correct me if I'm wrong, but Destiny and Counterpoints think that you are allowing this to happen. Like,
no, wait, hang on a second.
But they're saying
the disagreement. The disagreement
Lawrence Blanc says, "Would you debate Pisco if you had the chance to?" Dude, I talk to Pisco all the time.
is all semantic bullshit. Connor, is China a communist country or socialist country?
Is what?
Is China a socialist country?
Are they moneyless, stateless, or classless?
No, they have class.
No, then they're not.
Okay. Is there any socialist country in the world right now?
I don't think anybody has like.
So who's no true Scotsmaning? So tell me, who's?
This was such a bad line of argumentation from Pisco. This is such a bad line of argumentation from Pisco. I think I spend the next 10 minutes trying to get him to understand that what happened was in the early and mid 20th century, they tried to institute socialism, and it was such a fucking disaster that they had to retreat to state capitalism. And he doesn't know shit about the philosophy, and he doesn't know shit about the history. This next 10 minutes is actually going to hurt me. I'm going to try to get it through it as quickly as possible. This is actually going to hurt me. You can be a socialist and not live in a socialist society. You can be a communist and no society has ever achieved communism. Your government can still be an Orwellian communist government while not having instituted the ideology.
No, I'll answer your question. No. Don't pretend you have a good point. You don't. Okay.
True, old Connor. True.
Socialists, this is actually fundamental to my perspective.
Red Core to you says, to you, what is the definition of far left versus moderate left, and why is the far left bad? The far left is socialists and communists who actually understand and believe in the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they want to achieve a moneyless, stateless class of society. If you're socialist or communist, I think you're too far left and you're a fucking piece of shit. And it's because these governmental styles necessarily require authoritarianism in order to implement into the real world, and I don't like authoritarianism. Boom.
Perspective. Socialists are fucking retarded, and they can't implement their worldview. Hold on. And they can't implement their worldview into the real world. So if you look at the 20th century, there's something.
Oh, go off, King. Go off. Go off. This is music to my ears.
Called Vanguard Marxism or Marxist Leninism. And they have these things called vanguard parties that take over countries and turn them into shitholes. And so we have people like Hakim, Second Thought, Hassan Piker, who tried to sweep this history away.
He's saying that I'm just yapping. I'm not yapping. This is all relevant.
No, I'm telling you the truth. And these are the people.
You're just monologuing, old man.
Econo Boy and you.
Nope. These are all relevant points, you piece of shit.
Are useful idiots for.
No. So under your vision, right? Single payer is not socialist. There's no
correct
socialist country. Socialism is
correct because they reverted to state capitalism because they couldn't implement socialism because it was so disastrous in the early and mid 20th century. 100% correct. Pisco, being smug while being ignorantly incorrect is a bad move. Smug and incorrect are a bad combination.
never been done?
Because I'm using the definitions that socialists themselves use.
But by the way, and I'm sure Stephen,
Pisco, you think you have a job when you have nothing. You're actually speaking from a perspective of ignorance. I'm going to tell you why you're speaking from a position of ignorance momentarily.
So I just want to acknowledge, Stephen, you acknowledge that what Connor just said is so stupid as to be.
Pisco, you idiot. You're speaking from
I'm trying to save Pisco from himself. I'm actually trying to save Pisco from himself. Him appealing to Steven instead of allowing me to explain why he's so fucking stupid allowed him to jump onto another fucking rake. What a fucking idiot.
The issue is that like this is
and if Wick doesn't hand me the fucking baton here, these three twats have spoken for 80% of the fucking runtime. If Wick doesn't hand me the talking stick, then that's bad moderation.
I'm asking a question to Steven.
You're speaking from a position of ignorance.
Steven, do you agree?
You're from a position of
let
ignorance.
him demonstrate that. Let him stop counterpoints. Let him demonstrate it. If you
yeah, you moderate me? That's such bullshit, Wick. I'm calling bullshit.
He's the worst behaved person here, Wick. None of you are moderating me. All these folks have been arguing for 30 goddamn minutes.
Stop. Keep moderating Connor. It's funny.
Stop.
Pisco. He's arguing from a position of ignorance.
Okay, then let him demonstrate that. Shut up.
Connor is misbehaving.
I have a question for Steven. Steven, do you agree with
God, he's just about to fucking take such a massive L.
Connor's contention that there's no socialist country currently and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
Both of those questions are very complicated. It's hard to yes or no them. The issue right now that we're having with this conversation is every single conversation that I ever had with a centrist that defended a Nazi, and now it's going to be, I guess, for the next however many years, is every conversation with a center-left socialist or a Demsoc who inevitably will play cover for tankies. The issue is that you guys have come here to defend the proposition that socialists are AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Mamdani. Okay, AOC is not even currently endorsed by the largest socialist movement in the United States. Bernie Sanders causes major contention.
Killjoy says, ooh, woo, cute boys. Holy shit. As a two-tour OIF vet steelworker, I don't think I've ever been so mogged in my life. Get owned, Killjoy. Get fucking owned.
Over his endorsement, all of these people run as Democrats, and you're going to pretend like this is the main voice of the socialist movement in the United States, and you're going to say it, and you're going to say it by talking about policies that they're using to appeal to main.
Didn't hear an answer to my question.
I can't finish. You're going to say that these represent socialists in the United States.
Stop. Let Destiny finish.
Shit.
Go ahead,
You're going to say that these appeal to socialists in the United States because they're doing things that are popular amongst literally all center-left people, and then you're going to say that's an example for why we should try harder to appeal to leftists. When my question earlier is, let's look at the media apparatus.
LB says, you can change what democratic socialism means. We literally went to the DSA website and they explicitly had coded language, okay? Whatever says 200 plus viewers today. Yeah, like 20 of you fucking twats betrayed me for another liberal fucking cringe streamer, and then half of you came back. Don't think I didn't notice. I noticed. Fucking traitors.
The entire left-wing media apparatus constantly attacks and shits on Democrats. And then you guys, like watching Pisco stumble through, not knowing 50 different terms related to what Hassan talks about on his stream, and play cover for him over and over and over again, whether it's the ridiculous TSA story.
See, if Wick was paying attention to the content of the conversation, he would realize that I had made probably 3/4 of a point. Pisco totally dismissed it as stupid, appealed to a different person in the conversation, and I wanted the opportunity to explain why it's stupid. So I'm probably about to throw some pretty sharp fucking elbows to get back into the conversation.
Or whether it's his ridiculous political beliefs that where Pisco pretends not to know what any of these things are, not to know what, well, re-education camp, isn't that like getting your GED, LOL, right? That's the issue that people have when they look at it and go, okay, every time you come to argue with us about defending socialists, you talk about AOC and Bernie Sanders. But then when you look at the media environment, they're talking about fucking Stalin. That's the issue.
Okay, so I didn't hear an answer to the question, so I'll just ask it again.
Ask it again, and then I want to tell you why you're stupid.
Yeah, well, I want to hear an answer from Steven, so he just fucking...
Yeah, because you want to dodge me because I'm the only person making points. Good job.
Filibuster. He's trying to...
Yeah, so you can dodge. Cool.
Do you agree with Connor's contention that there is no socialist country and that single payer is not a socialist policy?
The whole point of this conversation is you're hiding behind the obscurity of what these words mean. It depends. There are some socialists who would say that there are no socialist countries. There are other socialists that would point to... No, I would never... Much the same that if I was on a podcast and a conservative influencer said, what is a woman? Define it in 3 words. I would say, I can't really do that. It's more complicated than that, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Adult human female.
Yeah, Pisco, can I tell you why you're confidently ignorant and kind of stupid in this conversation right now? I would like a minute, please.
Yeah.
I'd love to hear it.
So the reason why you're confidently stupid is because vanguard parties want to institute socialism as a stepping stone to communism. But in the early
Correct. And then he's fucking looking at me condescendingly, even though he has no idea what the fuck I'm about to say, or else he wouldn't have said what he said.
early 20th century, Mao Zedong took over China and then he totally fucked it up. He tried to do a command economy where he guaranteed food, water, and shelter, and he tried to do a massive industrialization in the middle of the 20th century. He was so stupid and so wrong that he caused the death of millions, if not tens of millions of people. And so what happened was through the 60s and 70s, they said, hey, Mao, this is kind of a bad idea. Maybe we should maybe we should do some state capitalism first. That way we can do this. And you know what he did? He culturally purged and killed the people that did that.
True.
Until he eventually died. And then Deng Xiaoping intentionally instituted state capitalism, which is where you have a free market, hybridized command economy. And by the way, this is mentioned by socialists as a stepping stone to socialism. So you saying what I said is fucking stupid, you don't know dick about history, and you're overly confident for a topic you don't know shit about.
True. Let Econo Boy come in and obfuscate now.
Jump on another rake, you fucking dumbass.
Let me explain.
No. I want to see. So I want to bring up the picture of the rake again. Here was Pisco. Oh, look how cool this trick is going to be. Oh, I got fucking smashed in the face. Now, let's see Destiny laugh at it.
Topic you don't know shit about. So jump on another rake, you fucking dumbass.
Let me explain how Connor is completely wrong about what he just said. Okay.
And then he's not going to, by the way. He's not going to explain how I'm wrong. He's going to say, oh, Western socialists are cutesy, uwu fucking catboy femboys. That's what he's going to say.
Suck a dick, Econo Boy. You
let me, Econo Boy, go ahead. Go ahead, Econo Boy.
I don't know what I did.
Let me explain how we're not sweeping for the 20th century socialists. Please do.
So, yeah, let me explain, dumb fuck. Okay, because you're completely wrong about your characterization of socialism. Okay.
Bullshit.
And the history of socialism during that same exact time period. Okay, so Connor, would you say that there were other socialists on the planet engaged in socialist advocacy at the same time as Mao?
Absolutely.
Okay, so your characterization that Maoism and that the people who followed Mao and the socialist models after that were in reaction to Mao is necessarily wrong because there were concurrent socialist movements to.
Why is he shaking his head like he knows any of this? Pisco didn't know any of this shit. And if he does, then he's even worse. He's even more infiltrated. He's even more compromised. That's bad. Pisco nodding like he knows the 20th century history of socialism while he says, oh, hey, there's uwu cute femboy socialists in the Western world. This is actually like really bad, Pisco. Okay.
Mao. You understand that, right?
Hold on. I can name half a dozen. Can you name half a dozen?
Dumb fuck. Can you answer that question?
What's your question?
The question is, since there were concurrent socialist movements to Mao, it is necessarily not true that socialist movements that came after were just in response to the Maoist model of socialism.
Okay, I'm going to be a dick because I'm going to answer the question, but I'm going to be a dick about it. Yeah, there were concurrent movements, and a majority of them were Marxist-Leninist.
Dick, you dumb fuck.
They were Pol Pot. They were fucking Soviet Union. So if they're all fucking Marxist-Leninists and Maoism is an iteration of Marxist-Leninism, and if they share similar issues like authoritarianism, centrally planned economies, and dystopian fucking Orwellian nightmare states.
No, I'm not.
Then why the fuck do I give a shit about your differentiation?
You're wrong about your empirical claim. The Social Democratic Party of Australia, the Labour Party of the UK.
Social Democratic Party of Australia, are they explicitly socialist? Then why didn't they put socialist in their name? Somebody was saying that Atwell or Addy or whoever the fuck wasn't socialist. So this is actually pretty interesting.
Hey, the Social Democratic Party of Germany, every single
Oh, social democrats. So are they socialist or are they social democrats? Because there is a differentiation, because social democrats want to reform capitalism, whereas socialists want socialism. Econoboy. I didn't even notice this during the debate. He's actually conflating social democracy and socialism within this frame right now. That's amazing.
One of the every single no, quick, 1 second.
The nice ones who slept
the
for the
socialists who didn't do the murder are also socialists.
Yup.
Connor,
Socialists are they?
This is, and by the way, he said social democracy like 3 fucking times, but yeah, all these people swept for the authoritarian regimes during the 60s, 70s, and 80s and 90s, 100%.
Clement Attlee is socialist.
Just because, hold on, just because I don't know. Hold on, stop. I have a question. I have a question. Stop.
Jihadists.
Which is such bullshit again. These guys have talked uninterrupted, fighting each other for like fucking 20 or 30 minutes, and then I start going off, and then fucking he starts moderating again. Bullshit, Wick. I'm calling bullshit.
These aren't the same thing as all Muslims, which is what you're saying, Connor.
Question for you. If you shut up, I could ask the question. Econoboy, those the ones
Clement
you just
Attlee, Australia,
yeah. Germany, Australia, did they have control of the government?
Yep.
Nope. Yes. Clement Attlee had control. Wait, Clement Attlee had a massive.
Were they able to
oh my God!
Utopia?
Yes, well, I don't know. So you're only socialist. So this is Connor's position. You're only socialist if you're able to institute a communist utopia.
No.
Wait, here's an easy. I want to hear. Can I ask an easy?
Steven, shut the fuck up. It's my turn.
See, this is an easy.
Everybody else has been screaming. I'm going to scream too. You're retarded.
You can't scream over the moderator, Connor.
The government and the society might save you from yourself. So you might be an inefficacious socialist.
True.
Okay, wait. Can I ask a simple question that maybe this is like I feel like this is what this whole thing is coming down to. Okay, if you were to take 100 people, have them read theory, study history, and then look in a room, okay, and you were to put, we'll say Hassan Piker and then AOC in a room, and you were to ask them which one is more of a socialist, what do you think all of those people would say?
I don't know. Because
I can't even believe. Then this conversation is hopeless. It's such an unbelievable answer to me.
Because
Sorry. What is? Oh, I was turning down the volume. I don't want to turn down the volume. What was the question?
Everybody else has been screaming. I'm going to scream too. You're retarded.
You can't scream over the moderator, Connor.
The government and the society might save you from yourself. So you might be an inefficacious socialist.
Okay, wait. Can I?
True.
Can I ask a simple question that maybe this is like I feel like this is what this whole thing is coming down to, okay? If you were to take 100 people, have them read theory, study history, and then look in a room, okay, and you were to put, we'll say, Hassan Piker and then AOC in a room, and you were to ask them, which one is more of a socialist, what do you think all of those people would say?
They 100% would say Hassan Piker, and the fact that this isn't a direct answer actually pisses me off.
I don't know. Because
wrong. Lies. Can't
even believe. Then this conversation is hopeless. It's such an unbelievable answer to me.
Because to say that is to misunderstand the diversity of the socialist movement and contemporaries.
I'm not talking about the diversity of the socialist movement. I'm saying that AOC. Hold on. Is it fair for me to say that AOC is a way more outer perimeter socialist than like a bog standard? Then look it up. What do you mean by that? Look up what outer perimeter means. Okay.
You think there are fundamental differences, and what are the fundamental differences between AOC and something like?
Let's use.
Aesop says the price increases. That is not a market failure. It's a market failure if you can't get sufficient supply. Aesop. I don't think I did a good job doing that and explaining price elasticity. I was actually trying to get to price elasticity, which is why I quit. However, there are market failures. When demand is infinitely higher than supply and you cannot make up supply, that is a market failure.
Let's use Stephen model. Stephen, if you put 100 people in a room and ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? How would they answer? Yes.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about the opinions of the electorate because a substantive part of the electorate is very dumb. I hate this question. I hate it's considered a logical fallacy, by the way. It's the ad populum argument, like where you appeal to the population. What's the general opinions of the population? The general opinions of the population are irrelevant. The general opinion of the population, the general population couldn't find Iran on a map. I don't give a shit about the opinions of the average person. The average person's a fucking tool.
Or no?
I honestly don't
Yes,
know.
because they're retarded.
That's your standard.
You
that
just
you
said
gave.
100 people.
You,
No,
you
dude,
just did
you
that.
didn't even ask me the same question. I was comparing two different people, and I said 100 people well-read on theory. Do you want to say 100 well-read people? If you put 100 people who are well-read on socialist theory, and you ask them, is Bernie Sanders a socialist? Well, zero of them would say yes. No, absolutely.
They would say yes.
You're so retarded. No, he's a liberal and he supports capitalism. Definitionally, in every single way, he is not a bog standard socialist.
Okay.
You want to say he's like an outer perimeter? Dem suck, maybe, sure, but like a socialist?
Dem what?
No.
Dem what? What does SOC stand for? Dem what?
So
Outer perimeter. What does outer perimeter
National
mean?
Socialist
Outer perimeter.
National
Well,
Social.
actually, and by the way, he said like Social Democrats of Germany and the Social Democrats of Australia. So unless they themselves said they were socialists in their own charter, he's still talking about far left capitalists.
No, okay, no. So, okay, to answer, because the reason that we got off on this topic was because Connor we haven't really taken the bait of Connor's constant conspiracy baiting about like people are basically.
Which, by the way, I was actually offended by this. I was like legitimately offended by this thing. Constant conspiracy debating, dude. Gramsci did an analysis of why socialist countries, I mean, I explained it later, so I guess I shouldn't explain it now. But Gramsci did an analysis for why socialist countries didn't emanate from capitalism as Marx predicted. And then he realized that the security apparatus, the cultural apparatus, the political apparatus was strangling socialism and communism in the crib. And so what he said is that we needed a culture war in order to infiltrate academia and make people more sympathetic to left-wing perspectives. Marcuse furthered this work, and all of Marcuse's students furthered this work. A lot of these people are the authors of like DEI and CRT and all that fucking bullshit, where they take a Marxian analysis and they apply it to cultural issues. That's where like the entire culture war of the past 2 or 3 decades has come from. So to piss on my leg and tell me it's raining and say like, oh, there's no conspiracy by leftists in order to co-opt the societies that we live in to make people more sympathetic to leftism, you're full of shit. You're just lying to me. And what's even worse, I think that you know you're lying to me. That's actually where like this moves from Econo Boy is an ooh-woo cutesy fucking cat boy to I borderline start questioning if he is like a part of the conspiracy and pissing on my leg, because he should be aware of all of these thinkers.
Basically all just synchrotankies that are socialists, right? But I think that it's important to address.
No, I think you guys are useful idiots. I think there's other
so Connor, you actually completely conceded that you had a complete incomplete understanding of socialist history.
No, I don't concede this at all.
Asked a question that I
just because there are leftists in Western governments who didn't get complete control of their societies and they were ooh-woo and cutesy, that changes nothing about what I said. That changes nothing about what I said. The entire argument was Pisco saying, are there socialist countries that exists? And the answer is no. There's no countries that have decommodified basic human needs and has workers owning the means of production. There are plenty of socialists who tried in the early 20th century and the mid 20th century, and they fucking failed. And they reverted back to state capitalism. So yeah, so Pisco being ignorant of history and Econo Boy bringing up ooh-woo cutesy Western socialists does not refute what I said in the fucking slightest. Lazy argumentation.
Wasn't able to answer.
Absolutely not.
No.
You said, oh, hold on. You asked me a question, so I'm going to answer it.
I didn't ask you a question.
I brought
what are
up.
you talking about?
Yeah, you said, are you going to concede that you have a complete?
No, I said you conceded. It wasn't in a question.
No, I don't concede at all. You brought up
that
Western
wasn't a question. Just to be
who
clear.
You mentioned Western socialists who
I didn't
were
ask you a
under the
question.
control of Western governments.
So just to be clear, when the Western government is controlled by
governments, plural, by the way,
by socialists, it's a socialist government. That's how
Oh, it's MS Paint time. Paint. MS Paint. So, wow, this is frustrating. So, within most of these places, they had a monarchy. they had a military, they had a legislative branch, and they had a judicial. So let's go ahead and put in the text. Not all of them had monarchies. As a matter of fact, I think only the UK did, but Labour is such an obvious example of left-wing governance that I think that it and also Australia is technically a part of the Commonwealth. So let's do executive. Executive, representative, which by the way, I think the way that it works in a parliamentary system, parliamentary / rep, and then let's include the judicial. So the truth is that I don't think there was ever a socialist monarchy. So I'll use a highlighter, I guess. There we go. Okay. So there was never a socialist monarchy. There was never a socialist judiciary, as far as I know. Leftists in a parliamentary system often created, coalitions with liberals in order to seize power, or center-left parties. And then as a result, they seized the executive, right? But under the executive, as a matter of fact, I should do like a black thing. So technically, the socialists took over the parliamentary and representative branch, and they took over the executive, but they never took over the monarchy. They never took over the judicial branch. Then even within this framework, within the parliamentary system, they were a part of a coalition. So let's say that they had leftists, like socialists and communists. They had to share power with SocDems and liberals in order to seize power. And then they got in charge of the executive, because I'm pretty sure that's how it works in a parliamentary system. So they had a prime minister who was Labour or SocDem of Australia or whatever the fuck. So they only had this and this. But even within the executive branch, there were things like law enforcement or the military or the technocratic and bureaucratic state. So Labour might have taken power of the prime ministership, and they might have been a part of a coalition government that temporarily governed a representative democracy. But they only did that through power sharing agreements, where realistically, if the monarchy in league with the technocracy and law enforcement and the military and the judiciary wanted to fucking murder the leftists, they could always be checked in power. So it's not through pure leftist governance, as Econoboy is implying. They had to share power with a monarchy, share power with law enforcement, share power with the military, share power with the technocracy, and share power with the judiciary. Then they had to share power within a coalition government, and then they always had an opposing conservative party. So this is, in my opinion, this is obfuscation.
Elections work. Okay,
Hold on.
you take power. You take power, and you take power.
Is the current American government fascist?
Stop.
Perfect counter argument. And Wick moderating me already pisses me the fuck off.
Stop. Econoboy. If today we replace Trump, hold on. If we replace Trump with pick a socialist that you think is a good socialist, would the American, just because now our president
Wick moderates me to make my point. Thanks, Wick.
Identifies as a socialist, does that make America a socialist country now?
So I'm not saying that these countries.
I'm asking you a question, yes or no?
I'm literally answering directly your question, Wick. You gave me like one word before you interrupted me, okay?
There's no answer in it.
Well, I mean, Destiny, I haven't been the one interrupting.
Magnus says, I don't want to be too much of an optics cut, but I feel like you turned off a lot of people because of your mispronunciation of Mamdani. I don't care. Your economic and historical analysis is great, by the way. Thank you, Magnus. I love you.
For the most part. So,
but you're giving cover to the guy who is, which is kind of what this whole combo is about. I'm just kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
Paul, have there ever been attempts to control the chaos during debates like this? They seem to just evolve and people can't get their points in. Yes. Dylan Burns was the master.
I want to hear the answer to the question.
I'm not saying that these countries became socialist because they had socialist governments. I'm saying they had socialist governments for many points of time in their history. Okay. Now, Connor.
Which does nothing to further the argument, by the way. That doesn't mean that they decommodified basic human needs or workers own the means of production. So no, I wouldn't say that socialism has been implemented in the 20th century or within the 21st century either.
Question, because hold on. I got to change my question now. Again, if we simply take Trump out and put a socialist in, is America run by a socialist government now?
Oh,
we would obviously not.
Oh, yeah. Wait. It's run by a socialist government. Can be a reference to the party in power. So, for example, like Clement Attlee was he's a socialist government in the sense that they're in charge
so is the only reason is.
This is such a good point that I'm about to make, by the way. But somebody already contended that Attlee was not a socialist. I don't know if that's true or not.
Zoltan Ramaswamy is New York City.
Nice racist
meme. The mayor now.
Nice racist. Okay, no. But when you ask the question, is the government of the day socialist? If he said,
So who's playing semantics now? Holy shit!
Wait. So true. Great.
Wait. Can we just? Why don't we just
finish my point?
Oh, you're about to get owned again, so you're running.
Wait.
Oh my God.
So I'm trying to clarify terminology, and you don't want to do that. So like, when people refer to the government, meaning the people in charge of the government, it's a socialist.
Yeah, this is called being pedantic. You know what I'm talking about.
Government doesn't necessarily mean that the structure itself is socialist. But
okay,
I'm just
yeah, no shit. That's almost what I said.
Telling you why there's different meanings of the word government.
The reason why I bring up all of the dozens and dozens and dozens of different labor governments and social democratic and fundamentally socialist governments that have existed.
Andy B says, Connor, you are the token conservative. They talk over you because you're only useful in helping them attack the right. Okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm a person with my own agency, and sometimes the right deserves to be attacked. Oh, they're only using you. Guess what? To a degree, I'm using them. I get on platforms. I fight. I entertain people. I get super chats. People can be collaborative and competitive people within a political framework. And if you think that like, oh, well, you shouldn't work with people who use you, it's like, okay, then you don't believe in politics.
In all of these different countries and Europe and Oceania and a lot of Latin American countries as well, is because at the same time that Connor says socialism is like essentially fundamentally in some conspiratorial sense an authoritarian ideology with authoritarian ideals that will do authoritarianism and kill millions of people, concurrently to the very
as demonstrated by the history of the 20th century. And then I think I make my cats and leopards analogy here.
Same things that Connor was describing. You had socialist governments take power through democratic elections, convincing people to vote for them, running on socialist platforms, being in charge of the militaries,
moderated by the monarchy.
Hey, Connor, when you're in charge,
True. Yeah. It's a panel, you pussies.
Can I finish the point? Can I we've been trying for 20 fucking minutes.
Point.
Okay, so when the socialist government is now in charge of the police apparatus and the military and all of that stuff, when they lose the next election, what did they do across all of these different countries? They left power and there was a turnover in government. So your idea that basically every socialist movement is stamped with the authoritarianism of Mao is completely ahistorical, Connor.
Wait, I'm just...
I like him trying to get the energy in order to have a fucking dunk, but he's a Care Bear, so it can't really be that high energy.
Wait, for a counterpoint. Would you consider Trump an authoritarian, even though he gave up power and will probably give up power at the end of this?
True. Sexually assaulted by Stephen Bennell.
Edmund, maybe.
Yes.
He's authoritarian, and we have right now the U.S. government is like authoritarian in stature. Yes.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
So I just as a quick
don't
thing,
have a problem saying that.
it feels a little silly to say like we were talking about socialist countries, but now we switch to socialist governments, and then it's like you open up and look inside, and it's just
We
liberalism,
weren't
capitalism,
talking
right?
about socialist government.
Okay, well, I think that was probably what
Why don't we
Connor's
just
impression was, and that's what. Wait. But okay, hold on. Also, wait. You talked about like what socialism is, and you made it sound like the spooky thing of authoritarianism and all this. Would you concede that like a central tenet of socialism is the overthrow of the capital class, oftentimes via violent revolution? That is like a central tenet of socialism.
Shut up, big tech, you fucking loser. Fuck off. Sacred Snow says he's honest and trying to do the right thing from his POV. True. Dice 5 for $2. Connor, your mic blows out when you try to yell true. Okay, well, it's because I have a good microphone.
No, that's not oftentimes that, like ideologically, definitionally, like in capitalism, you have private ownership where individuals can own firms and hire employees and scrape whatever excess,
similar.
Yeah.
I'll answer your question directly. Okay. So I would compare the question that you just asked similar to the development and emergence of liberalism. Liberalism developed and emerged across the planet, across different stages of development, across different points in time, and it did so in sometimes very violent ways, and in sometimes through legislative reform. And so similar, you say, hey, I was just going to say, you say, hey, an ideal of socialism is the abolition of private property, to which I would say, generally speaking, certainly that's a core tenet of almost every socialist thinker across the history of socialism. But that is not a statement on the method by which we get.
Sacred Snow says, in regards to the food versus healthcare misspeak, Connor's like going for the pin, and D comes in with a steel chair and beat the fuck out of Pisco.
It to that final end state. The method is up for debate, and it has been debated, and many different methods.
In what world? Okay, sure. So just following this like very briefly, in what world is there ever a peaceful revolution where all of capital is abolished?
Okay, so when it came to peaceful revolution, there was what was it? It's not the War of the Roses. It was the Rose Revolution, but that was from socialism to capitalism. Eastern European Rose Revolution, peaceful to capitalism from socialism. I think they might have like killed their fucking president or whatever. The Rose Revolution in Georgia, November 2003, is a significant example of largely political from in a former Soviet bloc country, driven by widespread discontent over corruption. I don't think this is it. The one that I was looking for, peaceful revolution from communism to capitalism. I might have misspelled the last one. I'm getting tired. There was one in the 70s. 70s or 80s. It had to have been the 80s. In the 80s, with the breakdown of the Soviet Union, there was one country that actually didn't have any violence, except for they might have killed the Soviet dictator. I forget if they did or not, but I think they might have actually just killed the dictator, and then everybody just switched to capitalism. I forget what it's called. I forget what country as well, but it happened. But Steven's asking for the inverse. My dogs want to be let out, so I'm going to let them in. Let them out. And then Pisco said he might want to call in a second. And if he asks me... here we go. Pisco.
Yo, what up?
Hey.
How you doing, dude?
I'm probably pretty close to wrapping up stream. So do you have like a couple of minutes to chat, or do you have like...
just a quick question.
Sure.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long at all. I'm just
wondering... Oh, no. I actually, I was trying to say the opposite. I was saying like, if you wanted to talk for like 30 minutes, we could. But if you got to go, you got to go.
Yeah, no. I don't have to go on anything. I'm just, I just a question. Like, first of all, how you doing?
Oh, life's good. How are you?
Good. I'm wondering what you think the substantive disagreement is between all of us. Like, put aside, let me just say, and I guess I was trying to do this, and because I just watched like 5 minutes of what you were looking at, and I can see in the moment what I'm trying to do. In that moment, like, let's say that I grant your vision of what socialism is, and these people like Bernie Sanders are not socialists. They're just using the label in a way that is like not appropriate or not in keeping with your terminology. Let's say that I grant your version of socialism.
I'm not sure if that's my argumentation. I might actually defer from Stephen on that one.
Oh, so you think that Bernie et al. Are socialists?
Yes. Can I share a document with you real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I think I called it the Pisco map. So I'm actually gonna my chat should still be able to hear you, I think.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna share this map with you. And I think it'll actually help elucidate the point quite clearly. Even if we still disagree, it should still help elucidate the point.
Sure.
All right, let me share my
is this
screen.
like your little chart?
Yeah, my chart.
Yeah.
So it's on Discord and it's also on my stream, so you should
Yep.
be able to see it, I think.
Yep.
And actually, nope, that's not going to work.
Right now. Yeah.
Let's do this. Okay. So if you can see it, excuse how shitty my drawing is.
Yeah.
But if this is the political spectrum specifically focused on the left wing, okay? And then here I am over on the far right on the neocon side of the political binary.
Okay.
Then there's Stephen in the neoliberal side. Then there's progressivism and social democracy.
Which
and then
you would
there's
identify with like me, Josiah, or like who would you put there, Hutch?
Potentially. I would ask you guys individually. So I would say, do you believe in universal health care? Do you believe in increasing the minimum wage? Do you believe in bringing unions back? That's the kind of stuff that I would associate with social democracy.
Yeah. If my answer were something like if I think that they produce good results, would you consider that a cop out? I mean, like I would probably say
no.
Most of those.
No, I don't. I'm not trying to paint you as something you're not. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't care.
In general, I would be in favor of universal health care. In general, I'd be in favor of increasing the minimum wage. And in general, I've been in favor of like helping unions out and getting rid of these anti-union laws.
Right. You could still be like further left than Stephen, but you might be somewhere between like a progressive and a liberal. Okay. You would be progressive when it was functional. You would be a liberal when it's functional. Right.
Got it. Yep. Okay. Sorry. You see progressive and liberal, and you use liberal to mean not like this liberal versus anti-liberal, but liberal in the American sense, right?
Yeah, like basically like this might be a generalization, but I use it for like wine moms. You know what I'm saying? Like rich wine snobs who want laissez-faire economics because it lets them make their husbands make shitload of cash, but they're going to vote Democratic because they want to be nice.
Got it. Okay. Continue.
Yeah. So they're more free marketeers, right? So anyways, with the social democrat label, the socialists like Bernie, AOC, Zoran Mondani, they might believe that decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production are good things that we should institute eventually. However, they don't think that it's politically feasible in our current moment, right? And so what I think they advocate for is social democratic policies because they seem more incremental and feasible, and they're also way more popular. Do you disagree with me so far?
I don't know if I have an opinion on. You're basically saying they have an ideal similar to what Econoboy described. I think Econoboy would say yes if you're describing Econoboy because I think he literally said what you just said. So I don't have a problem with you saying that of Econoboy. I just don't know if that's what. If, for example, Bernie.
Yeah, I need to ask AOC.
Yeah. But I don't have a problem, I guess, with that characterization where they're in practice advocating for things that fall short of your vision of what socialism is, which I take to be the decommodification of basic human necessities and workers on the means of production, right? And exclusively that, right?
Well, right, and these people would probably be identified as incrementalist.
Okay, but help me chart that out. So, if anyone has an ideal utopian vision that would be a good thing to strive for, they would be where that thing is what you define to be a socialist. They are socialist?
Yeah, I would be okay with self-ID. Yep.
Okay. So because there are a lot of conservatives you might ask, and they're like, yeah, it would be great if we could get to that situation. We just never can and never will. And so I'm not a socialist because it just is infeasible.
Sure. But then I would kind of ask them where they what do they think is feasible. So for instance, like the decommodification, dude, I might even say that the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. I think of, I'm not trying to go on too big of a tangent, But if we have such an abundant society that food, water, and shelter are so cheap that they might as well be free, why not just make them free? Right?
Okay.
That would be a
What
good
makes you-
society.
then it feels like the only thing that makes you different from Econoboy is the degree to which you practically want to implement certain policies, or like.
No, because
Okay,
I
tell me.
think that if you claim to be a socialist, you want to make that an aim of the government, and I think that necessarily requires authoritarian measures, and I'm anti-authoritarian.
Okay, so you think that what Econoboy wants necessarily requires authoritarianism, and you take authoritarianism to be what?
Like governmental control. And also if you don't do what the government says, you're going to be incarcerated or killed.
Doesn't that apply to like any government? Sorry, I'm not trying to fucking get you.
No, it can, but we're talking about like a liberal authoritarian spectrum. So within like liberalism, as it presently exists, but also within like most Western societies, there is a broad degree of economic and social freedom that people participate in that would have to be prohibited in order for a socialist society to function.
Okay, in a way that's different, because we kind of got to this point.
Yes,
Then
in a way that's different.
And explain that, because now you could say, well, because you need to engender some amount of initial resistance, but all we're doing is changing the way in which property is enforced, and like property right now is enforced at the end of a gun in the same way.
It's not in the same way, and I don't find it to be arbitrary.
Yeah, help me. I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. So within the free market, I'm gonna temporarily actually, we're probably gonna need my drawing later on, so I'll just talk then. Excuse me, and let me just double check and make sure that my chat can hear you.
By the way, there's it looks like you have drawn a pair of breasts.
I did. I did the U shape, and then I thought the U shape looked incomplete without nipples.
Okay.
All right, so hold on. Can you guys hear Pisco okay? Okay, he's a little low. Let me turn you up a little bit.
All right, that'd be great. Testing 1, 2, 3.
All right, so I'm turning you up. Try again.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, that should be better. Okay.
And Connor, just so I'm clear, I'm just trying to understand your terminology. That's
sure.
And then I want to get into the substantive, like what you think like our actual disagreement is. But like, yeah, walk me through. So
yes.
Authoritarianism.
Well, you kind of asked me what's the substantive difference between the violence that's necessary in order to enforce a capitalist society versus the violence that's necessary in order to enforce a socialist society.
Yeah,
I think that's the question you asked, right?
Yep.
Okay, so when it comes to a capitalist society, laissez-faire economics actually encourages a certain amount of voluntary economic behavior. So I can just go down to my neighbor down the road and I can sell whatever I want, sometimes without a permit. If it's like personal goods under a certain threshold where I'm not operating a business, I can actually just do that voluntary transaction. Not just that, but even within the entrepreneurial and business framework, I'm actually encouraged to make voluntary economic transactions where I can create a good in my house and then I can just find somebody who wants to work for even a marginal dollar rate, like the federal minimum wage of $7.25 an hour. I can create a business by getting a business license, and then I can sell my product, and it's actually a fairly minimal and substantively decreased economic transaction that encourages a certain degree of self-interest. Do you disagree with my description of capitalism?
I don't think that I disagree with your assessment to the extent that it's like it is much less burdensome to engage in voluntary transactions.
Yep.
So if that's what you're saying, I think I would agree with that characterization. I don't hear you to be saying that voluntary transactions are incompatible with the socialist vision. I don't think that you're saying that.
Yeah. But let's get into that. So when it comes to voluntary transactions within a free market or within like a capitalist frame, you and I can negotiate a fair wage, and we can just go to town. You start working, I start working, we make money, we do our thing, right? Whereas,
but in America, I mean, it's a question of degree, right? Because like in America, the government steps in and is like, you can't hire this for this person, minimum wage, you have to do this or that. And if you're basically saying, this is kind of getting into Econoboy's point, right? Like if a minimum wage would hamper voluntary transactions, I guess just help me out there. So some minimal amount of intrusion is acceptable or isn't socialist, or
to avoid like unreasonable exploitation. Like for instance, in the 19th century, wages were not negotiated and working conditions were not negotiated, and so a lot of people got injured on the job and were left destitute because of the recklessness of voluntary transactions.
Okay, so there's some threshold. There's some threshold where and that distinguishes a system whereby the violence is, I guess, help me out here. So where
necessary, the violence is necessary in order to maintain social cohesion versus within a socialist system. Let me articulate the socialist system, and then maybe you would see the issue.
Okay.
So within a socialist system, a enterprise necessarily has to have split ownership. You and I must agree to split ownership whenever we start any enterprise, right? And so that requires a level of contractual enforcement not necessary in the capitalist system. Where if I fuck you, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I would grant that. I would just say
if you grant that, then you kind of grant that there's a spectrum of state force that's required in order to enforce certain economic models, and socialism has an increased necessary enforcement model.
I would grant that, but I just think that it's a question of degree, right? Like, I think that you do need governments and courts of law and all that stuff to have real property rights. It almost requires rule of law. Like,
I agree.
So I agree with you that a social system probably would require more government.
Force is a spectrum.
So we're just talking about a threshold here, right?
Relatively speaking, and I find it to be an intolerable threshold.
That's why. But can you understand where I'm like? It seems like the same kind of violence. It's just more in the socialist system or something. You know what I mean? Like, can you see why I'm like, I would like have?
It's a question of degree, not of category.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay.
So I think I understand what you mean by that.
Hold on, real quick. I want to make this specific though. Is that we have historic examples of degree and category. And so when we're talking about explicitly socialist projects that didn't root themselves in some kind of Western democracy, those became dystopian authoritarian nightmares, in my opinion, on par with Nazi Germany. I actually view modern China as a social horror on par with Nazi Germany.
Okay. Huh.
So I don't want to entertain
then
people
every
like
US president, if that's the case, I feel like if you're ever US president, you think like it's been a monster, and Biden, and like especially since Nixon, I guess, in kind of playing footsies with the Nazis, or what you view.
I do view that as a social horror. I think that us sweeping for Xinjiang and the cultural genocide of the Uyghurs, I think that us ignoring the black market organ transplant business, I think that us allowing China to kind of bully its neighbors back into its sphere of influence, I think we will be historically criticized as complicit.
Okay, so you have these historical examples, which I grant you as well. Like, I'm just gonna be real with you. Like, my family, it wasn't totally the reason, but one of the reasons why they ended up coming here from Peru is because there was this Maoist, certainly Marxist-Leninist insurrectionary group called the Shining Path, Sendero Luminoso. And so I have no love for these people, and I think your characterization of these regimes as horrible is correct. But like, do you think that Econoboy is bound by that history? Like, so he explicitly, you acknowledge, is advocating for a system within a Western democratic framework. And so why would you call him a socialist then, if he's not committed to these other histories, and if he's committed to a movement where it seems like you're specifically carving it out as not what you're talking about?
Because I've actually listened to Econoboy. I'm happy that we're getting to talk, because now we don't have to do the panel soy voice.
I think panels just suck, yeah.
Well, I think they're great for content. I don't think they're good for conversations. So when it comes to Econoboy, I've heard him say, because I watched some of his content, that he is a ethical pluralist, and he puts democracy ahead of socialism. So for him, socialism is like a technocratic evaluation. He thinks that we can achieve like an egalitarian society that starting with like a Scandinavian model and then maximizing public ownership of utilities and the market and all that kind of shit. He not only does he think it's possible, he thinks it's preferable.
He could be wrong about that, Connor. But
right,
like,
but he defers to democracy over his economic analysis. So if socialists started threatening democracy, he would choose democracy over socialism.
Right, and I don't think you doubt his sincerity, right? Like you think
I don't really. There's a couple of times where I feel like he like swept for shit in a weird way that made me uncomfortable. But I think that he earnestly believes my restatement of his values. I think he's a Democrat first. He's a Democrat before he's a socialist.
I agree. So like that's what I mean is like even if he's wrong about that, like the one thing you could say is, well, Econoboy's just wrong about that. It's futile. Like his system will never work, doesn't work. Even though he does cite some examples which he thinks are good, but I guess you're now talking about his end state philosophy or something. But
yeah,
he could just be wrong about that, right? And if he's wrong about that, I guess what's the prescription? So like, let's say I grant you this terminology. So the terminology is that people like Bernie, and help me out here. So Bernie Sanders is a socialist because his end state is one such that it fits the criteria of demodification of basic human necessities. And
I think so. I think I don't know where he stands today, where maybe he's just trying to rehabilitate the word. But I think in the 60s through the 80s, not only did he embrace the label that kind of had a lot of social stigma around it, but he also did apologia for foreign regimes that I think are reprehensible. Now, he might have been idealistic at the time, but he did do that apologia.
You mean like by kind of apologia for Castro, that type of stuff?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So, but like, let's assume the sincerity. AOC didn't do that, right? AOC didn't. She wasn't in Cuba. She's younger.
Mamdani, she hangs out with Hassan. She hangs out with Hassan. She hangs out with Bernie, and she's kind of, in my opinion, she's viewed as the torchbearer for Bernie. So I feel like she would be aware of all of this stigma and history. Otherwise, she wouldn't label herself a socialist.
Okay, so then let's get to the actual. So you disagree with Stephen that Mamdani et al. Are not socialists. You think that they definitely are socialists. And therefore your prescription includes them in a way that Stevens doesn't, right? So like whatever.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. But it also seems that like you're not sold on the prescription that Econoboy should be kicked off Live and Learn. I don't know if you
absolutely not.
So help me out, man. Like what do what are we actually disagreeing about if we grant the terminology? Like let's grant your terminology. What are we disagreeing about?
Okay, so what we disagree about is that right now, in my opinion, there are people, and I don't think at this point I don't think Econoboy is bad faith. Okay. And I'm not trying to use bad faith to be soy. I think that Hassan Piker, and by the way, you can hate all these people. I already grant that.
Yeah, I hate them. I don't like them.
I get it. Mike from PA. Not Econoboy. Mike from PA, Hassan Piker, Denims, Frogan, Second Thought, maybe even to a degree. I don't know if Kyle Kalinske or Crystal Ball identify as socialists. I have no idea.
I don't think they do, but also like I would put them into the Econoboy camp. Like they care about rights. They say they care about democracy. They care about freedoms. Like I've talked to them about it.
So maybe they're Democrats first, principally, or they're maybe they would resent the term liberal because of all the baggage it has in the far left.
They would resent. I think they would definitely resent the term liberal, but
they wouldn't resent progressive, right?
Right. They would resent it in the same way that perhaps Econoboy would now resent liberal as opposed to socialist. I think Econoboy would still identify as a liberal in a different sense. It's very confusing because all these words mean different things in different contexts, right? So they could resent liberal in the political sense, but embrace liberal.
But I think you and I are informed enough in order to navigate these waters.
Yeah, fair. So we get to the point of, okay, there are people that you've identified. Second Thought, who I heard a clip about October,
and Hakeem.
Yep. I in real time, like I was on Such an Adam condemning that shit. I hate if to the extent that is reflective of their values, I don't consume their content. I hate them. I don't like Hassan. I don't like Mike from PA. I don't like Frogan. I don't like Denims. I don't like any of these people. And so, Crystal and Kyle put in different categories. So but what is the actual prescription? Because if your prescription is these people suck and they're trying to abuse the Democrats, I almost certainly agree with that.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, I might need to bring up another drawing.
Okay.
So give me a second. And by the way, you're going to be like, oh, well, this is just tone. Yeah.
No, maybe it is. Maybe that's
to a certain degree it is.
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
I just want to know what we're doing, what we can be doing.
Sure. So, well, and by the way, we don't have to agree on the goal. Okay. So I'm gonna show you my lefty drawing with boobs real quick, and then I'm gonna show you a different drawing. Okay. So, as a I think I'm a neoconservative because neoconservatives historically are effectively liberals who thought that the left went too far. They moved to the Republican Party. They adopted mildly conservative fiscal policy and mildly conservative social policy, and then they wanted to spread democracy and republicanism worldwide through a hawkish policy. That's the history of neoconservatism. I think I'm a neoconservative. I think Stephen is a liberal or a neoliberal. They're effectively laissez-faire economics, but they're considered center-left. And then we have the social democrats or the progressives, which I think is further left than Stephen. So I think that socialists and communists propose social democratic policy because it's popular, but they're trying to rehabilitate the word socialism and communism while claiming credit for successful social democratic programs and governments like Scandinavia, so they can rehab their own image. And some of them explicitly say they're doing so they can radicalize people further to socialism. And in my opinion,
I agree.
Sorry,
some people have that view, and some people are doing that. I don't think Econoboy is doing that.
Okay. Maybe Econoboy isn't. But my point is that, in my opinion, socialists and communists are the leopard eating faces party. So eventually, when they get big enough, they will eat your fucking face. And so I don't want them to get bigger. That's
it depends
my
what you mean
criticism.
by socialist and communism. If what you mean by socialist and communist is everyone who uses the socialist label, I don't think you agree with that.
I don't either, because there's some confusion in my chat over socialism, but at the same time, the confusion over the label is part of my point. So if somebody is politically a capitalist, meaning that they believe in the free market, they believe in private enterprise, they believe in all this kind of stuff, they just want heavy regulation of the capitalist market in order to make sure that the working class does well, even if they claim the label socialist, I think they're a social democrat by policy.
Okay. So using your terminology there, therefore, if what you mean by socialists are individuals who are committed to, but then I don't understand. So
they're committed to the end state of the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. State. That's what they think is good.
Okay. So then your prescription, whatever it is, and let's think about what the prescription is, would include Econoboy in this. But the thing is, Econoboy is idealistically committed to that end, but practically seems to acknowledge it as lofty and unrealistic. And so
I differentiate between incrementalists and revolutionaries.
Okay. And how do you distinguish them? So in
I
a
think
sense, or just
I think and also in the way that I treat them. I think that I'm ultimately a capital L liberal. I believe in freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. Mm-hmm. And so you can be wrong about shit and you can still be a part of the American experiment, right?
Okay.
So I don't think that these people should be castigated from society, or they should be I think Hassan Piker should be put in a catapult and fired into the Caribbean, but that's just because I hate him individually. That's not a policy prescription. Okay. And so while these people I think should be tolerated within the liberal framework, they should still be heavily criticized, heavily castigated. The history of socialism in the 20th century should 100% be an anchor around their neck. And they, in my opinion, they should not be able to co-opt Scandinavia and social democracy as the achievements of socialism. Because in my opinion, these are baby leopards who are the size of house cats,
but if we continue to feed them, they will eventually be leopards who eat our faces.
Okay, and is this kind of like social stigma or whatever that you're?
Yeah, it's cultural pressure. It's not legalistic.
The cultural stigma, cultural pressure,
and criticism. Yeah,
and criticism applies to anyone who uses the socialist label or anyone who uses the socialist label plus something else.
I would say uses the socialist label and understands the definitions as I currently use them. The decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. But I would also say that if somebody comes to me and they're like, "Oh, Connor, I'm a socialist. Why do you hate me?"
But what I mean by but if someone says, "Oh, Connor, I'm coming at you. I'm a socialist," but what I mean by socialist is the socialist in the sense of Clement Attlee, the socialist in the sense of Scandinavia. That's what I mean by it.
Then I'm going to say, I think you're being used as a useful propagandist tool for people who are more extreme than you.
And if they respond, I don't think I'm being used that way because I condemn those people. What would you say?
Then I'm going to say that your mere use of the word is sufficient that you are a useful tool for them.
Got it.
In my opinion, this would be the same thing as the far right. Where the contrarians, I'll show you another map that I drew in a minute. The contrarians are useful idiots, in my opinion, for MAGA and for the dissident right.
Okay, so
can I show you another map?
Yeah. Yes, show me.
And you can talk while I pull up the map. I just
So there's going to be some prescription about using the socialist label, and it will apply to people like Bernie and AOC and Mamdani, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
I would criticize them for using that label if they're just social democrats. I would say you're unnecessarily rehabbing the word.
Okay, so got it. And there's a separate prescription about like pressuring people, regardless of whether they use the label, who hold to a particular vision that you understand to be socialist.
Yeah, I would say that so for instance, let's say Econoboy and I sat down and we were drinking a beer and we were just bullshitting. I would pressure him on the fact that he thinks that we can publicly own vast swaths of society democratically, and that would not require an authoritarian government. I would argue that with him passionately.
But we're here when authoritarian government means a threshold of violence needed to.
The government would be all up in your shit. Every economic transaction that you're involved in, you have to report it to somebody else because you necessarily have to hold yourself to a standard required within a socialist society.
I'm not trying to do a gotcha. What do you say to people like Fabian Liberty who are like, well, that's already the current state?
I think Fabian Liberty is actually like, okay, so Fabian Liberty is not unintelligent. I think his worldview is delusional and stupid.
I know, but he would say something like,
if you open a lemonade stand, you have to get a permit from the government.
Right.
Yeah.
So, and he would say, we're already living in authoritarianism. This isn't authoritarianism. And you're the one who like, we should all be voluntarism. And you're just saying like, okay, you have a different.
I would appeal to history. I would say you don't know what authoritarianism is because you haven't been, you said you're Peruvian. You haven't been in Peru during the era of Shining Path. You haven't been in Cuba during the bloody era of Castro. You haven't been in the Soviet Union during the bloody era of Stalin or the bloody era of Mao in China. I would say you don't know what authoritarianism is.
To Fabian, who would say,
yes,
this is authoritarian. Okay. And
then we would just disagree.
You just disagree on authoritarian. So, but it would be a good faith disagreement, right? Like, authoritarianism is required by your system of capitalism, Connor.
Sure. And it's one of the great ironies of liberalism. Like I had the authoritarian centrist label on my Twitter for a long time. I think one of the contradictions of the Western world is that simultaneously it is so free to do so many things that are awesome, and yet if you don't defend it, it all falls apart.
Okay.
It's one of the contradictions of like modern free societies.
So you're okay. So, but isn't authoritarianism therefore a spectrum too? Like you're okay with some authoritarianism?
Of course.
Okay. So,
dude, I was a cop. I was a law enforcement member. There's nothing more authoritarian than somebody pointing a gun at you and saying, if you don't do what I say, I'm going to kill you.
I guess I have a different notion of authoritarianism, and tell me what you think about it. And again, I'm going to grant you the semantics. I'm just like curious your response to it. Like, I think authoritarianism to be not just when the government enforces something, like the government government's almost, if men were angels, no government would be necessary, right? That's the famous line from Madison.
Sure.
Like everything the government does, basically, not everything, but most things that the government does that have an enforcement end to it, in the sense that you're using it, require violence. And my notion of authoritarianism is like that. Not that the state doesn't use violence repeatedly and often, like, right? Like if you have a society that is filled with criminals, you're going to necessarily have a state that is constantly using violence as just always enforcing the law and at the end of a firearm. But my notion of authoritarianism is slightly different, that there's like some kind of like salient freedoms, some core freedoms over which they can't use that violence. And so maybe yours would include like basic contractual freedoms and freedoms of economic organization and freedoms of corporate governance. And
so if I could,
or something,
if I could. So if I just go to the basic bitch definition, it's of relating to or favoring blind submission to authority. So I think that lines up with your line of argumentation. The second is of relating or favoring a concentration of power in a leader or elite not constitutionally responsible to the people. So I think like the two terms for authoritarian that you're kind of poking at are blind or not constitutionally responsible to the people. So there's like this added element of lack of accountability.
Yeah.
And so
that's what
and so I think that you're saying that
Econoboys would miss that, right? Because Econoboys is literally talking about
like if Econoboy ushered in this thing democratically, then he would technically not be authoritarian because it would be the will of the people for the government to operate this way, right?
What's your response to that? Do you think it's just
So my response is that the democracy, to quote Churchill, is the worst form of government except for all the other ones. Mm-hmm. And so when you're talking about ushering in this massive state by democracy, is that a 51-49? Is that a 66-33? And this is actually why. Sorry, go ahead.
Your view is that like practically, it could never be such that this will be an overwhelmingly popular issue. It could be. It
could be an overwhelmingly popular issue. It could be 70-30. But what do you say to the 30 people who say, I don't want to live like this? Do you just say tough shit?
I think that the answer would be yes in a democratic society. Just like if there were 30% of the population, like in MAGA, right? Like they want Trump to be the king and they want to enforce that will through some kind of illegal or illegitimate action. Doesn't matter that 30% want them to be a king. Doesn't matter that like because the 30% doesn't get to overrule the 70%.
But this is why I like republicanism over democracy. Okay. So I understand that like some people believe that Republican is just a synonym, but I think that there's a differentiation here where not only is republicanism representative democracy, where we pick our best and brightest in order to craft policy, but I also think that there's a connotation of rule of law. Mm-hmm. And I think that we've socially enforced that rule of law through the Constitution of the United States. And I'm a firm believer in the Constitution of the United States. So when it comes to what is it like the First Amendment, which I believe is best summarized as freedom of conscience or freedom of speech. The Second Amendment, the right to keep and bear arms. All these due process laws and prohibition against cruel and unusual punishment. Well, I think that these things currently function in our modern society, but in a society in which so much power is deferred to the government because they have to enforce public ownership. Number one, I don't see how these rights don't get abused. Number two, if there was something, this was Stephen's argument actually, that you would need to eliminate the First Amendment in order to have the society that Econoboy believes in. Because if you had
practically you would need it.
What's that?
It's not logically required, but you're just saying practically, right? That you would
I think practically, because there would always be rich and powerful people who would resent their institutional creations being co-opted and managed by the state. And so they would always antagonize to reprivatize the economy. Right, and so you would have to like ban their speech.
It's kind of like a practical historical argument. Like look at the history. It has engendered resistance.
I think so.
Stupid. Okay.
But I think it's strongest as a practical historical appeal, but I think you could probably argue it as like an ideological one as well.
Oh, I don't know that you could, but let's just put that aside. So let's say that the entire society of America, 70% says, this Second Amendment thing, it's not worth having anymore. And we have referendums in every state to ratify a new amendment to the Constitution that undoes the Second Amendment. And 30% of the country is radically opposed, and they're going to keep their guns, and it will, probably engender resistance. Would you say, therefore, that like the decision to amend the Constitution democratically through ratifications as laid out in the Constitution to get rid of the Second Amendment, because guess what? The people want to they actually do want to do gun buybacks and gun bans. And so they've decided, and there's been a movement, a democratic movement in this country to eliminate Second Amendment and say no more guns. Well, let's get rid of it. We're outlining it. If that happened, would you be like, oh, that's authoritarian? Like, I don't think you would.
I would.
You would?
I would.
It's natural.
Yeah.
It's natural law or something, or
Yep.
Okay.
So self-defense, so I understand that appealing to nature or whatever is not thought of well in some legal circles or whatever. But for me, I think the entire basis of our Constitution is based on natural appeals. And it's actually it's based on an appeal to God, So if you don't believe,
you might be against it for that reason, but would you call it authoritarian? You might be against it because it violates natural law, but I don't know. You would call it authoritarian.
It's not technically without account to the people, and so in that regard, it's not authoritarian. But I think that
it would engender resistance. You agree? Like,
yes, it wouldn't. Yeah, 100%. I'd probably be one of the resistors, by the way. But
you would lead an insurrection, Connor's rebellion. Wait, that's
honestly, dude. I would probably like move to like I would try to like colonize some island off of Alaska or some shit.
Virgin Island, Epstein Island. No, but
yeah,
like so,
but
you wouldn't call it authoritarian.
Island.
You wouldn't call it authoritarian.
But I would call it practically authoritarian in enforcement, because in order to enforce this, you would have to go door to door and confiscate people's private arms.
And why, therefore, do you not view the current immigration system to be authoritarian? Or do you?
I mean, I think I do to a degree. If we're talking about, so I might be misusing the term, and you can say that I'm misusing the term. Yeah. But I just don't think that there's another term that I can easily think of where government, like heavy-handed governmental force. That's kind of what I'm saying with authoritarian, even if that's not a good definition.
Yeah, it just feels like you're saying like when the government does stuff, it's authoritarian.
When the government compels people to action through force, that is how I'm using authoritarian, even if I'm using the word improperly.
Therefore, it doesn't feel like it's a good distinguisher for what Econoboys are advocating for, unless you're going to put some other modifier to it that like has to do with some intrinsic like violation of natural law, violation of important liberties.
Well, we're like a competitive species, so I think it kind of violates that element of our nature. But we're also a collaborative species. So if I don't know, like 1,000 years from now, human beings have just like settled all their tribalist differences, and they're like, hey, let's all get together in this communal economic system and work to everybody's benefit, and we just all agree that this is the best way to run shit. I don't know if I would give a fuck. So I definitely don't think we're there right now.
Okay. All right. So I'm concerned because I think with those kinds of definitions of authoritarianism, it feels like therefore the prescription becomes much weaker, or at least that we're now willing to accept a great deal of authoritarianism. And so it's on you to say, well, why does this additional amount of authoritarianism that you feel is engendered by what Econoboy is proposing, why does that sort of tip the glass for you? Maybe there's a reason
but I think within a liberal society, though, this is kind of the thing. I think that in a free society, freedom, the ability to do things, liberty, the limitations on the government. So people like I'm a liberal. I believe in the maximal freedom for human beings possible, right? So within that framework, you should have a minimum amount of compulsion by necessity. Okay. That should be like a motivating factor.
And America, as it exists right now, would you say it's too authoritarian, just like Goldilocks wise?
I think it's Goldilocks. I think America's almost like maybe it's because I'm white and middle class, but I really like where we're at. I think we're in the Goldilocks zone.
Okay, so let's get to the prescriptions before we run out of time.
Yeah, sure. Actually, I did bring up a new map. I don't know if you can see it.
I can see it.
But I did the left-right spectrum, and I bent it into a horseshoe.
Horseshoe, sure.
And then I got the far left, the progressives, the liberals, the libertarians, neocons, and moderates, although libertarians can sometimes be a part of the dissident right. They're kind of a weird thing. You got the contrarians, which I would actually cite as like Tim Pool or Russell Brand or any of those like former liberals who now sweep for MAGA.
Wait, you put contrarian on the left, or you're just referring to a subset of contrarians, not contrarianism as an ideology or like a worldview, just contrarian.
I use it as a descriptor just because I feel like sometimes they're just like, oh yeah, MAGA's gone too far this time, but realistically, they just try to find bad shit that the left is doing so they can sweep for MAGA.
Okay.
So I feel like they're a camp because oftentimes they're libertarians until they're not. You know? It's like this weird thing where they're like, yeah, I want to shoot guns and my gay neighbor should be able to have marijuana plants in his backyard and he should be able to adopt kids, but also fuck Mexicans. And it's like, what?
I hear you with Tim Pool, but you're not talking about contrarians, like, because like a contrarian will just be against what's popular. So if presumably like a contrarian, if the zeitgeist is progressive, will be conservative, but if the zeitgeist becomes MAGA, they'll be contrary to that. So you just mean like the contrarians that exist right now that you are identifying, right?
Yeah. I'm not trying to say that this is a philosophy that they're going to have forever. I'm just saying that I feel like it's a decent descriptor as a vast part of the right.
Understood. I'm just trying to understand. Okay, cool.
Sure.
So prescription. Sorry, you're explaining your horseshoe.
So for me, the way that I'm arguing right now is that I will work with half of progressives because I think some progressives are sane and might even have some good ideas about social reform. I will work with liberals because we share the value of maximal human liberty. I believe
when you say work with, can you just suss out what that you mean? Like,
for like electoral politics, shared policy projects, volunteer efforts, canvassing efforts, etc. Okay.
So you wouldn't work with like a Vosh type to elect Biden.
Actually, weirdly enough, I almost went to the New York event just because I wanted to meet J-Reg. But I think that Vosh and I have substantive, irreconcilable ideological ideas. And so I would only work with him insofar as like electing a moderate. I wouldn't be with him for trying to elect a socialist. If Vosh says, "Hey Connor, we both hate Trump. Let's do a joint canvassing operation to elect Mamdani," I would probably say no.
Okay, but if Hassan said or Vosh said, "Well, let's do both," right? We're organizing. I know they didn't do this. I'm just saying, we're organizing a rally canvassing to elect Kamala Harris against Trump. You would be like,
the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yeah.
Including Hassan. So there are joint projects. The joint project just needs to be one that you agree with. So you're willing to work with anyone, right? Or maybe not people on
the the joint project is anti-MAGA, but if anything comes up about Israel-Palestine, if anything comes up about socialism, communism, authoritarianism, CCP propaganda, I'm not going to sweep for Vosh and Hassan. I'm going to say, fuck that perspective. Here's the bus. I'm politically shoving them in front of it.
Okay, but you are not under current circumstances, but you are willing to work for shared political projects with people who like share your the project.
Dude, I would work with Nazis on a Clean Water Act.
Okay, so all right, let's help me with the prescription then. So
I think that there are policies along this like continuum. So these are the grill hottists. This is my audience that I'm trying to cultivate. I hate the far left. I think they have more bad prescriptions than they have good. I hate half of progressives because I think they're useful idiots for the far left. That's kind of the context of our debate, even though I think you're a very intelligent person.
That includes me, right? So I'm carrying water for the far left.
Yeah. We can talk about like intent in a minute.
Okay.
And then the libertarians, and contrarians. I view the contrarians similar to the way that I view progressives, where I'm going to agree with them on some things and I'm going to fight them on some things. It's a piece by piece issue. But MAGA, in my opinion, has not only fucked up my party, they've also fucked up my country. And the dissident right, I view as more evil or the same evil as the far left. And so these people are not part of my coalition. I'll take sensible progressives. I'll take sensible liberals. I'll take sensible libertarians, neoconservatives, and moderates. And I'll take contrarians who are willing to listen. but everybody else can fuck themselves. And this is the coalition that I would build in order to execute American politics.
Okay. That's your preferences.
Not just preferences, but actually like a coalition that I think needs to be built in order to eject the freak left and freak right.
Ejecting meaning make them less relevant, meaning
make them
less
politically
important.
irrelevant. Yep.
Okay. So eject isn't an action. Eject is a result. Like,
yeah,
they are ejected once they lose
like my dream scenario would be in 10 years, Nick Fuentes could have a cultish audience of hundreds of thousands of people. But if it was brought up in the Republican Party, like, hey, are you going to invite Nick Fuentes? Then they'd be like, no, fuck that guy. He's a fucking retarded Nazi piece of shit. He can go pound sand. And then the same thing would be the response from the Democrats in reference to Hassan, where they would say, no, he's a fucking terrorist apologist, communist, fucking Marxist-Leninist piece of shit. We want fucking nothing to do with him.
Okay, so ejection refers to some notion of
like
stigma.
Cultural disavowal.
Okay, but it's
cultural dismissal.
I couldn't, and you're not expecting me to, or frankly, like any of these media people, we're not doing the action of ejecting, except to the extent that we're contributing to the cultural stigma, right? And that we contribute to it.
I would prefer, I would like it if you guys contributed to the cultural stigma, but I think that there's involuntary, or there's actions that you're taking right now that are minimizing the cultural stigma.
Got it. Okay, so sorry for doing this. So prescription with the socialist label. What's that? Prescription? Don't use it ever. Regardless
basically, if you're a social democrat but you're using the socialist label, stop using it.
And same with politicians and media people.
Yep. Stop conflating social democracy and socialism. You're either a capitalist or you're a socialist. It's a binary.
Okay. So let me just and that is just pressuring people to stop using the label, or that's a prescription to people who use the label. Do you have a prescription from people in terms of them interacting with people who use the label but don't use it in the sense that you mean it? Use it in a different sense.
Just take on. I actually thought there was a brilliant caller for you who said treat him like a Fox News host, right? And so if a Fox News host says, I like drinking water, you're not going to fight a Fox News host on whether or not water is good, right? But if a Fox News says, I think Mexicans are subhuman, then you're going to stop whatever you're going to stop the segment, and you're going to fight them on that topic.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's why I think that the Vanguard situation was such to our benefit.
It's overblown.
Because I think that we did stop. And first of all, Hutch, we wanted to let Hutch cook, number one, but also we did want to have like a agreement, disagreement. We wanted to see where we agreed, where we disagreed, and we did disagree sometimes with what Hutch says.
It's good content. I'm never going to argue against content.
Okay, I know your content, man. Your content, man. But like, okay, in terms of prescriptions, just for people not who bring up we hate all Mexicans, but people who like bring up like, yeah, I'm a socialist. Yeah, of course I'm a socialist. Of course I want healthcare for everybody.
I would ask them what they mean.
Yeah, and if they're like, yeah, of course, when I mean socialist, I'm talking about the Labor Party.
Well, okay, but then that's where it gets weird. Okay, that's where it gets weird. Because, for instance, Corbyn, as an example.
I don't like Corbyn, by the way.
Which is scary to me, but that's okay. That's why we're having this conversation.
Wait, it's scary that I don't like Corbyn?
Oh, no. I thought you said you did like Corbyn.
No, I don't like Corbyn.
Okay. So, for instance, if Corbyn or a Corbyn-like figure says, I am a socialist, then I'd be like, okay, what do you mean by that? And then we would get into the decommodification of basic human needs.
Yeah.
Workers owning the means of production versus social democracy. Do you want to modify capitalism, or do you want to instantiate a completely new economic model? That's
like,
differentiation.
No, of course I'm not going to change the Constitution. I'm not going to change. Like, you guys are going to be able to have private businesses. I'm just talking about some things like healthcare, some things like transportation. I'm just talking about some things like, let's say, food, right? We want to have some public ownership.
Then I would start calling them a social democrat to their face until they get mad. Then I would be like, hey man, like, no offense, but like, I have a totally different understanding of socialism. It involves like the some of the worst governments of the 20th century. If you just want to modify capitalism so it's better for the working class, that's social democracy. I think you're a social democrat.
But good luck.
And then if we started fighting over definitions, I would keep fighting them.
So actually play that out with me and Econoboy, right? Because
sure,
let's say I raise this to Econoboy, and I'm like, okay, Econoboy, I know what you mean with socialism is different than what these bad people mean. And I know that
I don't think he does, by the way. I think he's just an incrementalist.
Okay. And I know that you're all nice and friendly, and I know actually, that you're more well read on socialism than certainly I am. I acknowledge that openly, but you really should stop using that label. Like, what do you envision that conversation like? And he's like, no.
Well, I think you would have to. I think you would have to research what he's talking about before you have that conversation.
Okay, but like, let's assume I did, and he's like, yeah, I hear you, Pisco, I hear you, and I hear Connor. I just think he's wrong about it, and so I'm not going to change my label. I think it's appropriate, and he could be wrong about the history, but like, then what?
Then if it just comes up, then if it just comes up in a fight and it's something that's relevant, let's say that
do I still work with him? I'm just like, I think it's cringy to use that label, but I'm obviously my socialist pal Econoboy is allowed to be on the show.
Yeah, of course, dude. I have Nazi friends, of course. Not plural.
Like, so,
I have one Nazi friend.
What is this? All this consternation? So like,
the consternation is I would never. My Nazi friend, if I had him on the show and he was like, "Lol, the Jews run the world," then I would be like,
"No, I know, but he doesn't." But yeah, if someone says something equivalently deranged from a communist perspective that you're doing the analogy for the Nazi, I would call out Econoboy on that. I feel, and just like, for example, if someone says something like, "Hey, let's
talk about yesterday." Yeah. So yesterday in the debate. I feel like I was trying to articulate these series of ideas, but it seemed like you wanted to fight Steven, which, by the way, that was the show. People wanted that. So I'm not criticizing you for that. That's what people wanted, okay? You and Steven to fight. But I felt like your and Econoboy's line of argumentation was, well, we kind of know that social democracy and socialism are being blended and we don't care. And if anything, throughout this conversation, we're going to blur these two concepts together without admitting that you're holding up a specific definition.
I guess I didn't come into that debate with a normative view on what the term socialist ought to mean.
Sure.
So I don't really have a normative view. I'm sorry, just 1 second. I didn't have
by the way, can you just define normative for me real quick?
Normative meaning that I don't have like an ethical preference for what the word ought to be, right? You certainly have an ethical preference.
I really do. Yeah, and I would like to I would like to describe just say whatever you got to say, but I have a point I want to make about that.
So I didn't come into that debate and currently don't have, and maybe you can convince me, a normative view on whether we ought to use a socialist label to mean a particular thing or what we ought to use the definition of socialist to mean. My view of words and definitions and that kind of thing is use is meaning, and how people use the word is what the word means. And I don't really, maybe if there's a really good reason. So for example, like, what is a woman is often like a discussion. And one of the things I bring up when people say woman means adult human female, meaning big gametes, like large gametes, I'm like, well, that isn't how we use the word. And it wasn't how we used the word prior to the discovery of gametes or of chromosomes, right? So I reject, I don't know if I reject it, I'm just like, I view as idiosyncratic or proprietary definitions if they don't track usage, or at least let's clarify like what we mean by a term. And so I didn't have a normative view there is all I'm saying.
Yeah, sure. So I'm in many ways, I think I have like a modernist sense of language. And what I mean by that is like, I'm trying to find reality as aggressively as possible that is shared as maximally as possible amongst as many people as possible and is like physically verifiable. And so I often appeal to like history or nature or observation when I'm using words and definitions. The reason why I get frustrated with this line of thinking is, let's say that jihadism, okay? Let's say jihadism became co-opted by a bunch of like moderate Muslims. And they said that jihad actually just means struggle. So it has nothing to do with terrorism. Okay.
Well, that's what it initially meant, right? Like, it just like intifada. These were the literal definitions of the word, and they've come to mean different things because of a history. And even in the case of socialism that you just bring up, what Dr. Avi, I talked to him yesterday, said, and I don't dispute, is that one thing that conservatives did was to try to paint policies that are not socialist as socialist to make them more scary. So I don't disagree with your notion.
Yeah, it actually cuts both ways.
go-
That's why talking to the right wing about redistributive economics is fucking ass cancer, because they do, libertarians or anarcho-capitalists, they actually think fire departments are socialist.
Right.
Which is,
although
it just
Avi
makes
said yesterday he
governance
thinks it is.
impossible.
Well, I just think Avi yesterday thought that he and we talked about it, that fire departments and police departments are socialist.
I think that's mind-numbingly stupid. But I want to continue with my jihadist example, so maybe you could see why I have a normative bias against the term socialism.
Yep.
So this is a parallel analogy, whatever. So if somebody tried to rehabilitate the term jihadism, I would resist it, because if somebody is a jihadist, then they are somebody who believes in holy struggle for the religion of Islam, and they're willing to use violence in order to execute that means. And so therefore, this is somebody that I would be willing to kill for the future of mankind. The same way that I feel like fascism has been rendered useless, where anybody to the right of Biden is a fascist. That's not a very useful sense of the word. A fascist is somebody who believes in flexible authoritarianism and political corporatism, which is a very narrow definition. But if somebody is a fascist, meaning that they committed themselves to that ideology, they are actually a physical threat to large swaths of the population and deserve basically to be shot. So that's where, for me,
having the fascist view,
not for simply having the view, but if they try to implement that vision, they should be shot.
Yeah. So I see this in the comments, and I from your comment, and I totally agree with it. By the way, I think your comments are, your viewers are a lot more like thoughtful than in other chats. I do want to say.
No, my chat's fucking brilliant. I always joke that they have 3,000 IQ.
I do think your chat is more thoughtful, but this is from King Raven. Connor, it's too late. The term socialism is rehabilitated in the Democratic Party, more popular than capitalism among people under 30. That's kind of my view. Like, and someone else in your above in your chat.
Yeah, I'm not going to accept that though.
Okay, but aren't we fighting against a tide? Like, are you going to change the use? Okay, but what do I do? Because I'm just trying to understand the meaning of a term as it's used by people in the real world. And you're
I would force people to define their term. So what I would say is I would ask somebody, because the actual definition of Marxian, maybe we could use like Marxist as a new term. Are you a Scandinavian socialist, or are you a Marxist socialist? Because if they say Scandinavian, I don't give a shit. That's just like an argument about how much we should tax people and how many social services we should have. That can be figured out by democracy. I don't give a fuck. But if somebody says they're a Marxist, then I'll be like, oh, okay, fuck this guy.
You're taking the view like you don't like that people use the term socialism to mean something different than what, I guess, the standard economic definition that you see it to be, right? Like, you have this vision of socialism.
I think it's insidious.
That is like based in some academic standard definition,
and also like historical analysis definition. Yeah,
and sure, historical. Now, I think Econoboy disputes you on the history and disputes you on the standardness of the terminology, but you can have the view, and I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I'm not even wading into that conflict, because certainly I kind of am just looking at the common usage, and
dude, I can already solve this. I mean, like, I'm not popular enough of a creator in order to like define how we're going to use language going forward. Right. However, if this is actually an easy prescription that also saves you a lot of grief. Yeah. If somebody says, I'm a socialist in a conversation, then your next question, in my opinion, should be,
what do you mean?
Do you like the Scandinavian model, or are you a Marxist? And if they say, I'm a Marxist, then you start fighting them. If they say, I love the Scandinavian model. Okay.
But like, if I asked that to Econoboy, I think he would give an answer. I think it maybe more than just Scandinavia, but he would answer that. And I'm like, great. If that's what you mean by socialist, welcome to the party. But it seems like you have a problem with us doing that because you just okay.
No, I'm okay. If you want to start asking people going forward, and by the way, you don't have to do what the fuck I say. You don't have to give a shit what I say.
But the whole argument is like, what do we disagree about? And like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would say Marxists should be sidelined. Like Marxism in general should be politically sidelined. And then also revolutionary Marxists in particular should be treated as ideological enemies.
But that doesn't include Econoboy. It doesn't include. You might.
Econoboy might be a Marxist. He might say, "I like the Scandinavian model for now, but I want to. I think the Marxian model is ultimately correct." And then I would just fight him on the Marxist part of it. That doesn't mean I can't be his friend, but I think he's fucking wrong. And when we're in a public place and we're talking about policy, I'm going to fight him on his policy if I think it's bad.
Okay. All right. Sorry. I've seen something in the chat, and I think it's a good question. Kay brings up, Pisco often grounds out to technical definitions. Yeah, no, I certainly do. So, for example, insurrection, right? When we talk about insurrection or one of these other terminologies like coup d'etat, shit like that, there is a technical definition of some of these words. Treason is another one where, yes, but I clarify my terminology. Like here, when I'm talking about insurrection, I'm talking about its application in Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, the legal definition, the standard legal definition of insurrection. But if someone would say, what I mean by insurrection are people who are, protesting the government, then I would just accept that terminology. Be like, okay, I guess then you're an insurrectionist. And I'm okay with having some insurrectionists in the parties. If what is meant by insurrectionist is blah, 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 then okay. But like, it seems like you have a problem with people using the socialist label. You think that we should confront them if they are Marxists, and you view Marxists as the people.
I view them as big of an ideological threat. So by the way, like you can appeal to size, you can appeal to relevance, you can appeal to all that kind of shit. But jihadists are a infinitesimally small part of the population, and yet they've done extreme amounts of damage to the world. So I would view Marxist revolutionaries as ideological enemies on par with jihadist terrorists or knowledgeable fascists. They're that bad.
Got it.
And so like you can talk to them. I mean, I talk to everybody, but you shouldn't be their, like, if you're their friend, I don't even know if you should be their friend. I don't think you should be their friends.
So do you think I should be a Econoboy's friend?
Sure, but he's an incrementalist, and I do make like some allowance for an incrementalist. So for instance, like if a jihadist was an incrementalist, which by the way would just be an Islamist, I would tell an Islamist, that's cool that you think Islam
you're friends
is the one
with Nazis. You said you're friends with Nazis, and you're friends with MAGA.
I'm friends with one Nazi.
You're friends with MAGA.
I have MAGA members in my family, but I fight them all the time.
Sure, but you're friends. I have MAGA friends. I know you have MAGA friends.
Yeah, of course. But I fight them all the time.
But you just had a prescription like, don't be friends with Marxists. That certainly would include Erin. So your prescription would be like, don't be friends with Erin.
Okay, so if Erin said, I'm a revolutionary Marxist, I would be like, you're fucking dead wrong. And I think you're ideologically equivalent to a fascist or a jihadist. And if there was ever anything like, if she wants to talk to me about like puppies or water, like what water brands we want to drink, we can just talk about that. But if she starts bringing up like economics or geopolitical analysis, I'm going to press the fuck out of her.
Sure, but I'm just talking about the specific thing, like don't be friends with, because it seems like there are people potentially on the chopping block from your prescription of don't be friends with. Those people are, I consider Econoboy a friend. I consider Erin a friend.
Yeah, I would be wary of them.
I'm going to tell you something. Joanna might be on the chopping block too. She's very left wing. All right, so like this is going to affect my life in ways.
Joe,
that
just because my audience might not know, Joe's your partner, right?
My partner, yes, yeah.
Yeah, so I obviously I'm not telling you to break up with your fucking girlfriend, but if you're
it seems like you might be.
No, okay. Do you know when I would tell you to break up with your girlfriend?
When?
Let's say that you're just talking about economic theory one night, and she's like, you know what? I think Luigi Mangione is fucking based, and we should actually start a fucking terror cell so we can start killing people in the fucking street. You might need to break up with her.
Yeah, she would never say that. She might say Luigi's hot, but
okay.
I mean, like, I don't know. Like, people who do Luigi memes, I think are different than people who are like, I like Luigi, let's start a terror cell.
Sure, I think, but I'm saying if you have the ideology but you don't have the commitment to violence, then I would presume that the commitment to violence might be a few steps away. So if the commitment to violence happens, you need to be ready to walk away from that relationship.
Yes. I am here publicly. This is really inappropriate. I'm getting ahead of my
Yeah,
relationship.
if your girlfriend becomes a terrorist, you'll disavow her.
If she becomes a terrorist, I will. Actually, wait, no, because then am I being a bad? Am I being a bad? Should I stand by her and her terrorist activities and
No.
go with her to trial, or should I
Obviously
immediately
not.
condemn her?
Obviously not. All right, so hold on. So I know we're kind of getting into meme territory, but the but I do view this like quite seriously. Where like I can have friends from any. I could be friends with like I could talk to Timothée Chalamet, right? But if Timothée Chalamet starts talking about how he wants to fucking impale Jews and how all Jews are Zionists, I'm not going to let that fly, right?
Yeah, but that
okay.
Yes.
So we agree. Oh, hold on. Let me talk about last night real quick. Let me talk about last night.
Yeah.
So in reference to last night, though, you and I think you're a fairly intelligent person. And by the way, I think I'm just going to tell you straight up between you and me, I think the communist dunk with Erin is not that good. Like I know it's
not a dunk at all.
Right. I know plenty of people are like,
I think Steven is being bad faith.
I didn't even think it was that good. I really
no. It's not even that's not good. It's not a dunk at all. Steven is being bad faith. Like you understand. I know that Erin is a communist. Like I have produced the clip.
And she could be an incrementalist. Now, do I suspect that she could be a Marxist-Leninist? Yes, but did that clip show she was a Marxist-Leninist?
Right.
No.
What I mean to say is like this whole conversation is about terminologies, whether all socialist communists are tankies or Marxist-Leninist. So in the context of a conversation where we're trying to granularly define these things and even see like are all this, that, the terminology is super important. And to pretend that
that's why I got mad. That's why I got mad when you kept calling it pedantic. But yeah, sorry, continue.
Well, I think it's when I say semantics, I don't mean to say that it's like therefore totally like we shouldn't have a view on semantics or whatever. I genuinely, my frustration this entire time was I thought we were getting bogged down in these conversations about socialism or whatever. When who the fuck cares? Like as long as we're clarifying our terminology, if we're clarifying our terminology, I think that we can just get to the prescriptions, get to the ethical argument, which is what I care most about. But in that context of what Steven did there, it was really, really shitty and bad faith to act in that moment when we're having a specific conversation about entailments and Marxist-Leninist versus communism versus socialism, to pretend that I was unaware that Erin was a communist, and to pretend and act like it was some own. And for him to react the way he did, in my opinion, maybe there's a 1% chance that he like was misunderstanding, but I think can basically plausibly only be explained by bad faith there. I don't see any other way to explain why he did that.
I had this conversation with Steven, and I think I've had this conversation with you. I think that 70% of the audience, when I listen to people, I take the words and I create concepts in my head and I draw out diagrams and I think about what's being said. Okay. That's how I think. I think 70% of the audience is responding to emotion, where if you pretend that you won, if you pretend that you got a dunk or whatever, then 70% of the audience who's not creating these diagrams in their brain, they actually think you won. Right. And I've seen Vosh do this. I've seen Hassan Piker do this. I've seen Asmongold do this.
And Steven just did that last night in like 5K, and he gaslit his audience into thinking that was anything when the specific question was. I would
want him and his audience to actually break that down, where, I would actually, I know in a panel setting it wasn't appropriate. But in a one-on-one setting, I would 100% do a follow-up and be like, Steven, why did you act like that was such a big own?
Well, what they're going to say is they're going to go back to their principal point, which is all these distinctions are meaningless. But you can't.
But they are.
But they're meaningful.
Quite substantive. They're substantive to me, anyways.
Yeah, and we're having a conversation about them. And so if you're just going to retreat to it would practically entail Marxist-Leninism no matter what, or any kind of communist must be a Marxist-Leninist because practically that would be required, then you're just repeating, I guess, the kind of empirical point that you guys say. And frankly, I'm not even saying that I dispute. I'm not saying that it's practical to institute communism. I think it's fucking stupid. I'm a capitalist. I'm a liberal capitalist. Right. I've always have been. But all I'm trying to say is I take people in good faith. And so when Erin says, I'm not a Marxist-Leninist, I'm a communist. And what I mean by communism is I believe in electoralism, I believe in rights, but I also think that this is a nice end state, but it would always be in the context of a liberal democracy. I believe her. She might say something that like practically could never happen, but it's not the same as saying that she's a Marxist-Leninist. And there's no policy prescription as well that she could be delusional that her end state would necessitate that policy.
Sure,
but it's not required, and I don't need to like her own identity of herself and the policy she espouses, though delusional perhaps in people's minds, don't equate to Marxist-Leninism.
Yeah, can you walk with me through like a really bad analogy real quick?
Sure.
So let's say that cats grew based off of the size that you fed them. Okay. And let's say that communists and socialists are cats. And I actually have a cat that I'm thinking of very specifically. My ex-girlfriend's cat was very nice, and his name was Cat, and he was a black cat. And we would go on walks around the neighborhood, and he would patrol in front of us. He would like, we're on a walk together, being a cute couple,
Black cat?
et cetera. What's that?
The black cat? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
And so the black cat would literally run in front of us, run up a tree, look around as if they were on patrol on our behalf, and then meow. And then they would run back down the tree, run ahead, run up the tree, look around, and then meow. And so basically, in my opinion, I felt like Cat, because that was their name, was like a friend. They were looking after me. Right?
Cat.
Right.
Yeah.
So Erin and Econo Boy can be our cats. All right. They can be our friends. They can look out for our best interest. We can talk to them, et cetera, et cetera. However, there are other cats, and if you feed them too much and they become the size of leopards, my expectation is that they're going to eat yours and my face, right? So within this poor metaphorical framework, number one, I'm saying, don't feed Econo Boy and Erin, our favorite cat friends, too much food because they might eat your face. And then also be aware of the fact that if you're friendly with too many cats and feed too many of them, eventually they're going to eat your fucking face.
Would you make so when I brought this up, would you make the same prescription? I thought Stephen deflected again, I think in bad faith, to his own audience and their own like priors and shit. But like someone like Myron Gaines, right? Would you make that same
but Stephen's argument would be that Myron is already the size of a leopard, and he doesn't feed Myron. He tries to take food away from Myron. That's Stephen's argument.
But
regardless of whether or not you agree.
When I go on Kyle Kalinske Crystal Ball, I'm trying to eat their milkshake. I'm trying to get more audience. I'm trying to get them to agree that Trump is horrible, because Breaking Points used to be much more like ambiguously right wing, and like anti-democrat. And so I'm trying to be part of correspondence. Or
then I think that's a noble motivation, and you should be applauded.
And people actually, the Breaking Points audience said this has turned into a left wing, like a Trump hate fest, and like good. And I want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of the thing that turns Breaking Points from vaguely like a right wing show that talks shit about Trump sometimes, but bashes Democrats to gain credibility. And by the way, Crystal, in the previous incarnation of Breaking Points, literally described that as her project. She was like, my whole thing is I'm going to critique Democrats a lot so that I build up credibility, and then the right wing will listen to my critiques of Trump. Now, ultimately, she has like abandoned that. And I think that's to her credit that she was able to recognize that strategy like was bad. And now when I'm there, she's regularly invited me. And my whole thing is, you should hate Trump more. And so I want to be part of that. And I don't know why it doesn't work both ways. Like,
Dude, I don't hate on the bridge building thing. Like I think it's very easy for people outside of the content creation space to say, you should never talk to this person. You should never talk to that person. You should never talk to that person. But that's not how like clout, money, influence, or streams work. Because I guarantee you, for every, and I'm not trying to say that you're as cynical as I am, but I guarantee you, for every time that you've gone on Breaking Points, you've probably seen a substantive bump in your viewership. And I don't begrudge you that at all. And also, if you're saying, I'm not a communist, I'm actually just kind of like a liberal with a few progressive takes who happens to be friends with some socialists, I relatively speaking, take you at your word. And if your word is saying that you're trying to bring them more to you, then you are trying to become like them. Then go for it. I don't give a shit.
That's always what I do. Like when another example.
But right, but the 2 hours yesterday. Sorry, I keep bringing up this point and then not making it. We talked for 3 hours yesterday. 30 minutes of that might have been approaching making a point. 2 hours and 30 minutes of that, in my opinion, felt like the level of rhetorical obfuscation where social democracy and socialism becomes synonymous, which is antithetical to what I want.
Okay, I'm willing to grant.
It might not have been intentional, but I'm saying that's what happened.
My entire whole approach.
Yeah, you didn't walk in with the hatred of socialism that I have.
I get it. Yeah, no, but I walked in thinking, and I'm still thinking, that there isn't much substantive disagreement. The substantive disagreement that exists has to do with like maybe you and I in terms of would we vote for Bernie and AOC, but that's not really what we discussed. I mean, that's more of like something I would agree with Stephen on. But like in terms of substantive prescriptions, it seems like there's a weak version of, I don't mean weak to mean like bad. I just mean like a weak version as in is like it's not a super strong prescription. Like don't hang out with communists in any respect. It's like be aware in case you're like they're trying to, if you feed them too much from you. There's a prescription in general that like regardless of how much you're fighting against the current, you want to stop the socialist label from being applied in a certain way. But other than that, like this is all like, in my opinion, picking around the margin. What's actually, what did we do wrong and how do we fix it? Well, what is the big,
the prescription can be small, but my alarm to you might seem disproportionate to what was done, but bear in mind that I have like a political and psychological trauma where I was told Trump's never going to be president. He's politically irrelevant, blah, 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 blah. Then he wins. And then, we're just voting for Trump as a shitpost and we're just doing it to throw a wrench into the political machine. And then actually Trump is the Messiah and he's going to save us all from the dreaded communists. And then it's a fucking cult, right? Now it's a cult. It's a full-blown fucking cult that has co-opted my political party. And so one of the metaphors that Stephen has used repeatedly that I agree with is you don't skate to where the puck is, you skate to where it's gonna be. And so in my regards, if I am going to create a temporary or maybe semi-permanent coalition of center-left and center-right people, when center-left people start drifting towards the far left, I'm going to freak the fuck out because I saw that's what happened in my own party. This has destroyed the Republican Party.
The country right now, the Democratic Party, you're correct, has never been more left-wing. It's becoming more left-wing.
Which is scary to me.
Maybe that's scary for you. You can be concerned about that. Thank you. Like, but you're okay with us fundamentally working with these people to achieve the downfall of Trump. Like you said, for example, you would even be willing to do a canvassing event with Hassan if it were for a moderate candidate or for a candidate that you felt. Yeah,
but people are going to know my fucking opinions of Hassan.
Yeah, and
it's not going to be so. Hold on. Here's the other thing. It's not going to be, oh, I think Hassan's an idiot, lol. It's going to be like, no, I know 20 different talking points for why Hassan Piker is one of the biggest pieces of shit in politics. The only reason why I'm canvassing for a moderate Democrat with Hassan Piker is because we're canvassing against J.D. Vance. And Donald Trump killed 14 million people over the course of 5 years. And J.D. Vance is promising to kill another 14 million people for the lulz. You know? So my ego is less important than the lives of 14 million people.
So you put it aside for the greater good. And like, I understand that. I guess I'm just like, in the Vanguard conversation, it wasn't that we weren't having an argument about socialist
it just feels like
policy.
Hutch is alone. I'm not saying that rhetorically you did anything wrong. It just feels like Hutch is alone and it's a 4.5 versus 1.
And that's it.
You don't have to like that perception, but that is the exterior perception. And by the way, I called out Josiah as much as I called out you. I think when Josiah agrees with Hutch, he needs to go back up Hutch and fight you guys. And if he doesn't agree with Hutch, then Hutch should have the capacity to get another liberal to side with him and fight the more progressive people. It's not like a huge deal. And by the way, I'm going to thank you again for the content.
We didn't bully him.
Created fire content for a week, started a discourse cycle, created a panel, and I've probably made
but has brought in a
maybe
level
like
of
$1,000 off of it. So it's dope. So thank you.
I appreciate. No, I'm glad you're making money, but the toxicity that has entered the stream, like you should see. Not that I don't really give a fuck, but I'm just like, in
the chatters are cheering on the.
No, but it's a lack of charity. It's an attacks where they're basically misidentifying and misconstruing things we said or didn't say, and making it out like we were bullying Hutch, when like I don't agree with that characterization at all. That we're bullying Hutch. Maybe there's an appearance that he's alone in that. He
looks alone.
Yeah, but like the way that you would, if you heard the discourse after that Live and Learn episode, it's like, oh my god, this is mask off tanky moment for Pisco and Econoboy, and just
no, I don't. I think was the nature Steven of the said listen, half of Twitch poll is fucking dumb as shit, and they literally just, like I said, 70% of the audience isn't even listening to the words being said; they're listening to the emotions. And what I would say is that these vibes are coming from the emotions, not the words that are said. And what I would say with Steven, last night in particular, the emotions are Econoboy and Pisco are sweeping for tanky pieces of shit, and therefore might be crypto tankies themselves. That's the emotions. But I heard Steven say multiple times, I don't think Pisco is a tanky. I don't even think Econoboy is a tanky, right? Those words are going to get lost.
I don't even know what he means by tanky. Like, I don't even know what he means by the word tanky. Like
authoritarian communist.
Okay, authoritarian communist. I think he thinks that Erin is a tanky.
Yeah, he might. She might be hiding her power level. I don't fucking know.
Okay.
Right. I don't know, dude. I literally bring me on to her take. I DM'd Erin probably a week ago or 2 weeks ago, where I said like, "Hey, I heard that you said that you were like an open communist, and I want to talk to you about the details of that, because I was just interested in it, not even necessarily trying to be like, oh, you're a stupid communist, fuck you. I just wanted to talk to her about it because I think Erin is a pretty smart person. So it's shocking to me that she's,
I think she's smart too. And
yeah, it's shocking to me that she believed that this is like one of my friends being a jihadist. Okay. It's shocking to me. I want to pick apart why my friend is a jihadist.
Okay. Yeah, no, if it's shocking to you, we'll love to have you. I just don't know why it can't be a good faith disagreement. Why it has to spin out. And in my opinion, this was all done pre-debate. So that's why I'm so
good
pissed.
Content.
I go into it pissed because, you know, for weeks I'm fielding this call, spending time. We're spending time internally.
Yeah.
Sort of
I'm still
like,
listening.
okay,
I'm just letting my dog in.
yeah. So should we like keep addressing these comments? Should we like, and we're like, okay, yeah, we're open books. And like, I'm an open book. I have people calling in all the time as though we're dodging stuff. And as though we like agree with the ultimate Marxist agenda of Hassan Piker. And it puts us in an unfortunate position, like optically, because I guess I would agree and grant you that in the context of a debate between Hassan haters, the biggest Hassan haters of all time, we comparatively look like a Hassan sweeper, but that's only in comparison, and it's not.
I think it's because of ignorance. I'm not going to lie. So it's because because I don't want to assign malice. For me, like I have been in Twitch polls since probably 2019, 2020, somewhere in there. And every socialist that I've ever talked to has used decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production as their definition of socialism. Every communist has said that it's a moneyless, stateless, classless society. They've also described how the anarchist path to socialism. They've also described the Marxist-Leninist and authoritarian path to socialism. And so sorry, what's that?
And they're different things.
Right.
Just for Stephen to say something like, oh, it's all the same, which he does say. It's not materially different.
It's because he's no longer willing to extend charity to the alleged libertarians and anarchists because they oftentimes do apologia for the authoritarians.
Then he should say that. He should clarify and not be like, "These are all the same thing." Or
I think
try to flatten those.
I think he has said that on his own stream. I don't know if he said it last night.
Okay, he's also said that Zoran Mamdani is a communist, or sorry, socialist. He's like,
well, isn't he a?
I know, but then he goes on stream, and then he goes
socialist?
on stream. Yes, but then he goes on during the context of this debate. Says, no, I don't think they're social. He's a socialist.
But
So,
I think he's trying to appeal to. And by the way, Stephen can speak. He's a big boy. He can speak for himself. But I think the reason why he doesn't want to concede that these are actually socialists with the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production is because of the policy line of argumentation that you went down, where you're like, okay, well, show me an explicitly socialist policy that these people advocate for.
Yeah. Well,
He
like,
wants to basically say they're like crypto libs. They pretend to be socialist because it's the edgy, cool kid, young person philosophy.
Well, then it sounds like nothing. Even in the NHS in UK, this is crazy, right? That if anything's socialist, NHS must be socialist policy. It must be, right? This is
how is it decommodification of basic human needs?
It's a complete.
You can say healthcare is a basic human need. I'll just accept it.
But just put aside like 95% to 99%. I don't know the exact numbers, but something approaching like vastly majority of healthcare, not just insurance, healthcare is owned by the state.
I differentiate.
That's a means of production, or it's a basic human necessity,
right? But then that's an inherently Marxist-Leninist argument. So the most socialists, as far as I know, they actually believe that the idea is worthy of defense because they think that effectively it's economic democracy. That's the reason why they believe in the idea. So when you use the state as a vehicle to control wealth, that's actually the disagreement between libertarian socialists and anarcho-communists and tankies. Tankies actually believe that it's good to use the state as a vehicle through which to redistribute wealth.
I hear you. My only question is my only point is the following. If you don't consider the NHS to be a socialist policy, I don't know what you're talking. Then it just, you're not using the word the way the vast majority of the planet. If the universal healthcare public ownership of all healthcare in UK isn't socialist policy, then nothing. I mean, like nothing short of communist utopia would be. It just
so I don't agree with you. The reason why I don't agree with you is because all of the countries that have universal healthcare, like all of Western Europe, right? They will explicitly, because they were neighbors with the Soviet Socialist Republics of whatever, the United Soviet Socialist Republics.
Yeah, you got
it. They are not interested in being compared to the USSR because they lived next door to them, and the USSR had a raw authoritarian command economy. And so they will make the differentiation of the NHS is run by the government, but it can technically be abolished at any time. It's not collectively owned. It's actually a public service. It's more like a utility. They'll make all these like really subtle, but true differentiations between the USSR and Maoist China compared to their level of development, because they do not want to be compared to historically some of the most egregious authoritarian regimes the world has ever seen. Like I had a bunch of Scandinavians jump into my chat, basically telling me to tell you and to tell Econoboy to go fuck yourselves for conflating Scandinavian economies with socialism. They were like furious.
Yeah, but then if you say that, if you're willing to say, well, they're furious, the socialists the self-identified socialists in America, politicians, and the self-identified socialists in UK during the labor movement, they would also be outraged that, no, of course we're socialists. So like,
okay, but I would run them down. I would run them down, and I would say, do you want to are you a Marxist revolutionary? Are you, well, actually I would do, are you a Marxist? And then I would ask if you're a revolutionary. And if they're a revolutionary, they're fucking ass cancer. And then if they're a Marxist, they're stupid, in my opinion. If they're Scandinavian, then I would be like, okay, well, you're just a fucking social democrat. And then I would expect them to explain to me how they're not a social democrat. Okay. Because my understanding is that social democracy is effectively using the democratic ballot in order to massively modify a capitalist economy to support the working class, which is different than decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production. Because technically, you don't need to own. If you had a really vibrant capitalist economy, but you just had a really rugged taxation system that redistributed wealth to everybody such that nobody wanted for anything, but they still paid for it and it was still a part of the economy, that's still technically not socialist.
Okay, and on that view, you want us to
differentiate between Scandinavians and Marxists.
Okay, so that's the label. Not be friends with
revolutionaries.
Revolutionaries who like support crimes, I guess, or
yeah, pretty much. Yeah, like when Vosh said that he actually supports putting chainsaw chains into trees so they explode and maim and kill loggers. I think he's a fucking piece of shit. When he talks about how he wants to train up a bunch of fucking like socialist militias so they're ready to gun down people in the street, I think he's kind of being a piece of shit. When he's supporting vandalism, I think he's kind of being a piece of shit.
And how do you reconcile that with Stephen's support, or at least non-carrying of death to Trump supporters at rallies?
It's the friend-enemy distinction. I hate to say that because I don't even know what those words mean. But liberals and libertarians and moderate Republicans and neoconservatives are my friends. Fascists are not my friends. So if fascists die, I don't care. So same thing with communists. If communists die, I don't care.
Wait, you don't care about the firefighter who died?
Nope. Sure don't.
Really? You don't care that he was murdered in cold blood?
No. Why would I, dude? What is it? The Trump shooter was apparently some schizo who wanted to be famous and shot at Trump and missed. I think the world would have been a better place if Trump was dead. I don't wish murder on anyone, but if it happens, I'm not going to cry about it. And then Corey Capatori was supporting, in my view, somebody who is a political corporatist and a flexible authoritarian who has since killed 14 million people through ineptitude. What tears do I have to share over someone who enabled someone else to kill 14 million people? You can say that he's only like 170 millionth responsible, but he's still 170 millionth responsible.
Okay.
I don't know why that's off-putting to you.
Well, it seems like if you're willing to give Trump and MAGA blame for 14 million people dead and that kind of thing.
Yep.
As between, well, if you are willing to put that blame there, why would you be friends with any MAGA people?
Because I think a lot of them are ignorant. I don't view, like, to me, evil is doing something bad and knowing it's bad. Bad is just bad. And so I think a lot of MAGA people are bad. I don't think they're evil. Get Some says, wait, where did 14 million people die? It's projected over the next 5 years with the US AID cuts between cholera, dengue, fever, malaria, and AIDS. It's projected that 14 million people are going to die. And we cut 0.16% of the federal budget. Get Some 420.
What's your view on Israel then, on that view? So on that view, Israel's support for Israel justified and not in the same league as support for Hamas because...
Can we... I can answer, but can we do that a different day? Just because I'm hitting 6 hours and I normally do 5.
Oh, yeah. Hey, no.
No. I want to address it at least momentarily, so your chat can be like, "Oh, I knew Connor was a piece of shit." Wait, are you live right now?
No, I'm not live.
Oh, okay. Well, damn. Just doing it for the love of the game.
Yeah.
Fuck. How is Israel? Can you ask the question again?
Yeah. So, like, you put a lot of moral weight on the fact that Hassan Piker supports Hezbollah and Hamas. I do too. by the way, because I don't support Hezbollah and Hamas. I also put weight on the fact that he does support them openly, embracingly, because I think that's wrong and bad.
Okay.
Do you put any weight on with respect to people who support Israel in this context, such that so for example, all I'm trying to say is Hassan's support for terrorist groups is like a reason not to associate with him in your view.
Sure.
Does support for Israel engender the same kind of reaction?
It doesn't. But that's because I've bought into the at least partially the Zionist narrative. However, I will say that the intentional ethnic cleansing of 2.2 million people, creating starvation conditions for those people, and also potentially wiping out 200,000 people. Like, I know the current casualty stats are 60,000, but it's projected that 200,000 will die, which is 10% of the Gazan population. That's not justified by the Zionist narrative. So it's not justified by October 7th, and it's not justified by the Zionist narrative. So I can simultaneously still support Israel's right to exist without supporting their Gazan operation. And I actually believe that the Gazan operation probably at this point is getting pretty fucking close to evil.
You're getting pretty close.
I mean, so for instance, like, there's a certain degree of ignorance. I'm not trying to plead ignorance, but I'm trying to say that there's a certain level of ignorance that I have in reference to the Gazan operation. So for instance, I'll try to be brief.
Yeah.
In Iraq, during the Fallujah operation, there was a Marine who shot an insurgent in the face on camera, and the insurgent was already down on the ground and didn't have a weapon. Okay.
So just executed him. Yep.
Yeah. So within the context of what was going on at the time, which we can discuss another day, I actually don't give a fuck. I actually think that Marine probably did close to the right thing within warfare. Now, that takes like a 10-page thesis paper that I would have to write out. Okay. So knowing the way that society differentiates with me on that specific topic, if Israel is knowingly providing sufficient food that the Gazans can survive, and then is keeping them in a level of deprivation that's just like fucked up for no reason, I would view that as evil, but morally different than starving 2.2 million people to death. And so I think people are referencing the latter, while based off of casualty stats, the former is more likely.
Okay, so you're not yet convinced that there's an intentional plan of starvation. That it just seems like an intentional plan of keeping you at some horrible
I don't know. So for instance, like, starvation is one of those things where it's like it's a system collapse. Again, I'm sorry for being like overly descriptive and verbose, but my brain is starting to turn to soup. It's like a system collapse where if you stop feeding people over the course of 28 days, you can have 10 people die of starvation on day 27, and you can have 100,000 people die on day 30, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I would say is, if I start seeing numbers like tens of thousands of people dying from starvation, then at that point I'm just like, Israel is pretty much the new Germany. At that point, I'm just like, okay, this is a Holocaust.
Well, I'm conscious of your time. Before we leave, the last thing I want to do is just like I want to get my understanding of your prescriptions.
Sure.
And you tell me if I'm correct. Prescription number 1, where possible, when you can, push forcefully against the use of the socialist label in areas where it does not belong, according to your vision of socialism. Okay.
Yes.
Number 2, be careful not to empower among this group of socialists. And that might take the form of like explicitly being too friendly with the wrong kind of socialist, or giving too much food to the right kind of socialist that might like move the Overton window or something, right?
Yes.
3, in terms of tone, when you confront or optically in a situation that contains socialist people who are labeled socialist, don't let this is going to seem very specific to the Vanguard situation. Don't let it seem as though you're not on side with the capitalists on the call, or help me out with this prescription in terms of tone.
I mean, it's close enough. I don't care about the Vanguard conversation. It was funny.
Okay.
It was good content.
Okay. Do you have any assertion that do you think that I'm sweeping for Tankies, Hassan, Vanguard intentionally?
No.
Do you think
To
that
my
it's-
knowledge, the mere fact that you tried to call me and clarify this puts me infinitely more on the maybe we just don't have the same perceptions of the word socialism.
Okay. And do you think that I'm unintentionally sweeping? And if so, what's the best your best example of that? Or is it
Yes.
just a general feeling.
Yeah. Yes. Last night, Steven and I are supposed to be fellow, like at least capital L liberals, right? I believe in maximal human freedom. So does Steven. You and Steven have bad blood, but we're coming to you, and you can view it as bad faith, but we're coming to you and we're saying we are alarmed because we think the far left is using you as a sock puppet in order to further their ideas, which we believe to be radical. And then instead of being like, oh shit, can you explain that to me? Like, I don't see this the same way. These are my friends. This is how I see this, blah, blah, blah. Much like our conversation today, by the way. We have a fight that effectively blurs social democracy and socialism as terms over and over and again, which is effectively my prescription, is that needs to stop. So yeah, so I mean, like, you don't have to take my advice. I don't give a shit, but that's my perspective, is that when you blur capitalism with pro-worker policies, but you call that socialism, I think that aids my ideological enemies. I think it helps my enemies.
Okay. I mean, I'll sit on it, but I'll give you my instant reaction is just, if that's what this is, if that's what disagreement is, I think it's at the margin. And I think that the amount of, I don't know, anger that has emerged has nothing to do with that.
Okay.
And it has to do
I
with,
disagree with you. Sorry,
grievances
finish
with
it and
Hassan.
then yeah.
I think it has to do with personal grievances with Hassan Piker, anger at recent events, and feelings of betrayal unconnected to this. That's what I think.
Okay. That could be from Steven. Let me tell you the way that I feel about it. Okay. I just watched, I think I've told you before in this conversation, for the past decade, I've been told that this is a marginal problem. These people aren't that serious, blah, 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 blah. And then they seized and destroyed my party. Okay.
No, sorry. The prescriptions are on the margin. That the prescriptions of us. Like,
Sure.
Sure. That's what I mean. Not that the
Okay.
I'm not.
But I'm telling you that then I understand what you're saying. My sense of alarm and anger is motivated by what's happened, not necessarily that your behaviors are so egregious that I just have to totally fucking like rip your throat out. Like no, your behavior isn't that bad, but in my opinion, the situation is that serious.
You really think that these people could take power? The Hassans?
I'm totally fucking agnostic, dude. I'm totally agnostic. I don't want to wake up 10 years from now and Hassan Piker is as politically relevant as Charlie Kirk. And I think that there's an argument to be made that in some ways he's already halfway there. That worries the fuck out of me. That really scares the shit out of me. That there's hundreds of thousands of young people.
Maybe so. My initial reaction is that that's terminally online take, and that people on the street, like, no one is going to Hassan to be their political leader. No one wants Hassan as their political leader. I don't think Hassan would be like if he tried to run for office. I don't think he would be there. Like, I don't think he's a big kingmaker when it comes to that stuff. But maybe I'm crazy. I could be crazy on this point. Maybe he is.
I'm telling you, no, you're probably not crazy. But what I'm telling you is that people said that about Bannon. People said that about Shapiro. People said that about Crowder. People said that about Kirk. And now those people, the alt media movers and shakers people said that about Poole. The alt media movers and shakers on the right are the people who influence policy on the right. So I don't want that to happen to the left. And even if it does, I'm going to talk shit about it the entire time. So we don't have to agree on how alarming it is. We don't have to agree on how scary it is, but I'm telling you where my sense of alarm is coming from, and I'm telling you what I'm scared of. Whether or not it's a rational fear is a different conversation.
Okay. Hey, man. Thank you for the call. I think that, helpful to talk to you.
Of course. Dude, I might get a little spicy on panels and say, shut the fuck up and use homophobic slurs and all that kind of stuff. But I always feel like we have.
I thought you were trying to like fucking bog the conversation down.
I really wasn't. I actually, in my review of the conversation, I was more frustrated with you guys because I felt like you guys were kind of spinning wheels, and I was the only person interested in like specific definitions and specific prescriptions. So I actually felt the opposite. But
at a certain point, I want to get past the definitions, but I'm glad that we sussed them out. All right, thank you, Connor, and shout out chat.
All right, have a good day, bud.
You too, bye.
All right, chat. We had 100 loyalists hang on through the end of it. I'm going to scroll up and check out the messages. Grassroots for 20. When Econoboy and Pisco starve us all to death, the paintings on the insides of the cave wall will be Urine Destiny's MS Paint diagrams. I did read that earlier, but I want to address all the super chats. Penguin says, do you think pro-Palestine folks are being pulled into socialist sympathies since they're the ones talking pro-Palestine positions, or do socialist sympathies come in first? I think it's a mutual alliance. I'm not sure if I'm answering these accurately, but bear in mind at this point, my brain is mush. Dice 5 for 2 says, Connor, your mic blows out when you yell true. That's good. It's a good noise gate. N sort for 5. Good to see you, Nick. As one non-socialist to another, I thought socialism meant holding the means of production in common. No, decommodification of basic human needs, workers owning the means of production, which is similar to what you said. Paul for €5 says, everyone ever actually had the conversation with Pisco ever? This dude is insufferable. Yeah, we just had a great conversation just now. Anonymous chatter for 5 says, Connor sitting patiently with his hand up for 20 minutes. Connor breathes. Wick, Connor, stop interrupting. Yes, that's what it felt like. Sacred Snow for 10. I think the prescription is to tell Hassan and company plus Vanguard essentially shut up and vote Democrat. And if we're reaching out to their audiences, it needs to be combative so Dems aren't pulled in by them. I actually feel like I shared that prescription with Pisco just now. Tico Suave says, hate to say it, but the combo with Pisco has the term postmodern neo-Marxist ringing in my ears. Well, if it's true, it's true. Doobie for 10 says, do we even know that Connor isn't a crypto-fascist ingratiating himself with lefties and libs to sane wash the crazy Republicans who paved the way for MAGA? I mean, that's actually probably me, right? That's me. So just checking in with chat, and I'm only going to scroll up like 10 or 20 messages because I am ready. I'm tapped. Magnus says, you'd be surprised a lot of normies know Hassan Piker because he's just the largest leftist political streamer. Yep. Conservative liberalism says you don't have to run for office to have an impact. All Hassan has to do is widen the Overton window. Yes. Doobie says, I don't think the average ML activist on the street is looking for multimillionaire fuckboy Hassan for political advice. Yeah, but he's normalizing that rhetoric. He's normalizing that line of thinking. AF Racing says, you know what worries me? Nazi staying in the White House because the left can't give their balls a tug and trim the useless fat off of the party. That's kind of what I'm saying. David said, people said that about Lenin too. Yep. Conservative liberalism says the message can have many messengers, plurality of tactics. True. Dice 5 says Hassan isn't a kingmaker. Sure, he has an insanely large following. Slippery sloping is not a legitimate concern. I can be wrong. That doesn't mean that I don't think what I think, right? AF Racing says, a target-rich environment, you say? Yep. Shoot the messenger joke based. Dice 5, holding up hand, true. Dice 5 says, great talk. Thank you. LB by Pisco. Hans Mayer says, AF, you are absolutely right. Cool. Jonazilla says, incredible stuff. Sacred Snow says, great talk. Magnus raises his hand again. AF Racing says, spicy day on the Valor, VALOR, media common spelling, network common spelling. True. AKA Badasui for another 2 says, wait, do you like crypto coin? Not really. LB says, good stream, Connor. Thank you. Big in Gaming says, by the way, Hassan is shouting out Pisco right now. So great job, Pisco. Is that true? Is that true, or are you fucking with me? Sacred Snow says, go be with your fan, big dog. Thanks for the amazing stream today. My pleasure. Dice 5 says, nah, I was talking to Pisco. Interesting. Big in Gaming says, I'm just saying it's funny. Pisco is trying to say he doesn't like Hassan. Meanwhile, Hassan proving everyone's point about Pisco being a useful idiot. Did that happen? Check yeet. I'm going to fucking kill myself. If Hassan Piker is shouting out Pisco, that's going to be the cherry on top of this entire drama. It's like, Hassan's so irrelevant. I don't even know why we're talking about him. I don't even like Hassan. And then Hassan's like, Pisco's so based. I love Pisco. That's fucking crazy. All right. Anyways, I love you guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the 200 people cross-platform. Thank you to the 120 loyalists who stayed with me through the end. Thank you for all your donations. It's greatly, greatly, greatly appreciated. Have a beautiful day. I will see you tomorrow.